Our Middlesex commentator, Kevin Hand, has just arrived with the coffees. Let me tell you that Hampshire have won the toss and are going to bat first. And it's a lovely morning, Mr. Hand. He's still doing his microphone as well. He's doing a million jobs.
It's even more lovely to see you, Jamo, especially with a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I know. Well, thank you very much. It's very nice.
We've done well there, haven't we?
The coffee that came here, even if indeed it came, was cold. So, hey-ho.
I'm glad you got to that the end of that sentence. Kevin Hand has just arrived with the coffee.
Yes.
It wasn't
the most important thing.
It wasn't. It wasn't the T20 all over again.
No.
The Friday night from hell.
By now. The other day, yes, when Middlesex were here, about now, Kevin Hand was still stuck somewhere about 50 miles away, I think. Anyway, right, now, Hampshire have won the toss and they are going to bat first. Let me give you the two teams because there are a couple of changes in the Middlesex side and there's one change in the Hampshire side. So, as our guest, Mr. Hand, you better go first.
Yeah, Middlesex, very, very interesting one. Mark Stoneman, Sam Robson, Peter Milan, Max Holden, John Simpson, Ryan Higgins, Luke Holman, Josh DeCaries, Toby Rowland-Jones, the captain, Tom Helm and Ethan Bamber. That means no place for Tim Murtagh. Is that a huge surprise, the Kookaburra match? A dry pitch out there, perhaps not so, but Josh DeCaries in. Again, not a huge surprise, but in for Stephen Eskenazi, who's been in wonderful, wonderful form again in the Blast. But of course, that's the Blast. This is the Championship. It's back to first-class cricket. They've gone with DeCaries. You'd have to feel, as disappointing as that is for Eskenazi, and I'd imagine he's extremely disappointed. It's as much to do with the pitch and the ball that we're playing with. They fancy having DeCaries as the extra spinner.
It's actually quite interesting, actually, isn't it? Because we are changing balls for 2 rounds of the Championship. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, as we go along. And also, maybe that's also changed the nature of the way the pitch has been prepared, because the seamers, you would think, are not going to have such an obvious impact in this game. But having said that, Hampshire went up to Southport a couple of weeks ago, played against Lancashire with 3 spinners, but actually they're playing this game with 2. So out of the side goes Mason Crane, and in comes a pace bowler in the form of James Fuller, the former Middlesex bowler as well. So Hampshire line up like this: Joe Weatherly, Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, James Vince, Ben Brown, Liam Dawson, Felix Organ, James Fuller, Keith Barker, Carl Abbott and Mohammed Abbas. So 3rd against 8th here, and you can hear the crowd applauding the Middlesex team out into the middle. I'm so used to, over the last couple of weeks, seeing different coloured teams that when you see just the whites out there, you think, actually, who is fielding and who is bowling and who is batting? Because you think, well, actually, they're all in white, so it doesn't really matter. But anyway, so we're going to somehow temper our commentary. We're going to tone it down as appropriate for the Championship. And we have 3 lots of cakes on the camera country today. We are spoilt.
Oh, my!
Yes.
Wow.
We've already been spoilt with Kevin Hand bringing up the coffees. We have been spoilt because a little while ago it was Emily Windsor's, I can't remember, I'm not allowed
21st.
Am I allowed to say how old you are now? Go on. 26 now. Gosh, we used to know her when she was just a toddler, when she started doing the commentaries and started to get in the Southern Vipers side. Now she's 26, can you believe it? We also have Joe's cake as well. That's a beautiful cake. Thank you, Joe Summerton. Saw Joe yesterday, actually, at a game.
I saw her this morning, didn't realise it was a cake she was handing over for Emily. I'd have really thanked her. I said a good morning, polite good morning.
And where was the other cake? Is it just 2 lots or 3 lots?
And then there's pan au chocolat.
Oh, and you brought some up as well?
Yeah.
So, interesting though, Tim Murtagh, but you're right, it's because of the ball, isn't it, really? There's nothing for him to hit.
Well, much on this man, Rowland-Jones, I'd say now is the senior man.
Off you go.
He's right arm over the wicket and he's bowling to Weatherly, who defends on the back foot. And the Kookaburra ball is bowled. So this is a very first, isn't it? Kookaburra in the Championship. I mean, over the years, obviously the ball's changed around a bit, but I don't remember the Kookaburra for the Championship. We had the Tiflex, didn't we, in Division 2 for a few years? You probably didn't notice, but
no, I didn't. I couldn't tell you what that did because we don't play Division 2 cricket here. I haven't done for a while. Anyway.
I think Mike Gattin played a big part in that one, if I'm right. Apologies, Gat, if I'm not. He's probably tuned in this morning. As his 4 slips, crouching down, and Rowland-Jones right arm over in the glorious sunshine again, puts it right up there, and it's driven straight at the bowler, straight to mid-on. And that'll be Hampshire and Weatherly off the mark, and off the mark with the boundary as well. Straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot, lovely way to get off the mark.
Super shot, yes. Yeah, the Tiflex, I'm told, you would have seen it, of course, firsthand, but it swung a lot more than the Readers or Dukes, is that right?
It was so long ago now, to be honest. I mean, whatever impression it made, it wasn't a big enough impression because they got rid of it the next year, didn't they? And it was back to Dukes. But I can understand the Kookaburra experiment, but it more feels like the Kookaburra is needed in April and May, and we'll play with the Dukes in June and July. Thanks very much. But look, who knows? We shall see. It's not perhaps as big an experiment as the pink ball was, as here's Roland Jones, full straight and tickled from a very straight line down to long leg for a single. Weatherly moves to 5 and onto strike comes Middleton. Yeah, that was a big old experiment. The Dukes, the day-nighter, floodlights.
Orange, yes.
That was a interesting one, but this one, like I say, I'm not wholly against this. It's been a conversation for a long while that they should play Dukes overseas and play Kookaburra here. So we shall see how it goes.
Try and negate all that extravagant seam movement from time to time. I mean, that's basically what's happening. That's why we've got a dryish pitch here, and there's a couple of spinners per side.
Yes. Well, this man will miss that heavy seam of the Duke ballers, or pronounced seam, as he comes in, bowls, and just back of a length, that typical Roland Jones length. This is eased away into the offside. I mean, all eyes definitely on the start to see what the ball does straight away. Does it swing? There was a seconds game with it last week, and the report was it didn't do much. Was part of that.
Okay. The lunch menu has arrived, so Kevin.
Oh, we get to choose, and that's brought up to us.
No, it's not. No, I wish. No, the press get it on their plate. They don't have to move, but we have to walk about 5 miles.
Roland Jones bowls, and this is clipped away through square leg, and that's a lovely shot. And Middleton is going to pick up for. Is this a T20? His over rate's looking. His run rate is looking pretty rough at the moment. Roland Jones, 9 without loss. Wants to come with the over.
Well, we will talk about it quite a lot. The Dukes, the Kookaburra, but basically, it will not do as much as the Dukes, because the seam is very much part of the ball. So all those bowlers that have been used to just landing the ball on the seam and getting it to move a little bit, I mean, obviously it's a bit more skillful than that, but they will find that this will be a lot harder.
Roland Jones hits the crease now, he bowls, and just short of a length. Right in behind this one. Middleton defends the final ball of the opening over with the Kookaburra. It was a sedate one from a bowler's point of view. From a batter's point of view, it felt like a little bit of a morning net. 9 without loss, Hampshire.
Yeah, good start. Wow. But that did nothing in the over,
yeah.
Actually. The Dukes... the Duke, I must stop saying Dukes and say Kookaburra. The Kookaburra will swing. Roland Jones is not really a swing bowler, is he? He hits the seam. So I don't think we'll expect him to swing the ball. But the bowlers that do swing the ball will find that the Kookaburra will swing, but it won't swing for as long. It'll very quickly lose its shine.
Was that seconds match last week? They said it went soft very, very quickly.
Yeah, it will do. Yeah.
And the swing, it didn't swing as much as they perhaps hoped it would. But of course, that depends on overheads, bowlers. We haven't got the swing bowler, Tim Murty. This man will swing it and seam it if there's something to be had. Helm.
One of 2 changes in the Middlesex side for this game, from the side that lost to Somerset in their previous championship match. He didn't actually play the last round of championship fixtures.
No.
That goes back to a bit further away than that. Here's Helm, right arm over from the pavilion end. Nice bit of bounce through to the keeper. I do need to get you to choose because they like it pretty quickly, apparently. Right, you want the bean burger?
There we go. Oh, should I have chosen on air? We could have taken the listeners through it. It'd be like our own form of a game show, wouldn't it, Jamo?
Bean burger for... Are you a bean burger type of man?
Well, ask me again after I've eaten it.
I mean, I don't know what a bean burger type of person actually looks or acts like, but... Here comes Helm, right arm over again, and bowls. That's a good ball. Just leaves Weatherly quite late, but it's equally... a good leave. So you've gone bean burger. Am I allowed to reveal what Emily Windsor has chosen? 5 donuts. Oh, sorry, the wrong line. She's actually chosen a chicken Caesar salad.
Oh, that could have been a choice, yeah. I was thinking not too heavy at lunch. There's a hot pot in there as well, isn't there? Imagine a hot pot today.
We've got 4 days.
24 days, exactly.
We are very lucky. Just to say, we are very lucky with the food choices we have. Straighter ball, Weatherly pushes that up towards mid-on. What am I going to go for? I'm going to go... Do you know what? I'm going to go Cornish pasty.
See, I'd be asleep this afternoon. Cornish pasty, hot pot. That's why I didn't even think chicken. I thought, right, okay, bean burger. It's a little bit lighter.
Yeah. Well, normally you're asleep by lunch, so that's a bonus. 9 without loss. Hampshire winning the toss. Elected to bat first. It's a dry wicket out there. Could be interesting as this 4-day game goes along. And he's edged. Oh, he dropped in the gully. Oh, that was put down by Max Holden. And that was a bit of extra bounce, and Weatherly trying to force that away off the back foot. He's been given a life. It was straight at him as well.
Yep. And he's a gun fielder nowadays, Max Holden. Sets the tone, they say, in the T20. The ability he has in the field now, the tempo, the energy, enthusiasm. Kicking himself there, straight at him, wasn't it?
Maybe that was the Kookaburra ball. Doesn't stick in the hands as well. Here comes Helm again. He's getting some extra bounce here, and that's another good delivery. Hitting the deck quite hard as well. Nice carry through to keeper John Simpson.
Good morning to Richard Gubbins, father of Nick. Sitting below you in the J, question for you and Kevin James. How many times will the fielding side attempt to change the Kookaburra ball?
I was going to say, I wonder how many Kookaburra balls there actually are on the ground. That's a very good point. I like that.
The pronounced seam, does that mean that the little pair of handcuffs that they put it through with the different sizes, does that mean they've had to change that as well, because it's not such a pronounced seam on this one?
Well, there are a lot of questions there, aren't there, which I'm not sure we've even thought about asking until you've just mentioned it. That's pushed out square on the leg side. That is a very, very good over from Tom Helm. It asked a couple of questions as well there. He looks like he's going to be a bit of a handful while this ball stays hard. And Hampshire, somehow at the end of that over, after finding the first over fairly relaxed, have got through it. They're 9 without lost.
Nick Gubbins' mum's downstairs as well. Mrs. G says hello also. Carolyn. See them in a few minutes' time. Whenever we have our road to change, I'll go and say hello to them. Great gang, the Gubbinses. Always coming around to say hello at Lord's. Cheltenham College. Oh, is it? No, you didn't. No, I didn't see Richard at Cheltenham College. He used to go to Cheltenham College. I think we first met, or not long met, after a Middlesex game at Cheltenham. He was up on mic actually with Bob Hunt. Would you believe? That was a moment of absolute radio goals when we introduced Richard Gubbins to Bob Hunt. So here's Roland Jones, bowls full, wide outside of the off stump, through to the keeper it goes, 9 without loss. That would have been sometime around 2017, I guess. I'm trying to think, probably the year after Middlesex won the title, and Nick Gubbins was the player of the year. Look at him now at Hampshire, left us.
Yeah, but you're back.
Back in Division 1, yeah. Well, that was what he needed, Division 1 cricket. Also, Lords had that wretched run. Carl's got it going now at Lords, hasn't he? The runs are going up at the home of cricket. It's Roland Jones bowls full and clipped straight to mid-wicket, not a drop. There was a cry of catch, fumble in there from Holman, but it was on the bounce. Yeah, the runs, it was the lowest aggregate or average per wicket for runs around the country for a while, wasn't it, Lords? Which was part of the reason. I would imagine that Nick decided to sign for Hampshire. But they have just about started to, I say just about, they've turned it around well, Carl and co. Former groundsman here, of course, Carl McDermott. Is yes. Roland Jones, he's in, bowls outside of the off stump, left alone. Through to the keeper. Going back to the situation today, I mean, clear blue skies, the two things you look at usually when you turn up at a cricket ground, the overheads, the underfoot, but this morning the overheads first of all, we're playing cricket, blue sky, should be for 4 days. But then rather than looking at what's underfoot, it was straight to look at the ball, wasn't it, for everybody? And I went down and saw a couple of the training balls that they have been using. And it is a clear difference, the Kookaburra to the Duke, in terms of the feel in the hand. As here's Roland Jones, he bowls, and this is defended into the onside. Mid-on, coming around to collect is Ethan Bamber. He'll be looking to have a fair old go with some seam movement on this one if he can. It won't be a great deal, as we've been saying, but yeah, it's just not as pronounced a seam on the Kookaburra, so it was good to have a look at that this morning, have a chat with one or two of them, and then ask the question of the pitch. Now, when I turned to the pitch, I immediately thought that we were playing on the track that Point is currently stood on, which was Friday night's game.
It was.
I think you were saying. That looks something of a belter. This one looks a little bit more of... so here's Roland Jones, bowls, and this is full outside of the off stump, 9 without loss. It looks a little more worn, doesn't it? Is that fair to say, worn? Is that a good description?
It's a good name around these parts.
Shane? I'll tell you what, would have he enjoyed a bowl on this one, a dry one like this?
I think by day 2 or 3.
Couple of spinners in, yeah. Shane Warne stand. It is on the Shane Warne stand side of the ground, fittingly. A spinner's surface we're expecting here at the Ageas. Roland Jones still got 4 slips. He bowls, and this is eased to gully by Middleton. all along the floor on this occasion, and that's a maiden. Second up, Roland Jones, having gone for 9 off his first, 9 without loss. Hampshire. Yeah, clear blue sky. It's a lovely day down here, isn't it? We're in the wind is coming from the direction of the motorway because we can just hear it humming away in the background. The cars racing past. M27. Either off to Portsmouth or off to Bournemouth for the day. So here we are, a few miles outside of Southampton. The lovely tree-lined Ageas Bowl. Absolutely gorgeous view behind the Rod, or looking over the back of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion, isn't it?
Here's Tom Helm. First over was impressive. What's he going to serve up this time as Weatherly gets a length ball, which he pushes up towards mid-on. Already had a life, having been dropped in the gully, went on 5. That's as the score is on right now. I tell you what's really weird as well is that when Friday night here was absolutely buzzing. I mean, there's been some good crowds, there's been some good atmospheres over the years, and in fact some decent crowds in the T20 this season, but Friday night was something else. The game obviously helped. I know you guys chased down 250 to beat Surrey. I mean, yeah. I'm sure you'll be talking about that. I mean, what a game that must have been. Especially you guys, who couldn't win a game for fun.
Yeah.
But chasing 210 here was something else as well. Weatherly gets another good length ball, which he prods forward to. And it was just one of those nights where everything came together. And it was a great game. Obviously helped with the fact that Hampshire chased the runs down, which at one stage it was kept up with the rate, so they did well to do that, but it was still a wonderful finish. And then we're back 2 days later. We're back to this, and it's lovely, of course it is, but it just feels also quiet. Although there are a few people dotted around, which is good. There's that Helm bowls, a bit too straight maybe. Weatherly pushes up to mid-wicket.
Try to get Emily's attention. We need a picture for social media, don't we? Come on, Emily, get a snap of JMO and I on the mic. Reunited at last. Back together again.
Here we go. We'll keep our eye on the cricket, if we can. Thanks, Emily.
You know exactly what I'm going to do with this, don't you?
The two pinkies. You've got pink shirts on. You did warn me, actually, didn't you, when I saw you down on the ground earlier?
To be fair, I could have gone and
Emily's
changed.
all in black in the Vipers.
Yeah.
Contrast. Helm into Weatherly. Bit of bounce. Weatherly this time stays on top of it and just plays it out quietly on the offside. Joe has actually messaged me. He's very kindly given us this cake. The cake is for a belated birthday for Emily. I think it was about 2 weeks ago, your birthday, wasn't it? And for the 2 best Kevins, I just hope it survived the trip over the bumpy car park. Apologise to Kevin that I didn't say a proper hello.
Oh no, likewise, and a proper thank you for the cake as well. I have to admit, I saw it being handed over. I thought there's a chance that's a cake, but you couldn't presume.
No, you hoped. Weatherly off the back foot, steers it behind square on the offside, and that will be 4. Weatherly moves on to 9. Helm is definitely getting a bit of extra bounce there, so the batters have to be a little careful outside the off stump. Weatherly, of course, already has had one misdemeanour, but has been given a life. But there he was on top of the bounce once more, just opened the face of the bat, guided it through backward a point. And the Hampshire total moves on to 13 without loss. Still 1 or 2 people arriving. It'll be a lovely Sunday in the sunshine, watching a little bit of cricket. Back to the normal cricket rather than the hustle and bustle of the T20s. That's a bit of bounce now. I think Weatherly just played inside the line there, but that is still a pretty decent ball there from Tom Helm to end that over. 13 without loss, Hampshire. 4 overs gone this morning.
Well, Mercer, I'm sure, will be muttering like any player that's dropped that he'd have done a job, but you can kind of understand Helm just trying to use a little bit of bounce, a little bit of pace with a ball that is not expected to be as responsive through the air or off the surface, just trying to have that little bit more of an X factor. And it's a bit more of an overseas feel to it, this game, isn't it? Really, really dry, bone dry underfoot, scorching overhead, Kookaburra ball in hand. I mean, this would be what it'd like, wouldn't it, if we started the season overseas? Off in February or March in Spain for you and I, JMO, we'd take that, wouldn't we?
Oh, definitely.
Roland Jones is in, he bowls outside the off stump full, left alone by Middleton, resisted, and covers on offer.
There's a little bit of shape there, I think, just about.
Yeah.
On that one. But as I say, you don't, as a seam bowler, don't expect Kookaburra balls to do an awful lot.
Oh, here we go. Look, Don Topley's got a picture out of 2 balls. The 2 that are being used, the 2 that are being taken out to the middle by the umpires. The seam seemed not as pronounced to me. That was certainly what I felt, and they felt a little smaller. Here's Roland Jones. He's in, bowls, and this is eased away once more into the offside by Middleton. Point fields, and there's no run. That was exactly what I felt when you had it. You hold one of the kookaburras in your hand. Traditionally, a kookaburra can go soft earlier. Well, that was certainly the report from the seconds last week.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've used a kookaburra an awful lot overseas over the years.
Well, there we go.
I used to play a little bit of cricket in my time. I don't know if anybody's ever told you. Just a little.
So when Price went and got that hat-trick and the century and all, did you have much to say that day, J-Mo?
I don't say much.
Here's Roland Jones. He's in, he bowls outside of the off-stump. Through it goes. 13 without loss.
No, I mean, I have used it a lot abroad because obviously they're pretty much standard. Whatever standard of cricket you play abroad, and I played obviously first class and clubs and what have you, and it's all red kookaburra balls. And as I say, they will swing a little bit for you early on if you're that type of bowler, which was mainly me. I wasn't really a big a bowler that got a lot off the seam, so to be honest, they didn't bother me because I never really seemed a Duke's ball anyway.
Edged and gone at second slip. Roland Jones strikes. Middleton's gone for 4. Felt as though he fished at that one a little bit unusually. We'll have a look on the replay in a moment, but 13 for 1 Hampshire as Roland Jones picks up the wicket. And he just followed that a little bit, and there was some movement. As Kevin James was saying, he's just finding a little bit of a way swing from here at the hotel end. Roland Jones. The covers were on offer. We mentioned it a moment ago. He'd resisted it. Roland Jones had put a couple of tempters fuller and wider, and on this occasion Middleton takes the bait. Hampshire 13 for 1.
Well, that's the other thing about kookaburras as well. See, Roland Jones, his natural ball is to hit it in the pitch, isn't it? Short of a length, bang it in and get a bit of seam movement and just basically, not bore the batter to death, but, make it really hard. With these kookaburras, you have to have the confidence just to pitch it a little bit further up. Now, he's done that there. That's not his normal length, is it? He doesn't bowl that length normally.
No.
With the Dukes. But with these, if you just have got the confidence to bowl it a little fuller, especially early on, they will swing, and that definitely offered. And I think that's a really good piece of bowling. Yep. I don't think, as a batter, you've seen what's happening at the moment. There's not a lot happening. Helmer's got the ball to bounce a little bit, yeah. But you're probably thinking, that's quite well up to me there. I'll have a little dart at that.
Yeah.
But it's actually just shaped away nicely, isn't it?
Nick Gubbins walks out at number 3. Just heard from his parents downstairs. All eyes on the middle right now. I won't be focused on what we're going to say. It'll be Nick Gubbins up against his former county. James Fuller in this side as well. Abbott with a Middlesex link also. I don't think there's any Hampshire links the other way, is there?
No, there's not too many gone from Hampshire to Middlesex, is there? There's a few over the years come here, isn't
That's a good point. Who over the years has gone from Hampshire to Middlesex? Anybody?
Somebody may tell me. sonatcricket@gmail.com.
A couple of Sussex recently, and Tom Smith and Ollie Rayner. Ben Brown was one that I thought Middlesex might well be interested in with his first class average. He's come up from Sussex. So Gubbins, 3 slips. 4th's just taken a step to his left. A wide 4th slip, and then another step. We call him a gully now. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, and Roland Jones running in. Right arm over. The Players' Player of the Year 2016 versus the Club Player of the Year. Gubbins, who defends into the onside. And no run. 2016 it was. Players' Player of the Year, Roland Jones. Player of the Year, Gubbins. I did get a chirp on Twitter. I think it was from Roland Jones on Twitter, who said, Players' Player of the Year versus Player of the Year. Which one holds more? Which one holds more weight, Kev?
I don't know.
Roland Jones. He's past the umpire. He bowls, and this ball's edged down to the vacant deep third. And Gubbins is off the mark with the boundary. Thick edge, but just about got an angled bat on that. He got a long way forward, didn't he? Trying to get over the top of it. The angled bat. Roland Jones looked away in disgust. Would it have carried if that 4th slip were tucked in tightly and not away wide at gully, where he gradually moved just before the over began. 17 for 1 at the end of the over, and Middleton gone. Caught off Roland Jones, and Hampshire electing to bat first. I don't think any great surprise in that this morning, because again we fancy that the spinners will play a fair old part come the end of the game. So batting last could be the decisive. Well, it's obviously likely to be decisive, but spinners could be decisive in the final innings of this one.
So Tom Helm will bowl the next over from the pavilion end, bowling to Joe Weatherly. It was quite a pronounced stance, doesn't he, as he plays that late into the ground, and that's fielded in the gully by Max Holden. So we have 3 slips, a gully, backward a point rather than a point for Helm, who's bowling very much back of a length. Probably more likely to go in that area than it is square or just in front of square. A bit difficult for the batters at the moment to force the ball off the back or the front foot because of the extra bounce that Helm is generating. Into the 6th over of this morning, Hampshire having won the toss and decided to bat. Now this time he's hit that, and that's exactly where the fielder is at backward a point. So that's perfectly placed by the captain, Toby Rowland-Jones. And there was one other man in front of square on the offside. That's Rowland-Jones himself, who's fairly wide at mid-off. Hampshire sit 3rd currently in the championship table. You do wonder already at this part of the season, and probably even for a few weeks previous, who's going to catch Surrey. As Weatherly gets another good length ball, which he pushes out to Rowland-Jones. Who is going to catch Surrey?
I was just about to turn to that. So basically, Middlesex need to win the next game. 3 wins, there or thereabouts, enough to stay up, isn't it? Roughly.
You're 3rd from bottom at the moment.
Probably need 4 wins, maybe. But
2 points ahead of you.
Throw this one to give you a chance of beating Surrey to the title.
Well, I already think there's too much of a gap. 123 Surrey have. They're halfway through their campaign, as is Hampshire. Middlesex actually have played 6. Warwickshire have 91. Hampshire are 9 points behind them, but it's Surrey that stick out. There's a lovely shot off the front foot. Not really timed by Weatherly, but he will pick up 4. He's gone through that vacant gully area, managed to get a good stride in there. Probably one of the few that Helm has bowled this morning where it's been a little further pitched up. And Weatherly, having had that life on 5, moves on to 13, and it's 21 for 1 now, Hampshire.
Well, they're a cracking side, aren't they, Surrey? They really are.
They're a bit too good.
They've got every chance of winning the double, haven't they, really? And T20 Blast, and I mean, that was a real shock the other evening, wasn't it, when Middlesex beat Surrey at the Oval, chasing down a record domestic score.
Not to undo your chase. That's a bit of bounce, Weatherly in behind that one.
Well, no, it was phenomenal. I mean, Eskenazi is one of those who's had to make way today. What a performance, what a team performance. Eskenazi set the tone at the top. He'll be feeling pretty rough left out of this side today. I'm sure he won't be happy about that. His white ball runs, white ball average has been fantastic for the last few years. It's just come at a slight cost to his first class average though. But mainly the decision, I think, it was just to get De Carey's in for a second spinner as Helm bowls.
That's defended by Weatherly, and that will be the end of the over. 21 for 1 then. Weatherly has 13, Gubbins has 4, the one man out this morning. Fletcher Middleton caught in the slips, driving at Rowland-Jones. He was out for 4.
Eskenazi would be feeling doubly rough, wouldn't he, because this is a match where you think bat will have more of a chance of getting on top of the ball. A Kookaburra in England, that's the way it's viewed around the world, isn't it? Just tilts it a little bit more towards the batters, the Kookaburra, which is why the discussion is for England, especially wanting 5 days test in the test venues to get their money's worth, that it goes to a 5th day should they use a Kookaburra at test level in this country. Rowland-Jones begins the new over. That one has a bit of shape back into the left-handed Gubbins again. He's forward defending to mid-on. 21 for 1 it remains. But yeah, he'll have thought this would have been a match to score some runs. Kookaburra on a dry surface at the Ageas. And we see already, Helm's got good pace, hasn't he? Pace and bounce. Yeah. But it's the start's going to be oh so crucial, isn't it? Abbott and Abbas. Remember what Abbas did to Middlesex a few years ago down here? 6 for 11, wasn't it, the spell?
It was exactly 6 for 11.
Rowland-Jones comes in, bowls full, clipped away through mid-wicket. Lovely shot by Gubbins. Over pitch by Rowland-Jones onto the legs. And Gubbins, watchful of it. It was swinging onto his legs, wasn't it? It started straighter than that, but it swung onto the legs. So he just watchfully steered it away. Straight to the mid-wicket fielder. And picks up 3, he's on to 7, he's off the strike. Hampshire 24 for 1, Weatherly on to strike.
I have one answer to players that have gone the other way. Hampshire to Middlesex. Thank you to Matthew Birch, who's emailed sonacricket@gmail.com. He says, lovely day for cricket, not long before I need to hit the road for New Place Hotel for Lyndhurst and Ashurst against Shirrell Heath. It's a 40-over friendly. He says, hoping to make it down to the Ageas tomorrow, but said, didn't Sean Udall?
Of course he did.
Lead Hampshire for Middlesex.
Shaggy.
Yes, and captained.
Best wishes, Shaggy, if you tuned in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he captained and he won the T20 as well with Middlesex, didn't he, in 2008?
Yeah.
Roland Jones to Weatherly, right in behind this one, and they run into the covers. Yeah, a bit of a shock that really, wasn't it, when Udall came up to Middlesex? Welcome one. Middlesex struggling to replace Phil Tufnell, who'd gone to the jungle and never came back again. Well, not for a
I think he'd left about 10 years prior to that, hadn't he?
No, 2000 and... He left the year before I began. I think it was 2004 was Tufnell's last year. I was 2005.
Really? Oh, right. Oh, it was later than I thought.
And then Sean's was 2007 his first year, or 2008? Was it the year that they won it? Roland Jones bowls and forward goes Weatherly, pushed away into the offside. And there's no, but once Udall was done with Middlesex and gone, you know, it was a conversation that they need a long-term replacement for Tufnell. Up until Holman now, they probably argued they haven't had a regular spinner to hold down a place. Ollie Rayner, as we say, had a long while.
Now, hang on. Phil Tufnell.
2003, surely.
2002.
Oh.
86 to 2002. You were 1 year out.
Oh. Roland Jones hits the crease, he bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump, through to the keeper, no run. So yeah, he was 1 year shy of playing in a T20, Tufnell, because that's quite funny, isn't it, when you look at, you know, first year of, I wonder if they ever played a T20. So Tufnell was gone a year shy of it.
Yeah.
I think Fraser was as well, wasn't he? 2002, maybe 2001.
Have a look.
Actually, did Gus pack up 99 for the World Cup now, I think of it? Did he make his debut in the media centre with the Independent? So here's Roland Jones, midway through his run-up. Last ball of his 4th over, he bowls and right up there again, given the chance to move. Weatherly, though, getting solidly behind it with a big stride forward and across. He's on 13, Gubbins will have strike on 7. Hampshire having won the toss here at the Ageas in the Kookaburra Test round. 24 for 1.
2002.
2002 as well.
So they both finished 2002.
That's what I had it in my mind, yeah. And then I was thinking maybe I'm just confusing it with Tuffers. That was a big old loss for Middlesex that year, wasn't it? And they had a struggle then. So 2005 was my first year, and umpires having a chat about something. I don't know what. It seems to be too big a problem. But hold on, what's being handed to the umpire now by the sub-fielder? Is it just? No, it's just the bowler's hat, isn't it? I thought it perhaps was a box of balls or something. They were changing it already. But yeah, so Gus missed it just by a year. But that was a big old hole to fill, wasn't it? Gus and Tuffers in the same year.
Yeah, 2 big players.
And by 2005, you know, they were struggling, Middlesex, a little for in the bowling department.
24 for 1 here at the Ageas. A very sunny Ageas as Helm comes in over the wicket to Gubbins, who's well forward. A man who's moved the other way. Played for you guys for 7 years, didn't he? Up till 2021.
Yep. He was a very popular player at Middlesex. Oh, what's Emily up to? She's off for a fitness test, is she?
No, she's going to do a bit of off-mic updating.
Oh.
In her practice for when she's doing some TMS work for the later games in the Ashes.
Ah.
Emily Windsor will be covering some of those matches as Helm comes in outside the off-stump through to John Simpson. There's a story currently on with the current test match at the moment up at Trent Bridge. So I'm just going through our commentators down this way, sorry, so that probably doesn't mean much for Middlesex listeners. Well, of course they do. If they tune into women's internationals, they will have heard Emily, they will have heard Mel as well. So 24 for 1, Fletcher Middleton, the one man out for 4. The youngster who's made quite an impression down here actually in his first season. But he's already gone. Again, what lovely bounce that is from just short of a length. That's a very good leave. But Helm, I think, looked very impressive this morning.
Yeah. Well, you can certainly see the thought process of Helm in for Murtagh. Bamber replacing. So you got the 2 big fellas up first with the harder kookaburra at this stage, and if it does go soft, somewhere around 15 overs, pretty early, isn't it, to go soft, 15 overs.
There'll be a lot of spin today, I think.
Well, that's the thing, De Carey's
Yeah.
given that selection alongside Holman. Robson can turn his arm over as well.
Bit of leg spin, is he, Robson?
Yes.
Yes, he is. Helm bowls a little bit further, but again, it's equally a good line, and that's a good length as well. That's testing the batters, but as we say with this kookaburra ball, you won't be finding this ball seaming around as much. Not sure, it's probably a seaming around pitch anyway, this one. It's a little drier. And again, I think the preparation is being very much, and I haven't spoken to the groundsman about this, or groundsperson about this, well, some, but I would say that when you're thinking about the balls that are being used for these next 2 rounds of championship matches, then pitch preparation probably comes into it as well as Helm comes in. That's come back to Gubbins. He was leaving that, got wrapped on the hand. Unfortunately for him, it's gone to ground. That is a super ball. Now that has actually cut back. Well, that's a wicked delivery. Sure, if you're watching on the live picture feed, we'll get a replay of that. But anyway, that's probably the first real sign that we've seen the ball seam. I mean, they do every now and then, but they, as I say, you won't get the prolonged periods of the ball nipping around. Seriously good delivery, that one. My word, that thudded into the glove. As comes in again and bowls, and that's nipped back, and it's hit him on the top of the pad. That's a couple of serious deliveries there to end that over from Tom Helm. You might watch this one if you're watching the live picture feed. Have a look at this. Gubbins going to leave that one. It's bounced and nipped back. Super delivery.
Well, I mean, that's the thing about the kookaburra, isn't it? And on a dry surface like this as well, you'd expect at this stage that you can happily leave the ball on length as he did there. So it's a really interesting one for batters and bowlers, isn't it? I imagine that the batters will relish a round of kookaburra balls. See how they get on against them. Here's Weatherly facing up to Roland Jones, ready to go down to 3 slips now. Roland Jones protecting the covers. Max Holden, the man who vacated 4th, as Roland Jones bowls full straight on that off stump, and it's defended to Holden at cover. Holden, of course, can bowl a bit of off spin as well if required. It's a 4th spin option. Well, actually, you've got a plethora of bowling options in this game because Higgins is the 4th seamer. Bamber will be first change. Higgins, I'm sure if there is any swing at all to be had with this kookaburra, then he's the man most likely to find it.
That was a great ball to get Middleton out.
Roland Jones in bowls, and this is full to the right-handed Weatherly, pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. Well, yeah, I mean, he was. Roland Jones himself was traditionally a seam bowler, wasn't he? But he is down on pace slightly now. So we'll look for that little bit of movement through the air.
Yeah, definitely. Morning to Tim Jones, who's tweeted at Sunnet Sport. He's also tweeted you at Kevin Hand BBC. He says, morning Kevin and JMO, no better way to spend a sunny morning watching the stream and listening to you both. He says that's cheers from Southbourne, formerly of Enfield and Chersey.
Roland Jones bowls, and this is pushed away into the onside, just in front of the mid-on, so mid-wicket, so they'll pick up a single as Helm comes around from mid-on. Yes, remember Tim well, good morning to you.
Where's Chersey?
It's northwest of London, isn't it?
I don't know. I should know, shouldn't I?
Out past Buckinghamshire way, I guess.
Okay. I know Enfield very well. Isn't Enfield one of those areas where they've all gone parking app and you can't pay any other way?
At a meter, really?
Yeah, well, that is. Thank you. Emily's going to take over for you if you want to.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to go down and say hello to the Gubbinses.
Yes, off you go.
Aylesbury. Chersey is northwest of London, yeah.
Emily Windsor will take over from Kevin. Well, he goes and has a chat as Roland Jones comes in. Well, it's wide of off stump. He gets an inside edge past the diving Simpson, and that's going for 4. Now, that was a very wide, full delivery. And it just wrong-footed Simpson as he had to move to his left and then quickly change direction back to his right. Couldn't get down in time. And the Hampshire total moves on to 29 for 1, and Gubbins moves on to 11. Morning, Emily.
Good morning. What a lovely day it is here. Again, we seem to get the sun at the moment. The Ageas Bowl on Friday was an unbelievable experience. The weather was unbelievable. The cricket was unbelievable. But a change of format, a change of pace with the championship.
our commentary together was unbelievable.
You said that, not me.
It was. I enjoyed working alongside you that night. Mind you, I think it was difficult. It was one of those nights it was difficult not to enjoy. It doesn't matter what you were doing or whatever. It's Roland Jones, length ball, Gubbins forward. Goes out to Helm at mid-off. Yeah, one of those special nights, isn't it? I think when you look back over a season and you remember moments or you remember games, I think that's one that will stand out for 2023.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it was a must-win game as well for both Essex and Hampshire. So for Hampshire to get over the line in front of a very impressive crowd, it was a special evening, and it was a special week of T20 games. That Surrey Middlesex one as well.
Yes, I think we were all surprised with that one. Outside the off stump, that just about carried through to Simpson. End of the over, and Roland Jones has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 21, having picked up that wicket of Fletcher Middleton for 4, caught in the slips. Hampshire 29 for 1. Weatherly has 14, who has had a life. Dropped in the gully, went 5. Gubbins is 11.
Yeah, I think it's been a good start here for both sides, really. I think Middlesex will be happy with the early breakthrough. Fletcher Middleton's been important for Hampshire at the top of the order so far in the championship, been pretty consistent with his run scoring. He's averaging 35, scored 390 runs so far, but first season in this side he's been very impressive, so he'd definitely be one Middlesex would be happy to be back in the dressing room. As Helm will continue to the pavilion end into Weatherly bowls, and that's worked off his pads. Quick single, good running from Joe Weatherly. Here moved to 15, 30 for 1 Hampshire.
So you're in your Vipers training kit. Are you actually training today?
I'm going to do a bit of a run, Kev.
Are you?
But it's finding the right time, because that nursery ground that's to the left as we look just holds heat in there. So I feel like whenever I do it today with this beautiful weather, I feel like I'm going to end in a hot, sweaty mess. I have bought a change of clothes, you'll be pleased to know. Helm charging in past the umpire. Right arm over, that's cut. There's a mix-up. This is going to be run out if he hit. He didn't. Gubbins hit it to backward of points left. He's run. Joe Weatherly said no. They're almost holding hands in the middle of the pitch. Shy at the stumps and misses, thankfully, for Hampshire. That was a chance.
Well, I'm not sure how much time John Simpson had to get up to the stumps, but if he'd been over the stumps, that was it, he's gone. So a direct hit, all the keeper at the stumps, and Gubbins is finished. But wow, that was a complete miscommunication there, isn't it? That probably is Gubbins' call. That's just about gone in front of square.
Yeah. Would have been a tight run. Whether it was the right call, wrong call, we won't know, but Helm is in to Gubbins, that's driven. Mid-on, does the fielding. Be no run, 30 for 1. A dry pitch today. The pitch that they played on Friday was the one that I was expecting us to turn up and see them on, which was an absolutely belting T20 wicket. But they've opted for one slightly to the right as we look out from the hotel end.
Just off the hybrid pitches. You were saying that you can't play a hybrid in the championship. I didn't know that, actually.
No, I think there's a rule, because Hampshire nearly messed up in that first game. There's Helm to Gubbins, left alone outside the off stump. That's one of those good leaves.
It's a good line he's bowling as well, isn't he? Both to the right and left-handers.
For me, I was excited when I saw this morning. Obviously, Merta's a fantastic bowler, but I always enjoy watching Tom Helm bowl. I think he's a tall, really good action, good pace. Seen him more in white ball cricket, and we've done some commentary on those games, but he's a great fast bowler to watch, and I think on a pitch like this he can just bring something different. Nearly had the wicket of Joe Weatherly that was dropped when he was on 5, so he's bowled nicely so far as he's in again. Short ball. Gubbins ducks under that one, but that's what he brings, that extra bit of pace.
Well, this is only his 4th match in the championship this season. Incredibly though, when you actually bear in mind what we've seen so far in the 40 minutes worth of play this morning. His wickets have come at 51 apiece, which, wow, and yet you look at his career, his wickets come at 30 apiece, which actually, even when you look at 30 and you think, actually that guy's a better bowler than that, but 50 apiece this year. Obviously something's not happening for him.
Oh, a little scurry from the top of his mark. Going round the wicket to Gubbins now. He plays into the onside. Again, no run. 30 for 1. That's 10 overs gone. Good start for both sides. Hampshire winning the toss and choosing to bat. Not surprised on this type of day. And a drier pitch. Spin could be coming into the game later on. And interestingly, Mason Crane misses out. He was the 3rd spinner at Southport.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Well, it was an interesting one up there because clearly Lancashire felt that Seam was going to dominate the game, so they only played 1 spinner. Hampshire played 3. As it turned out, by the time you got through to day 4, the game was too far. You're too far into the game really to even really notice if the spinners might have come into it. As Roland Jones from our commentary end bowls, and that's a length ball which Weatherly comes forward to. Yes, Felix Organ got a career best 6 wickets, and it was turning a bit. It was turning mainly at Barker's rough, which usually happens when Organ bowls. But as I say, the game had just gone too quickly through the first 2.5 days or so to really know if 3 spinners were going to make an impression. It's really difficult because Mason now is not playing T20s, which has been the case in the past, where if he hasn't played Championship cricket, then he's always had T20 to fall on or fall back to, but he hasn't even got that now. John Turner has made a huge impression, although he's not playing in this game. Didn't play the last one either, but so you're right. I think they do want to play him. I think we know that. Oh, that's a good length ball. Just came back a fraction at Weatherly. Played it well. Played that very well indeed. Good probing delivery there from Roland Jones. I think it is a problem, isn't it, not getting him in the side for any format.
Yeah, and I think that's where in this country as well it's tough, isn't it, for leg spinners. I think for me, you see so many of them. Matt Parkinson, who's recently announced his move, hasn't he, down to Kent from Lancashire. They seem to get those highs. They get into England really quickly, and they seem to come down pretty quick as well. And interesting why that is the case.
Roland Jones into Weatherly. Weatherly drives out into the covers, not timed. Yeah, it's a difficult one in this game because it's a dry pitch, and both sides feel that the spinners are going to make an impression. Not least because the Kookaburra ball won't help the seamers as much, so that means that you then start to look at other areas where your bowlers would have an impression. But because this pitch is fairly dry, and if you're not playing your main spinners in this game, or as a spinner, or you think you're a main spinner, where are you going to play? As Roland Jones bowls, length ball, Weatherly quietly pushes that out on the offside. So I think probably it's difficult. It's different when you turn up and it's a green wicket or it's
early season.
The early season, you as a spinner, you think, well, if I play, it's a bit of a bonus, blah blah blah. But I think these conditions with this ball, this would be one where you'd expect to play. So the fact that if you're not, then yeah, I think they found the selection hard for this one, Hampshire. As Roland Jones bowls. Again, it's a good length ball. It's what you're used to from Roland Jones. He's very metronomic. He's very disciplined in his bowling. A bit like Murtagh, really.
Yeah, I feel like, though, that's the beauty of having like a good club like this. I think sometimes when you're playing in one of the better clubs, that selection is hard. And I don't envy A.D. Birrell and James Vince selecting the team. You look at Surrey, their lineup, they're signing yet more fantastic players. Dan Lawrence now been signed. The crop of players that you've got to choose from, not everyone can play.
Well, it's whether you're happy as a player, isn't it? Outside the off stump, left alone, and that's the end of the over. 30 for 1 here, Hampshire winning the toss, selecting to bat first. Of course, it comes down to the fact that where you want to play in a side where you might not always play regularly in, but actually have some real highs because the team usually wins a trophy or is there or thereabouts, or you go somewhere else where you play a lot more, but actually almost just become just one of those teams that sort of competes, but you don't really notice sometimes.
Yeah, and I think, it's hard for any player. I think as a professional cricketer, you want to play games of cricket. I feel like if you're sat on the bench and don't want to be playing, then there's something wrong. But at the end of the day, cricket's a team game, and the squads that tend to win trophies are the squads that have the biggest amount of depth. There's Helm into Gubbins. That's edge, but it's played down into the ground. A good hand. That third slip. So it'd just be a single. Gubbins onto 12, 31 for 1. So I think that's the balance that you get, and I think it's about getting it when you get that opportunity, is grabbing it with both hands. And I'm sure there will come a time this summer that Mason Crane does get an opportunity, and he's got to go and prove why he deserves to be in the side. And to be honest, if you're looking back for Hampshire in that T20 side, you look at John Turner, he was given an opportunity, probably a name that none of us would have put in the mix to be a first team in our best T20 11 at the start of the summer, and then all of a sudden he's our best seamer at the moment. He's a name that you can't drop, and he's done exactly that. He's in a squad with so much depth. He's been given an opportunity, he's grabbed it with both hands, and I think that's all you can do as a player. There's Helm, right arm over the wicket to Weatherly. That's pulled and caught! A short delivery by Tom Helm, and he's pulled it straight to square leg. If there wasn't in a ring circle, he would have been standing right on it. And that's a bit of a soft dismissal from Joe Weatherly. He's gone for 15 and the score 31 for 2.
Well, I don't think anybody would begrudge Tom Helm a wicket from the way he's bowled this morning, but I think Joe Weatherly will be very, very disappointed with that one, having already been dropped in the gully when on just 5. That's effectively a couple of innings for those 15. Didn't come out of the middle of the bat at all, did it really? It was a simple catch to square leg. Maybe not quite in the right position, wasn't really back on that to really pull that away on the leg side. But even so, it was kind of just sort of swatted, wasn't it, into the hands of square leg.
It's one of those that he looked like he didn't show that full intent. If he'd have swung and hit that harder, that would have flown away for 4. But Hampshire now 31 for 2, choosing to bat. Bit of a tricky situation, but how Middlesex have bowled up front this morning, credit to them. Roland Jones and Tom Helm together have built a partnership with the ball, but Joe Weatherly has to go.
Just going back to the Mason Crane situation, he has played the last 2 championship matches, which actually is one more than he played the whole of last year. He only played 1 championship match, so but I think a lot of people would say that it's not enough, and I'm sure he would himself would say that isn't as well. The new batter is the captain, James Vince, who is having a wonderful season all round in the T20s here, and also in the championship. He's actually 3rd on the Division 1 list currently. He's 579 runs. Tom Wesley leads the run scoring charts in Division 1, the Essex player. I was quite surprised actually when I had a look at that, 625. James Rue, the Somerset player, 598, the only 2 players that have got more runs. Thank you to Graham Snow, who's emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. We were talking about players that had actually gone from Hampshire to Middlesex. He's mentioned one that's gone from Middlesex to Hampshire. There's been quite a few over the years. He mentions Raj Maru. He's on the Isle of Wight, is Graham. But we're actually going the other way. Actually, he's come up with another one as Graham. Gone from Hampshire to Middlesex was Majib.
Oh yeah, and
correct. Good shout.
T20 cricket.
Good shout. I liked Majib.
Yeah, I loved Majib. He was hard to commentate on though, so I didn't like him in that sense because you didn't know which way it was turning, what he was going to bowl. We couldn't see that up here.
I've said it before, and apologies to anybody that's been listening regularly or even maybe in front of Emily, but Majib, when he was here, actually was playing in a side that wasn't doing great, so we never really saw his full potential.
Helm to Vince then, 2 slips, gully in place, bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. That's nipped back a little bit. Vince shoulders his arms.
That's a great first delivery and a good leave as well. That needed good judgment, didn't it?
And Vince is one of the players where he's been playing T20 cricket on Friday, smashing it around the park, and now he's got to change the colour of ball, see a red ball, to build on innings. He's got time to bat. I can't imagine it's an easy transition 2 days.
They must be really tired. I think these guys must be really tired, both sides.
Helm to Vince, and that's on his pads, and he's tried to work it on the onside. It just plays it back down the pitch. Will be no run.
Well, they both, I mean, both these sides within the last few days have played in massive T20 games. I mean, obviously Middlesex surprised themselves and surprised everybody else around the country by chasing down that huge Surrey total.
It's a mentality change, though. Like, not even the tiredness. You take that out of it. I think it's, everyone says cricket's cricket and you keep it simple and stuff, but it's very different styles of play as Helm into Vince. That's short and that's pulled down to fine leg. There's a fielder down there. They're going to think about 2. Good running by the captain, James Vince. Get 2 quite comfortably in the end. He's off the mark. 33 for 2. This, for me, Kev, is a big partnership for Hampshire. I think these 2, the leading run scorers for Hampshire at the moment, both incredible red ball cricketers. I think the Middlesex listeners will know how good Nick Gubbins is and what a prize wicket he is, but losing the 2 openers, I feel like these 2 need to put something together here from a Hampshire point of view. Someone stood up behind the bowler's arm, James Vince, asking him to sit down. There's a right arm over Helm into Vince, and that's played up to mid-on. They're going to come through for a quick single. They make it quite comfortably. Good intent, though, from James Vince, just in his running. He's on 3, and the score 34 for 2 of 12 overs.
Yeah, Gubbins 420 runs before this game, averaging 42. Vince averaging 72 with his
he's a bit good,
pass
isn't he?
forward. Well, he's just, I mean, you know, when you watch him in T20s, I mean, we had that stat, didn't we, on Friday night, with 5 out of 6 occasions. That's ahead of that Essex game last Friday, where Vince has scored 50 plus. Hampshire had won. Now he got 50 odd, didn't he? And he was out. And I think, if I'm honest, a few of us thought that was it. That was game up. But actually, Hampshire won it. So we're now talking of 6 of 7 occasions where Vince has scored 50 plus runs in the T20 this year. Hampshire won. So he is a crucial cog in the Hampshire batting lineup. The main cog, I have to say.
And I think in that sense as well, the reason you go on it, he's been so consistent this year for Hampshire in multiple formats, and I guess that's what you want from your top batters. I think other players have shown glimpses of what they can do.
It's Toby Rowland-Jones down the leg side, and that's clipped away by Vince. That'll go for 4. You really want to keep it tight to James Vince at the moment. He doesn't miss much. He moves on to 7, 38 for 2.
Yeah, that's just the wrong line from Rowland-Jones to Vince. I think early on in his innings, you're going to be wanting to target that 4th stump line, try and get him playing. But when a man's in that much form, if you stray onto his pads, he's going to punish you.
So he has Rowland-Jones and Tom Helm, the only 2 bowlers used by Middlesex so far. We've coming up to 55 minutes of play on day 1, as that's a fuller delivery, and it's straighter, but it's clipped away, this time in front of square, and that's 4 more. Well, there is no margin for error at all against this man.
Again, too straight for me there, Kev, against Vince early on in the innings. Hit that 4th stump line, but interestingly, watching on the replay, he's just walking at Rowland-Jones a little and on the line of off stump. So that ball, to be fair to Rowland-Jones, was 4th stump line, but Vince has come across and come at the ball.
Okay. Yeah.
So then
confidence. As Rowland-Jones comes in again, right arm over. Runs away from us and bowls. Length ball. Vince pushes that out towards mid-wicket. On the tweets, Nick at Sonnet Sport says, is it as breezy as it seems on the stream at the Ageas? I must admit, if it is breezy, we're not feeling too much in the Canberra gantry.
I reckon there is a bit of a breeze, because I feel like it's hot today, isn't it? But I feel like I'm not overheating up here at the moment. And looking at the trees to the left, just between us and the nursery ground, they're giving it a little sway.
Yeah. Yes. Jones, that's a good length ball. Vince is well in behind that one. Nick goes on to say, if so, can you try and send some down the coast of Bournemouth, please? Wow, it sounds like it's a swelter of a day in Bournemouth. That'll be good for the beach. Paul Williams has tweeted as well at Sonant Sport. He says, did you bowl with a kookaburra in New Zealand, Kev? Yes, I did, yeah. Nice to see the sun is shining as it is here. He's in Portugal as it is 39 degrees. He says he's got to sit in the cool and watch the live stream. Yeah, I was saying sort of right at the start, really. Yeah, bowled lots abroad with that. He's wrapped on the pad, but I think there may just have been an inside edge on that one as well.
Yeah, 2 noises there, but that's a better length, I think, from Roland Jones. Making it hard for James Vince. Need to consistently be in there outside the line as well, because he is coming across at Roland Jones.
Yeah.
Obviously full of confidence that if it's on his pads, he's going to hit it.
There is a man on the drive on the leg side, short mid-wicket. As Roland Jones comes into Vince once more and bowls. Vince clips that away straight to that man, but it's along the ground. End of the over. Roland Jones has completed 7 overs. He has 1 for 29. Tom Helm at the other end has 6 overs to his name. He has 1 for 13. 42 for 2. Vince has 11. Gubbins is 12. The 2 men out. Middleton for 4. And Joe Weatherly for 15. Weatherly had already had a life when he was on 5. On the emails, Jack Sanderson, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, loving the commentary. He says, I'm pretty sure Tom Barber went from Hampshire to Middlesex. But could be mistaken. You are not mistaken. He did. Left arm seamer. Went from Hampshire to Middlesex.
Then he went knots, didn't he?
He did. And seemingly disappeared a little bit, I think. I don't know what's happened to him. I haven't. Talking of somebody who people may have thought of disappeared, I spoke to yesterday afternoon, face to face, Sean Irvine.
He's golfer these days, isn't he? Is he still golfing?
Well, he was. He was telling me. He was. He tried to make his mark in the pro game, having finished with Hampshire.
Change of bowling from the pavilion end. Ethan Bamber comes into Gubbins. That's on a square length. And hit to square. Will be no run.
It was just before COVID, and he was playing on the MENA tour, which is the sort of Middle Eastern tour out Jordan way and what have you. But then COVID broke, so he said, well, for 2 years, you know, he couldn't carry on like that. So he was playing for Langley Manor yesterday. Just
I bet
outside
he tears
Tottenham.
that up, doesn't he?
Well, he didn't actually. When I went, he actually didn't bat because they won the game by about 9 wickets or something stupid.
Right arm round the wicket to Gubbins. That's down the leg side. An appeal from Thurslett, but seems to have hit nothing. Will be no run.
But he is. I didn't realise he's doing some coaching with the younger age groups here at Hampshire. So he is up at the ground from time to time, passing on that very vast experience that he has, and he was part of a very good one-day side here, wasn't he?
He was a good cricketer, Sean Irvine.
Seriously good cricketer, former Zimbabwean international.
Bamber with a little scurry then. 2 slips waiting as he bowls to Gubbins, who drives up to mid-off. Will be no run.
And he was telling me that, so he's doing a bit of that. He has, I think it's Class 2 HGV goods licence or HGV licence, so he's driving big trucks around. He's doing that. But he's obviously quite keen on the coaching side, because I think he's doing the next level of coaching, which he's hoping that may lead to, you know, maybe Zimbabwe coming calling one day, but he needs another level of his coaching certificate.
Bamber to Gubbins in defence. Big stride down the pitch from the left-handed bat. Not getting past that defence. 42 for 2.
But it's great to talk to him. And another man that was playing for Langley Manor that yesterday was Jack Campbell.
Left arm quick.
Young left arm quick, who apparently, because I got there after they'd bowled this other side out for not very many, was bowling left arm spin. And I said, what are you doing bowling left arm spin? Because you are a very talented left arm quick.
Bamber to Gubbins again, pushes into the offside to backward a point. Will be no run.
And I'm told that they have quotas now about the number of overs they can bowl. You know more about this than I do now. And so because he bowled his quota of last week, playing in the Hampshire second team or what have you.
Probably shouldn't have been bowling then. That's my physio point of view.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's allowed to bowl spin. So he was bowling left arm spin.
Wow. Any good?
I don't know. I didn't see it because I got there just as this other team were replying to this very small total.
What were you doing at Langley Manor, Kev? Were you having a little bowl and bat?
No, I wasn't.
Playing for the fourth?
I was having a beer.
Bamber into Gubbins, and that's in defence again. An appeal for LBW, very hopeful. Appealing that he's hit the pad first, but made an over from Bamber for his first one of the game. Hampshire 42 for 2.
Very quickly, because Kevin Hand is going to come in alongside you. In fact, what we'll do, I'll get you to move over if that's all right, Emily.
Change of ends, home and away here at the Ageas Bowl.
The reason I was there was I was invited by Woodsy, who's, as we often say on this programme, the plumber to the stars. And he sort of runs a lot of things there, along with one or two others. And he just said, come down. See, Sean Irvin's there. I was doing nothing yesterday afternoon. I thought, you know what, I'll go and have a wander. And that's why I was there, which is very unusual for me. Welcome back, Kevin Hand.
Thank you, Kevin James. Good to see you. You're off to say hello to Nick Gubbins' mum and dad, Richard and Carolyn, behind us. Apparently you're their favourite Kevin, which I don't know how much that's saying, but it does say that they like you more than me, JMO, so they've been desperate to meet you, sir. 42 for 2 then, Hampshire. Vince is on 11, Gubbins is on 12. They were really coming up to see you, Emily, but don't tell JMO. It's just that this is the way the mic swaps changed, so they're going to meet JMO first. But Gubbo's mum and dad, let's hope he doesn't get out while they stood next to us.
I'll tell you what, they don't look nervous watchers.
No, they're not.
If that was my parents, well, to be fair, my dad can barely watch when I bat.
Yeah.
And my mum can just about watch, but behind her eyes, they're so chilled.
No, very well measured. Oh, Josh de Carey's is into the attack to bowl a bit of off spin. 42 for 2, 14 overs gone. This is a big move.
Yeah,
very big move.
Interesting at Vince early in his innings.
De Carey's bowls, a length ball. Vince gets right in behind that and pushes back, and there's no run. Deep square set back. It's funny, isn't it? You kind of look to see who are the two outside the circle. Deep squares back. There's a slip in place, mid-off and mid-on. Here's de Carey's again, bowls, and pushed away into the offside, and then a little bit of fun. They're the standard ones, aren't they? Mid-off and mid-on, deep square, slip. There's a backward point. Covers short-ish. There's a short straight mid-wicket in Robson. There's an orthodox mid-wicket in Bamber. And there's a short fine leg in Holden on the sweep.
What I like about this cricket as well is because there is no circle, that mid-on is just hovering, isn't he?
Yeah. Slightly deeper, isn't he? As he may come into action here, but he won't, because Vince has launched that for 6. Just to where I went to meet the Gubbinses, actually, down the J stand, I think it is down there. Over long on. Luke Holman, the mid-on fielder, who just watched that, saw a nice use of the feet from Vince. 48 for 2, Hampshire. He's on to 17 with 6.
Well, he had a look at 2 balls. And then he got into T20 blast mode.
Well, it was funny because that first over went for 9 Roland Jones's, didn't it, this morning?
Yeah, Vince is definitely looking positive, that's for sure. 17 off just 13 deliveries. If it's there, he's putting his hands through it.
De Carey's bowls and swept to the short fine leg. Bottom part of the bat, it's a single that brings Gubbins on to strike for the first time, the left-hander. Warm ripple of applause there for that single. I was wondering if that brought up the Hampshire 50, but it moves them to 49 for 2. And Vince comes down to have a chat with Gubbins. This is a bold move to go so early with Bamber. We haven't even seen Higgins yet. If the ball's going to swing, it's going to do it early, isn't it, for the...
He's one of my favourite cricketers, Higgins.
Indeed, yeah.
I think, to be fair, every time we play against Higgins for Middlesex, he does very well. But I think he's just such a good watch. He's an all-action cricketer, I think.
Well,
with
he
both
is.
The ball and the bat. He's one you want to watch, that's for sure.
Always in the game, Ryan Higgins, for sure. They're going to get a short leg in, are they? Or a leg slip. Leg slip's got a helmet on, so we've got a slip and a leg slip for Gubbins. Helm, is it a very fine? Or has he gone off? He's gone off, hasn't he, Helm? So subfield has come on for Helm. As here's de Carey's bowls, and backing away, Gubbins cuts hard into the covers, bumps it away, one-handed stop. And a good stop as well, that, by Peter Milan coming around. I thought there'd be a comfortable single there, but Gubbins wasn't risking anything at that point.
After that miscommunication and near run out, he's been a bit more cautious.
De Carey's bowls, full. Gubbins pushes away. Did they think about it? I was so focused on Milan that I didn't. Did they think about the single at all there?
Not there, no. I think Gubbins called early. I don't know if you were here or...
I was in the elevator at that point, then I missed it.
Yeah, so there was a run-out chance where Gubbins hit it straight to the left of backward a point. Probably if they both went early, it would have been a tight single, but they would have made it. Joe Weatherly said no, and Gubbins was halfway down. So it was a shy at the stumps, a backward point. Would have been gone by a long way if they'd hit. But they didn't. So they're both still at the crease. But Gubbins just feels a little bit tentative with his running after that.
So yeah, the Gubbinses, they've got a link to them all. Higgins, well, they all grew up together, as I was saying. Nick Gubbins, Stephen Eskenazi, Tom Helm, Ryan Higgins, they were all a group that came through together for Middlesex. So a little band of brothers. But Nick's on the other side today.
Will he be getting stick? Are they that
yes,
side
lots,
of group?
Lots. I mean, good. They won't.
Friendly.
Yeah, it will. They'll be letting him know. There'll be little pressure points, won't there?
They know each other. They
Yeah.
know their weaknesses as Bamber comes from the pavilion end to Vince. Keeper up to the stumps, Simpson. To keep Vince in his crease, which I think is a good move.
I mean, when you know somebody well enough like that, it's only one word, isn't it? You could just chirp away like we're talking now, and they'll just drop one word, which all of a sudden, ping in the back of the mind goes off. So there'll be a little pressure point, I'm sure, that they'll know at the right time just to try and get at him, distract him, knock him out of his.
And I imagine as a player as well, when you've played for a club, when you come up against them, you've obviously made the decision to move. Do you just have that little extra bit where you want to do well? As Bamber into Vince in defence, back to mid-wicket will be no run.
Well, so often a player will leave because they were struggling to hold down a position or something, and then they want to really prove themselves, don't they? But Gubbins, again, Player of the Year when Middlesex won the title. Middlesex were desperate to keep him. Same as Higgins, when Higgins went to Gloucestershire. Middlesex were desperate. They're the two that got away, but Higgins is back after his stint in Bristol 2018 to 2021.
Bamber, right arm over the wicket. 2 slips are still in. That's to Vince on his pads. Hit cleanly down to a fine leg fielder. Just be a single. That's 50 up for Hampshire in the 16th over. 2 wickets down. Joe Weatherly and Fletcher Middleton, the 2 openers. 1 wicket apiece to the opening partnership of Helm and Roland Jones, who I thought bowled really tidily. Kev up front.
He did, and Helm impressed as well, didn't he? Helm is the man effectively that's in for Murtagh. Bamber and Roland Jones, you'd expected to hold their place. Helm, he and Murtagh are vying for a position at the moment, but this man's been the one who's been Mr. Reliable, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes with the Kookaburra, if he can be as tight as he's been so far.
Bamber to Gubbins, and that's a rack on the pad, but going down leg side, so will be no appeal for LBW and just a dot ball.
Bamber can be as miserly as Murtagh's been over the years. Many times with Murtagh you'll see 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 4, or something very low. Bamber's started to get towards that now. At times he can really settle into a spell with a great economy.
Does he ever take the new ball, or does he tend to be sort of that first change bowler?
Lords he will. When Roland Jones was injured in particular.
Bamber round the wicket to the left-hander, left alone outside the off stump, taken well by Simpson.
When they had the camera, the speed gun out for the Nottinghamshire game at Lords, Broad was playing. Bamber had hit the highest speed in that game.
Did he?
Yeah. Now I dare say that Broad was bowling well within himself. So Murtagh was backing for that one, I'm sure. I'm trying to think whether Helm would have played, because I think Helm would certainly push it up quicker than Bamber. Actually, no doubt he was, so he wasn't playing in that game.
Bamber in bowls, and that's the outside edge, but played soft hands by Gubbins, so will be no run. His family's still so chilled. They're not even watching him, to be honest with you.
They're here to see Kevin James, they really are. Honestly, all the messages that I got all the way through, it was all about meeting Kevin James. That was
Do they
it.
live locally now?
They do, Chichester.
Chichester.
Your way. You're on that way, in that direction, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm Portsmouth, so
Yeah.
just outside. I actually work in Chichester, so...
That was it. I knew there was some... Yeah. How far's Portsmouth to Chichester? It's only
20 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's sort of 20 minutes
James
to
Vince.
Portsmouth and then 20 minutes further on.
James Vince drive down the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, just one of those.
One over the top of the 6 over long on there a few moments ago. He's on strike, Vince, to the carries again. Deep mid-on in position now. Almost long on back there, isn't he, Holman? Almost back on the rope.
Seeing what they were going to do with that mid-wicket as well. They've got one sort of hovering. There's also... Well, there's 2 hovering, really.
Carries nice length, good line, just outside off. Giving it every chance to do something there. Nice pace on that one as well. Just lands the first ball there or thereabouts where he'll want to persevere against Vince. 19 from 18. Bowls again. This one just allows him to rock back outside the off stump and push away into the offside. Lots of talk about that in the test match from Peterson about Root playing spinners off the back foot, which was not the old way. It used to be get a long way forward, wasn't it, and take LBW out of the equation. You can't do that anymore because of DRS. As his De Carey's bowls, and Vince goes back again to this one, pushing back to the off spinner. But yeah, long on's back, a straight mid wicket, an orthodox mid wicket. So they're both quite straight there, aren't they? In that the orthodox isn't pushed any wider because of the presence of the straight mid wicket. As this ball's full and driven away, good stop by extra cover, which is Mark Stoneman, falling away to his right hand side. Had to remind myself who the number 11 is because Middlesex didn't play the last round of championship games, so it's been a long while since there's been a red ball in hand. That's Carey's. Slips in once more and bowls, and that's punched off the back foot for a single down to long on. 51 for 2, Vince to 20, 1 ball to come of the over. So the off spinner to the left-handed Gubbins. While I was popping down to pick up the Gubbinses, did dress sense come into it for J-Mo and I? Did you manage to get around to the pair of us dressing as a red ball?
Yeah, well, I haven't yet, but I feel like I missed the memo. Is this like the Red Bull gears?
Do you know, I actually turned up this morning and I was wearing the Middlesex top to do a piece for camera that I do for them in the morning for their social medias. Here's De Carey's bowls and this is push back and there's no run. So I was wearing that when I saw J-Mo. That is the end of the over. 51 for 2, Vince 20, Gubbins 12. And I saw the top he was wearing. I was thinking that's the same colour I've just taken off to put on the Middlesex top. And I thought, do I or don't I put back on the same top that I had on, which is almost identical to J-Mo's? I thought, you've got to do it, haven't you? Got to do it.
Got the same name, dressed the same.
Exactly. Well, you know, the same job. I'm following in the footsteps of Kevin James. Yeah, that's my
Did he bowl
life's
bat
ambition.
As well as him?
I was an all-rounder as well. There you go. You
go.
see, it's just not as good. He's got a few more first-class runs and wickets than I do. But yeah, and started at BBC Radio Solent.
There you go.
So.
You really are following in the footsteps.
Yeah, I just went the other way. I went up to Middlesex rather than from Middlesex down to Hampshire. That was the bit where I went wrong. Right, I went right.
Bamber then will continue to James Vince, who's on 20 not out as he bowls, and that's a bit of extra bounce there, but Vince gets on top of it and plays into the onside.
I'm just really interested that we haven't seen Higgins yet. I love seeing De Carey's on early, no two ways about that, but just interesting if this ball's going to swing before it does go soft. 15 overs, the ball goes soft, we're told, for the Kookaburra, but what'll be left of it when Higgins arrives in the middle?
To be honest, there's not really been all morning much movement in the air. To be honest, there hasn't been much here at the Ageas Bowl, whatever bowl they've been bowling with this year, as he's in again and in defence by James Vince. 51 for 2. Yeah, we've not seen much swing here at the Ageas Bowl so far this summer. Not excessive. I don't know if the weather conditions are playing on that. It's been a pretty beautiful summer so far. Was it April that was the horror month? And then it's been lovely with weather.
Actually, yeah, April it kind of did okay, didn't it? But the tracks are still pretty damp from what was it? March was the really bad one, wasn't it?
Bamber to Vince and plays back down the pitch. Will be no run. Of course it was, because there was no pre-season games, was there? Everyone was going to the championship pretty rusty. Did Middlesex get away this winter?
No. I think there was some talk about them going to Zimbabwe for an overseas at some point, but finances for all the counties are a problem at the moment, aren't they? The old overseas tours, long gone. Where did you go? You did go away somewhere, didn't you?
No, Vipers didn't actually.
Oh.
Hopefully we will this winter. We've been on to our director of cricket. There's Bamber in, and that's cut away beautifully by James Vince. Slightly short, bit of width. And Vince punishes to the boundary rope. He moves to 24, 55 for 2, Hampshire.
Even the Sunrisers got away this winter.
Sunrisers have actually got away twice.
Have they?
So they've literally just been, I think it was to Jersey or Guernsey, for they called it a mid-season, pre-season tour, because we had a bit of a gap between T20 and...
Where was the commentator's gig for that?
Yeah, I know.
Chelmsford I go for them, Wantage Road, these places I have to go and I don't get the overseas.
Bamber from the pavilion end to Vince again in defence this time. Will be no run.
Wow.
55 for 2. Yeah, it's been a lucky pre-season for the Sunrisers. They got away twice. It's actually the Southern Vipers' next game, 50 over game. Next weekend, next Sunday at Chelmsford. Vince poised at the top of his mark, then 2 slips in, 3 fielders in the offside, hovering as Bamber charges in to Vince, and that's on his pads but played up to mid-wicket. Will be no run. That's the end of the over. 18 overs gone. 55 for 2 Hampshire. Nick Gubbins alongside him on 12. I was just saying, our next Vipers game's at Chelmsford on next Sunday. Will you be there?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Is it the Kevin duo again? Oh, Kevin James, he's letting us down. You can't do the double outfit. Should all wear orange, I think, to that one. Sunrisers have a bit of orange. So.
Have we got to coordinate for every game we ever for the remainder of this game? JMO and
I'm expecting it. Day 3 is my next day. Kev washes it every night, hand washing as well, I bet.
Here's to Carey's slip and a leg slip in place for Gubbins, who's on 12. Well, his parents didn't talk him out when they were up here. They've done well. They've got out without taking his wicket as he's on the back foot, and he wristily whips this one into the onside to mid-wicket where Stoneman fields. The man who's replaced Gubbins, of course, at the top of the order, left-hander Mark Stoneman. Had Gubbins still have been at Middlesex, and I doubt they'd have gone for Stoneman, as this is given a bit of flight and this is pushed back. And there's no run. Actually, it was an all-family affair when I went downstairs to find the Gubbinses, because I met Peter Milan's wife, who was just alongside us, and nobody knew each other really. And I just caught out of the corner of my eye this morning Peter Milan with his family this morning having breakfast. As here's to Carey's bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside by Gubbins, but he'd used his feet and it actually ricocheted backward a point, so slid around to try and get hold of that, and Gubbins had to be quickly back into his crease as De Carey's steps in, bowls, and big stride from Gubbins, push back, and there's no run. So I did just quietly say, as I literally just said hello to Richard and Carolyn, Nick's mum and dad, Peter Milan's wife, they stood right next to us, so yeah, it was an all-family affair.
Never miss a trick, do you?
To meet the great and the good. Here's De Carey's, lots of flight on this one. It's clipped away by Gubbins, low full toss, and charging around from deep backward square leg is Helm. They've taken a couple. 57 for 2. I saw them out there, they're having a natter this morning. Helm and Gubbins. Again, Helm, Gubbins, Higgins, Eskenazi all coming through together. So, yeah, they were eyeing up the track this morning together, Helm and Gubbins. Wonder when the first words were exchanged.
Last night, probably.
Well, that's true. De Carey's bowls, and forward goes Gubbins again. Dabs this into the onside, and there's no run. 57 for 2 it is. Vince has 24, Gubbins 14. And we've had 19 overs bowled in the first hour and 18 minutes here at the Ageas. Hampshire winning the toss. No surprise at all that they've elected to bat first, and they'll try and boss the game from this position. And most especially boss it at the end in the 4th innings, where you'd expect Middlesex to be batting at that point in the 4th innings. And Dawson to bowl it, to bowl them to victory would be the plan, wouldn't it?
Well, Felix Organ got 6.
Well, indeed,
Southpaw.
yeah.
You can't write him off, but you're going very early with your predictions there.
Well, even if they were to have a great first innings here and boss the game, Middlesex will have a bit of a
Bamber to continue from the pavilion end into Vince, work to mid-on, will be no run.
A bit of a rough first innings themselves. It's not the kind of match where you'd enforce a follow-on. You go out and bat again because you don't want to bat last in it. You don't want to open up the opportunity that all of a sudden, having won the toss, batted first, then final day of the match, hold on, how's this happened? How are we batting last? So you know, it'll be Middlesex batting last on this for sure, unless, as you say, it's an innings victory to Middlesex. Oh, is that where you were going with it?
Yeah, exactly. We at this stage at 57 for 2, 19 overs got, and I'm keeping my predictions close to my chest as Bamber in, and that's in defence by Vince back down the pitch.
Well, it does have more of a test feel, this one, doesn't it? You know, 57 for 2, an hour and 20 gone. It's been the couple of early wickets that you kind of hope for when you're bowling, whether you've been asked to field or whether you've elected to. You still think first morning you're going to get a couple of wickets. It doesn't feel like a morning where Hampshire should be 4 or 5 down at lunch. It feels like a 2 down at lunch morning, a 4 down at tea. It's Fraser saying, you know, in Test cricket you put a side in, you'd have them 7 down overnight and you'd expect to knock them over the next morning.
Bamber to Vince, and in defence, back down the pitch again. Similar scores across the county circuit in Division 1. Somerset are batting first, they're 70 for 3. At Chelmsford, Essex 70 for 2 against Warwickshire. See, these are all games with this Kookaburra ball, the first round of championship games that's been trialled. Lancashire against Surrey, so that's quite a big game. 2 very good sides going head to head. At the Oval, 43 for 2 Lancashire, so Surrey with some early breakthroughs. There's Bamber in to Vince in defence again. In the final Division 1 game, Northants versus Kent. Northants are 65 for 3, so pretty similar scores around the circuit. No teams in real trouble early, but no teams really getting away either.
But yeah, it does. Like I say, it feels more like Test match cricket, this, doesn't it? It feels a little bit more like middle of the summer cricket, doesn't it? What we're used to in years gone by.
In for the long haul. Bamber to Vince off the back foot, but punches it up to mid-off. Will be no run. Tight bowling this from Bamber. 5 dot balls so far this over. He seems to hit his rhythm, hit that area. With Simpson up to the stumps, preventing Vince creating an angle by moving his feet or coming at the bowler. 57 for 2.
Plenty of chatter in the field, isn't there? Bamber is in his 4th over. He's only conceded 5 runs. This is what I was talking about. His economy can be so miserly.
Bamber, right arm over, and that's to Vince again, played to extra cover. So that's no run. That will be a maiden over from Bamber on my 1 ball too early.
No, he's called a no ball, has he? Oversteps. There's me talking about his miserly over rate, run rate.
Oh no.
Just handed him 2 runs.
And an extra ball.
Come on, Ethan. Interesting Simpson standing up here. Again, I mentioned that, well, he'll be the 2nd quickest Middlesex bowler today. Fuller, Abbots, Abbas, they'll all be quicker than Bamber.
59 for 2 then into Vince, and that's pushed up to mid-off. They're going to come through for a quick single. Good run from James Vince. He'll keep the strike then. He'll move to 25 and 60 for 2. I think the first few overs James Vince was at the crease, he was really, against Toby Rowland-Jones, really using his feet coming at the bowlers. So I think you had to do that as a keeper, stand up, because he was scoring so freely that way as well. So it's just taken those scoring options away from him. But it looks a good pitch to bat on so far. We're in the first innings, but a dry pitch. You've been down there at the ground, haven't you, Kev?
Yeah. Well, that was, first question to the Middlesex team. If you had a look at it, what's it like? Bone dry. Bone dry. And it does. It looks quite worn, doesn't it, this surface? Here's De Carey's bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. 60 for 2. Just the logical thought of it. You kind of look at the opposition. If you're Hampshire, or if I were Hampshire, who's coming? Right. Who have they got? What spinners? Holman, De Carey's. Okay, we've got Dawson and Organ. De Carey's bowls again, and Vince backs right up to this one and looks to turn him backward square on the leg side. A little bit of turn on that one. Kevin James has leapt to his feet to come and see if we can see a replay of it as well on the stream. I'll have to get my iPad out, because then you can scrub back and forward, can't you, on the streams to see the replays. As here goes De Carey's again, bowls, and right up there on this occasion, and onto the heel of Vince, who's able to turn it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But it just, logically thinking about it, if you were Hampshire, you'd say, right, who are the team that are going to come here for this Kookaburra game? It's Middlesex, right? What are their strengths? Seam bowling. What are their weaknesses? Well, they haven't got any experienced spinners. As here's De Carey's bowls again, and forward goes Vince defending. They've got Walla Luita, young Nathan Fernandez, who made his debut in the T20, 19-year-old. Luke Holman. Holman's got a 10-fer down at Hove. And a brilliant 10-fer to win a match where Middlesex had broken the record for their highest first-class score. Carries bowls, and this is eased away into the onside. Very much off the inside of the bat, though. That was the U's and the R's of the forward defence of Vince. And all the chat was on day one as Robson and Stoneman racking out, well, this is a flat one, it's going to be a draw. But young Holman spun Middlesex to victory in that. De Carey's Bowls. Oh, that's a sweet pickup from Vince. That's 6 more, and that's up onto the concourse, isn't it? Where's it landed? It's going up towards your sweet shop. Oh no, it was Melissa's. Melissa was ranting and raving about the sweet shop over there in the T20. But 6 more, 66 for 2. Vince moves to 31 from 41. Gubbins 14.
Tell you what, 2 very tight overs from Middlesex, Bamber and Cares, and then Vince just said, "Nah, I'm having none of that," and just swept it away. That was such a clean strike by James Vince. Shorter side as we look to our right, but that's still on a fair way. Just put the pressure back on the bowlers.
Oh, another man from the South Coast. Good morning to Derek Ravel in Hurstpier Point. Good morning, Kevin. Hope Middlesex luck changes. Well, 2 wins on their return to Division 1 so far. I'll take that, because the Nottinghamshire game, I didn't have the best of it for 3 days, and then the rain came down and Notts sportingly declared, looking at 16 points rather than 5, having dominated the match, hedging their bets that they could take those wickets. Middlesex got the runs, so have 2 wins coming into this one. Big game coming up against Northamptonshire at Merchant Taylor's School.
Bamber to continue to the pavilion end to Gubbins, and that bit of bounce again, but played down nicely into the pitch. No run from Gubbins.
And how much does their luck need to change? I mean, look, this is a very different format, and you know the gap each year kind of gets wider, doesn't it, from T20 to first class? Although saying that, we've seen 2 sixes from Vince early in his innings already.
How many of your players overlap? I think Hampshire have sort of a mix of really looking at this side, in the T20 side at the moment. Vince, Dawson and Fuller are the only bowlers that are players in that side as Bamber bowls, and that's pushed into the offside for no run. How many of yours overlap to that T20 side? Well,
I'll go through the 11 for you if you like. Starting with the openers, Robson and Stoneman. They're not T20 players for Middlesex, so no there. Milan is signed as an overseas for the entire season. Down to come in at 3 for Middlesex in this game. He played a few T20, but he hasn't played the last few, and I think that's because he had a hip injury in the winter. He's got a knee injury early this season, so I'd imagine they're thinking, look, they're not going to qualify from the blast, so you may as well rest him in that.
Bamber round the wicket to Gubbins, pulled away into the leg side. There's a fine leg on the boundary, so does the fielding. Will be 1 run to Gubbins. He's on 15, 67 for 2.
And I don't know that, but a bit like asking about the, what kind of pitch would you have for this game when you look at the visitors? Well, logic could tell you, let's have a spinning pitch because we've got better spinners than them, or more experienced spinners. And I don't know that with Milan, but logic would tell you, well, hold on, Middlesex aren't having the best of rides here in the T20. Milan's a key overseas player. Can help to do a good job in the One Day Cup as well, you'd imagine. So if he's going to have a little bit of a break, give it to him in the blast.
Bamber over the wicket now to Vince. Bowls, and that's driven sweetly through the covers from James Vince. If you think of James Vince and you think of a cricket shot, that's the one you think of. He's on to 35, 71 for 2.
Lovely, lovely shot by Vince. So Robson, Stoneman, Milan, they're not T20 players. Holden, very much now a T20 player. And a bit like Eskenazi, when Holden and Eskenazi came on, they were nailed in for the championship side, and he thought, can't really see them holding down a place in the T20. Well, the tables have turned fully. Both first names on the team sheet for T20 now.
Bamber to Vince, this time length and played into the onside, will be no run.
And Holden has dropped to the middle order to number 4, which I have to admit I really didn't think was the right call at all, but it's worked out for him for sure. Century against Kent. The theory being they want him to play the spin in the middle overs. Well, they're going to need him for this one here, aren't they? What you'd imagine is a surface that'll spin more as the game goes on. Simpson, 100 player of course. Ryan Higgins, similarly 100 player. Luke Holman, I think needs must really with Luke.
Bamber to Vince in defence, pushed into the offside, no run.
He's an all-format cricketer, yes, because he's a good all-rounder as well. He got some great runs at Canterbury the other evening. That was the end of the over, wasn't it? 71 for 2, nattering away. So Holman, yes, he is, but he's got a bit to prove, I think, particularly with the ball in T20. Ideally, I think you'd really like him learning his trade in this, and this is going to be the perfect pitch for him to do it. De Carey's, he's come in, but again, is it kind of needs must that he's come in as that spinner? He hasn't really batted in the blast this campaign, or not up the order anyway. So he's been playing very much as a spinner when required in the blast, but they've got Fernandez and Walla Luisa as well. Roland Jones, first class cricketer. Helm is a blast cricketer, and Bamber, no T20 for Bamber either. So yeah, split down the middle. It's about 50-50 there, isn't it, I'd say?
Yeah, you've probably got slightly more, I'd say, than the Hampshire lineup, but
what, T20 players?
Yeah, we've Hampshire just 3 in the team.
Yeah. Carries around the wicket, bowls, and Gubbins pushes back, and there's no run. Who are the 3?
4, sorry, actually. Joe Weatherly at the top, he plays and bats in the middle order for Hampshire. James Vince, Liam Dawson, obviously, and then James Fuller.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Carries a lot of flight on this, and it's driven to mid-on by Gubbins, no run once more.
But I could be wrong, but I think you're right in the fact that the teams are almost, as the game's going, getting more and more separate, because I felt like there would have been a period where the Hampshire Championship side would have looked more similar to the T20 side. But there's obviously some specialist and white ball only cricketers. Ross Whiteley, one of those for Hampshire, that plays just in the T20 game. Benny Howell as well.
This is driven beautifully through the covers by Gubbins. Snap of the wrist really on that after carries. In between cover and extra cover. Lovely shot, crisply through the covers that one goes. Gubbins onto 19.
Do you have any white ball only contracts at Middlesex?
No, Souter used to be, and of course he's moved on now and is doing very well up at Durham, isn't he? No, generally they're all full-time contracts. It's an interesting one, isn't it? White ball contract versus full-time. Carries. Oh, puts a little bit more pace on that one, I fancy, and he gets a thick edge all along the floor, backward a point by Gubbins, whose body is opening towards the onside. But crucially, kept that bat face open, so it was more of an edge than a genuine edge than a leading edge.
Yeah, Gubbins plays that well, I think, so far this season. He plays with very soft hands, doesn't he, against the seamers as well. When he does nick one, it tends to bounce before the slip cordon. So he's playing nicely here. Good partnership by Vince and Gubbins so far.
Carries a lot of flight, bowls, it's bumped back by Vince, and there's no run. 76 for 2. Who's off, is it?
Me.
It's you.
I'm off for lunch.
Ooh, and the atrium. You're going to get in early.
Over the other side, yeah. I'll probably eat yours as well while I'm over there.
Here's De Carey's bowls, a lot of flight. Oh, now that wraps on the pads from right arm around the end. Vince has gone, LBW. Look at the celebration of De Carey's, races away in delight. He was brought on early for the left-handed Gubbins, but also to test Vince. And Vince departs for 35. Right arm around the wicket, the off-spinner to the right-hander, who plays around a full and straight one. And De Carey's has his reward. Middlesex have a third. Hampshire, 76 for 3.
Yeah, big blow that for Hampshire. De Care's just changing his angle, coming round the wicket. Vince doesn't look too happy with that dismissal, but De Care's nice and full. James Vince misses out, but a great wicket for Middlesex to pick up, and a partnership that was building and scoring quickly. Vince has to go, the man in form for Hampshire. It will bring a bit of stability to the crease with Ben Brown. But again, another important partnership between these two needs to build. But a great wicket for De Cares, and he enjoyed that one, that's for sure.
So, what a big wicket that is. All of a sudden, we said it's not really a 4 or 5 down morning for Hampshire, is it? But that just opens a chance for Middlesex before lunch now. Having won the toss, elected to bat first, no surprise whatsoever from Hampshire. But whenever you do that, it opens the opportunity, doesn't it, for the opposition to try and get an early upper hand in a morning session of a game, and that's what Middlesex will be thinking about now. As Ben Brown, a wonderful cricketer, fine first-class average, comes out to bat and joins Nick Gubbins. So much rests on his shoulders. 2 imported talents, one from Middlesex, one from Sussex. And they've got to come together now for Hampshire. Welcome back, Kevin James. That was a huge wicket. I haven't seen the replay.
Well, I have.
Go on. Pitching outside leg, or?
No, Listen, I think it's one of those you probably need to watch 3 or 4 times and you may not even be convinced. But from round the wicket, that has got to pitch and it's got to straighten.
Yeah.
Is that straightening enough? You know, the angle of the ball is going across the right-hander. You know, that may have pitched in line, may have done. But is it really straightening enough? Watch it again if you're watching on the live picture feed. The umpire, unfortunately, is a little bit in the way, but I mean, I take
what you're saying about it's got to do a lot, hasn't it? It's got to straighten a lot. And if we put it into another context, and I speak to Nick Gubbins over the years when he talks about as a left-hander playing a right arm around the wicket off spinner, just talking about the purchase and the grip that ball's got to get to straighten on the left-hander, but similarly so for the right-hander. In the same way for the right-hander, it's still got to do a lot, hasn't it, to straighten?
That's the thing. Is it doing enough? Here's Bamber around the wicket to Gubbins, who prods forward, goes up towards mid-on. I think it's one of those, again, where you can make a case either way, but I think it's got to be, you know, the umpire's got to decide, and he obviously has.
Umpire Blackwell
has
Nigel
decided
Long's
that
at
it
the
has
end.
straightened enough, and that's fair enough if that's what he thinks. I think you can make a case either way, if I'm honest, that one. Let us know what you think at Sun and Sport, sunandcricket@gmail.com, at Kevin Hand BBC.
You've got a new tweeter and emailer now as well, haven't you?
Have we? It's down the leg side. Good take, Simpson.
Richard Gubbins. You'll hear from him every day now.
Yeah, he said, well, I'm surprised that he hasn't in the past, but obviously didn't know.
Hey, he listens to you all the time.
Is he?
But it's just one of those things you do, you know.
Well, he's got so used to dealing with yourself, and of course, to be honest, the rest of us pale into insignificance.
He's been put off by emailing and tweeting me over the years that he hasn't bothered with you yet.
Well, I haven't had a straight answer yet, so how am I going to get one? 76 for 3 then. That is a big blow. Whatever you think of that LBW, it's a big blow. Here's Bamber, bowls. That's a full delivery as Gubbins pushes down on that one, works it up to mid-on.
So basically what you're suggesting, J-Mo, is that as a former tweaker, Ian Blackwell has given the benefit of the doubt to the spinner there rather than the batter.
Well,
slow left arm, wasn't he, Ian Blackwell? Middle order batter. He was a tweaker.
I'd like to think that an umpire doesn't give the benefit of the doubt to
No.
the bowler. That first and foremost.
No, I'm being mischievous.
I know.
But
that shouldn't be the case. I don't know. As I say, I think you can make a case either way. Gubbins forward up to mid-on. It's not, for me, it's not stone dead.
I think that can certainly be argued. Because as you say, the natural angle of it, right arm around the wicket. I'll have to have a look again and just see where he was in the crease as well when he delivers, because wide on the crease, that creates an even bigger angle, doesn't it, across the left-hander. As I say, for the right-hander, sorry, but even when it's a left-hander batting, you know, they're thinking that ball's really going to have to do something. Right arm around the wicket and off-spinner to a left-hander. To get me LBW, it's really going to have to do a lot, and the case similarly stands for a right-hander. Because of that angle wide on the crease around the wicket, that you've got to get the ball to pitch and straighten.
And it's such a big wicket from a Hampshire point of view. James Vince, I'm not saying the others aren't, but it's such a key wicket. Here's that Bamber. He's over the wicket to Gubbins. Oh, that bounced a bit.
Yeah.
He's worked it up to mid-on somehow, but wasn't conventionally.
It almost made it happen in slow motion, because the extra bounce, as it climbed on him, it just didn't reach the bat as quickly as Gubbins realised. And certainly for me, I thought, oh, he's edged it, because I thought that was the extra bounce. Took so long to get to the bat then.
I think the dry nature of the pitch will produce odd variations at times.
I think we're going to have a good game over the 4 days here, don't you?
I think you're right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, games don't tend to go all 4 days here anyway. But maybe for a different reason here. There's Bamber bowls its way outside off stump, and Gubbins leaves alone. Bamber's bowled a maiden over there. 2 maidens in his 6 overs to date. Hampshire 76 for 3.
Well, he's the kind of bowler in this match, you know, a Kookaburra match. If the ball isn't doing much, they'll hope that he can go through at that economy rate of even tighter than 2s, to be honest. He's gone, 9 for 13 off his 6 so far. So, you know, they'll have a role in mind for him. Who's gone over to have a chat with him? Is that Ryan Higgins having a natter with Bamber, just giving him a pat on the back? Again, we'll expect to see Higgins in. But a word for De Carey's, you know, the young spinner who's come in for Stephen Eskenazi, which was a big call by Middlesex at the toss. You know, and Eskenazi, I'm sure, quite rightly, will be feeling a bit hard done by. But they've gone for a second spinner in De Carey's, and they've gone to him first, ahead of Holman. Look at him out there now. He's full of enthusiasm, full of confidence, orchestrating that field, isn't he, young man?
That's only his 2nd wicket this season, isn't it?
Yeah. It'll be his first, won't it?
First wicket. No, he's had 1 wicket. He's got 1 wicket. He's only got 1 in total, actually.
Yeah.
So that's only his second ever first-class wicket.
Yeah. He's in now, bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump, and there's no run. This is his first championship appearance this season.
Yeah.
For De Carey's.
Well, his 1 wicket previously cost him 160 runs, and he's now picked up the wicket of James Vince.
Yeah, he's kicked on a lot as a spinner for sure. As this is tickled away into the onside, there's no run. Throwing the ball in T20, and he's done a really, really good job. Of course, his father Michael was a leg spinner, wasn't he? But back injuries prevented him bowling as much as he'd have liked. As forward goes Brown, pushing away into the offside. 76 for 3. Very occasionally saw him turn his arm over in Test cricket, didn't you? Yeah.
So his 6th first-class match, and he'd only taken 1 wicket previously. Wow.
And he comes. Bowls and... Oh, now! Big appeal. He's got a big stride in there, Ben Brown, and that's what saved him. He's a long way forward, and he's outside the line of off-stump for me. Have a look at the replay. He's batting a fair way across the leg, isn't he? But my feeling was he was a long way outside off. Yes, he is. Miles outside off. Carries up to the crease. Bowls and forward goes Brown defending that one. And a dot ball.
This is definitely a game for the spinners, isn't it, really? And poor old Mason Crane.
I was really, really surprised that Crane didn't play. And I imagine Hampshire probably regretting it right now as De Carey's bowls, and over the top this is worked to mid-wicket where Robson fields, who may well bowl a bit of leg spin at some point, and we still haven't even seen Luke Holman, which is why we're talking about De Carey. So well done him, moving on from whether the batter should have had the benefit of the doubt, but well done De Carey's. How many has he had now? Maiden over there, 6 overs, 1 for 21, 1 maiden. And he's done an excellent job for his side, coming on so early. And here's Higgins, the man who, you might have thought he'll be the man replacing Roland Jones down below us at the hotel end here, but Higgins instead will replace Bamber, and it looks as though Middlesex have already decided this is the spinner's end, and the seamers all rotate at the pavilion.
Yeah. Well, the good news is we shouldn't be hanging around too long tonight as well, as much as anything. Steve Dunphy has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi all. He says he's loving the coverage on the live stream. Thank you very much, Stephen. Peter Chapman goes back to my lunch choice where I said I'd have Cornish pasty. Well, Peter's in Penzance. So naturally, he says an excellent choice. Thank you very much. silentcricket@gmail.com to get in touch. That's Solent Sport on the Twitter feed, or at Kevin Hand.
BBC, yeah.
BBC. He's still a BBC employee, chaps and ladies. Here's Higgins then with his right arm medium paces. That's worked up to mid-on by Gubbins. So the 3 batters out so far. Fletcher Middleton for 4, Joe Weatherly 15, Vince for 35.
This will be interesting, Higgins, now, because we said it will maybe do a bit for 15 overs and then it will go pretty soft. Now whether it will still swing after those 15 overs, we saw a little bit of swing for Roland Jones this morning, didn't we?
Yeah.
But Higgins, if anybody's going to find some swing, it'll be him. But the ball's 26 overs old now, so in the natural life of most kookaburras, it's already soft.
Yeah.
As we are told, and as you've experienced yourself playing with them overseas. So for Higgins, will there be any swing at this stage? It's the other thing which we don't often talk about. In Championship cricket in particular, sometimes in Test cricket, but on harder, drier surfaces in Test cricket. But in Championship cricket, we very rarely talk about reverse swing, but that's for much later on in the piece, you'd have thought.
Sure. From the pavilion end then, here comes Higgins again. Gubbins driving uppishly, just about finds the gap between the man at short extra cover and wide mid-off. But he was pushing at that one. It was in the air, but just short of the man. Short in.
As you may or may not have heard from Richard and Carolyn, Nick Gubbins' parents over there, Ryan Higgins is another of their adopted sons, Eskenazi, Higgins and Helm. So I don't think we saw Helm bowl to Higgins, did we? Might just have done. Helm bowl to Gubbins at the end of his opening spell. Just maybe, actually, he was in for a bit. But certainly Higgins to Gubbins will be a fair old tussle, you'd fancy. The pair of them out there will be really looking for some bragging rights.
He's in again, is Higgins. Bowling to Ben Brown. Brown gets a slight edge on that one. It's going down towards third, and that will get 4. And Brown gets off the mark. And that takes Hampshire on to 81 for 3. Ben Brown this season, 272 runs before today, averaging 27. Well done on his career of 39. Having a decent season, couple of half centuries, but including a very good 90 against Surrey at the Oval. But not quite as his fluent batting self this season, I think it would be fair to say. But well bowled Ryan Higgins. Now the first slip has gone to third, so there is a gap between 1 and 3 as Higgins comes in, and that may just have fractionally left Ben Brown off the pitch. 81 for 3. Gubbins working hard for his 21. That's off 52.
Oh, there's Emily Windsor going up the steps at the far end. The players you see us hopping up by the away dressing room, off to get our lunch early.
Loitering around the opposition team.
Yeah.
That's an area where you'd be anyway, around that area, as that's pushed up towards mid-off. She'll be in early for the lunch. Oh no, she's not walking towards the lunch area.
Yeah, she's out the back of the atrium, isn't she? She's turning right now into the atrium.
Back into the pavilion, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask her, if they do takeaway boxes, could you bring mine back? Save me the walk all the way over there.
You can't be bothered to go over there.
That's a long way, isn't it? In this heat.
You can't be bothered?
I think I will.
You'll have to. Otherwise you won't get fed. As Brown gets a good length ball, prods it back to the bowler. I can't be bothered to bring it back then. If you can't be bothered to walk over, I can't be bothered to bring it back.
Well, I was thinking I got Emily the coffee, so she might bring me back the burger and chips takeaway. There's a lot of people interested to hear about this bean burger, actually.
Is that?
It's got a little bit of chat at the bean burger.
Are you going to be the taste test?
Yeah, you and me will be celebrity master chef. I'll slice it up, you and Emily can have a go as well.
End of the over there. 81 for 3. It's been fairly slow going. I think Middlesex have bowled pretty well this morning.
Well, I think it's been really good first class cricket, hasn't it? Hampshire would just be a little bit wary of losing that 4th wicket this morning. But again, the big thing here for Hampshire is, or the big thing at the toss was who's going to bat last. So that's the first battle one of this game, isn't it?
Yeah,
get in the call.
To bat,
yeah.
Well, when you pick 2 spinners, you usually look into bat first, aren't you?
And as we say now, to anything, they might really be regretting not picking Crane. You see that how De Carey's has gone, who's continuing down below us. I just double checked to make sure it is his first game of the season in the first class game. He's played in the T20s for Middlesex this summer, and he's played 7 of them now, and he's picked up a wicket a game. In fact, he got 2 for 34 against Hampshire, didn't he, in the game at Radlett, the T20. As his right arm around the wicket, slip in place. So other than that, he's only missed out on picking up a wicket once in the T20 this year, and that was at Surrey, none for 23. But other than that, a wicket in every game and 2 for 34 against Hampshire. With the bat, he got 28 against Kent the other night as Middlesex was skittled, chasing a very big score again, 228 posted by Kent.
He only averages 12, so I don't think we need to worry too much about him.
Yes, De Carey's, he's in, bowls, and this ball's cut into the ground by Gubbins into the offside. Careful now, Michael will be tuned in right now. He'll be listening.
Well, I'm sure he would agree. I'd hope he would agree. Whoever it is averaging 12, not sure there's somebody you need to worry too much about.
He's in once more to Carey's bowls, and this ball's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Well, no, he came in as opener last year. He's a big run scorer at Radlett. Radlett's his local club. He racks up the runs for them, and he was opening alongside Stoneman on debut. And Stoneman ran, and actually was that debut. I'll have to double check that now. This is past the edge, just floats past the edge. That's a beaut. Right arm around to the left-handed Gubbins. Lovely ball.
That is a beaut. He seems to have found the right pace as well, which is also important. It's one thing for the wickets turning. Ooh, that's a beauty.
He grabbed the headlines when he made his debut in first class cricket. And it wasn't a first class game, it was against Yorkshire, but it doesn't hold first class anymore. As forward goes, Gubbins pushing back, and there's no run for Leeds Bradford, was it? His uni. Scored a century against Yorkshire, opening the innings for them. And yeah, he made his debut against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham in first class cricket, but then his first match last year, I think it was, as forward goes, Gubbins again pushes back into the offside. He was opening up with Stoneman, and Stoneman ran him out, pushed a single that wasn't there to Luke Fletcher at mid-off. And Fletcher, who in that match scored a 50 at 11, and he scored a 50 at number 1, because he was night watchman in the second innings, and he scored a 50. I think he's the first batter to do it. Carey's drags this down, and it's punched away off the back foot with the sweeper's back. Milan, so it's just a single for Gubbins, who moves to 22. 82 for 3, end of the over. Gubbins keeps the strike. Brown has 4. But yeah, he was run out. He pushed it to Fletcher, and Fletcher swooped in at mid-on, I'm going to say. Pick up, turn, threw down the stumps, and he absolutely, what do they call him, the Bulwell bomber, and I'm pretty sure he had the arms going either side, and he was away, flying in celebration as he threw down the stumps, and poor old Josh Carey's run out. I mean, in Stoneman's defence, to be fair, he probably pushed the single and thought Fletcher. A great piece of fielding, but yeah, he's a very good opening bat. And actually, Cricinfo quotes an interview that I did with him in his bio, asking him about his comparison with his dad.
Here's Higgins to Gubbins on the line of leg stump, flicked away. There's a fielder out deep, square. Gubbins moves on to 23, and it's 83 for 3.
Let's have a look. It says he was asked by the BBC about comparisons with his dad, and he says, from what I can see, he just blocks the XXX out of it, which is pretty similar to me. So there you go. Oh, he's got a few more shots than that. He played a T20, a little cameo in a T20 in that match at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. The T20 and the Championship game were plugged together, and yeah, the shots came out in that one.
Higgins, who has a man on the drive on the leg side, comes in and bowls. Brown drives through extra cover. That's a lovely shot. That'll be 4. Just slightly over pitched there from Ryan Higgins. I think the man on the drive needs to be on the offside rather than the leg side.
And just in case he gets a century here, what's the email so Athers can email in and say you don't have to worry about a fellow who averages 12?
silentcricket@gmail.com. I'm sure he's made a mental note of it this week. 87 for 3.
It was noted how relaxed Nick Gubbins' parents were down the end there by Emily Wynne. She said they're not even watching him. I said, they're only here to talk to Kevin James. They're not here to watch Nick.
Sure, that's not true. He gets an edge, just falls short of first slip. Good bowling, good response there from Higgins.
No, it is. They love you. They do. They absolutely love you. They've been messaging for a while, and they said, yeah, we'll be down at the Ageas. I'd love to meet Kevin. We listen to him all the time. We haven't met him yet.
Never meet your heroes. If they don't come up again, I know how disappointed they'll be, or were. Brown finds the gap square on the leg side. Will pick up a single and moves on to 9. It's tough going for Hampshire this morning. This wicket has started dry, of course, with the Kookaburra ball as well, which means the seamers are probably slightly less effective than otherwise they would be with a ball with a bit more of a pronounced seam. So the emphasis is a little bit more on spin, and Josh DeCaries has done a particularly good job bowling from our commentary end. 7 overs, 1 for 22. The big wicket of James Vince earlier. As Higgins comes in the game, Gubbins clips that away to the man short mid wicket. There is actually a silly short extra cover now for Gubbins. Didn't have one for Ben Brown, but they do have one for the left-hander. Actually, on both sides of the wicket, there are fielders on the drive. It's 88 for 3. We've got 7 minutes to go until lunch. Hampshire winning the toss, selecting to bat first. Here's Higgins again. Gubbins watchfully plays that out on the onside, and Higgins has completed 2 overs, none for 11. Just watching to my right here, there's I presume a dad and his boy playing a bit of cricket using the scoreboard to our right, either as a back drop or a backstop, really, in case he misses. But if it's a wicket behind him, it's the biggest wicket ever. But just loving watching them play there. Boy in the red shirt and dad in a blue, enjoying a bit of fun time on the bone.
It's Carey's to Brown on 9 from 13. Gubbins 23. Kevin James, myself, Kevin Hand, Emily Windsor as well. BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London, BBC Sport website and app. As here's a lot of flight on this one, and dabbed in defence by Brown into the onside from a long way outside the off stump. as he dropped the bat down on that one. If you're watching on the Hampshire stream as well, which is where you can see us, then you'll have seen that one really did get taken from a long way outside off to fall away, dabbed into the onside by Brown. That just tells you a little bit of what's going on out there.
Yeah, it's definitely been turning, isn't it? De Carey's is finding the odd one really gripping. And there's not even any rough outside the off stump yet.
Slipping a short leg as De Carey's will bowl to Brown once more. And a reverse sweep from Brown, through to Simpson it goes. Bale's whipped off. But that short leg coming in as a result of that last ball that was dabbed from a long way outside off into the onside. So clearly enough happening out there for Middlesex, and a reverse sweep from Brown early on. Not a T20 player for Hampshire, Brown.
No, he's not. Hasn't played one.
Brown awaits as De Carey's bowls, and there you go, straight to short leg, hands on head. Now whether it carried or not to the left hand of Sam Robson, crouched down at short leg. We'll have to see if the replay will reveal that at all. It probably won't, because it all happened so quickly, but goodness me, there's a lot in play on the first morning here. De Carey's lots of flight, solid defence from Brown, back up the track to him. Runs should be at a premium in this match. I think we can pretty much say that now. The fact that young De Carey's inexperienced young spinner given the nod ahead of the vice captain for the championship side, the T20 captain who threw the ball so many times to De Carey's throughout the blast, and in the power play, he'd bowled a couple of power play overs, young off spinner. Round the wicket to Brown, and Brown over the top of that one will pick up a single through point. 89 for 3. One to come of the over, so he'll have a go. He'll remain around the wicket now with the left-hander coming on strike, Gubbins.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? With a spinner having such a influence. It's so early on day one here at the Ageas.
And then we haven't seen Holman yet. There'll be one more over before lunch. Mr. Carey's bowls a flatter delivery, turned to mid-wicket by Gubbins, no run. 89 for 3, Brown has 10, Gubbins has 23. And 3 minutes to lunch, Higgins to bowl it. I think he's very quickly taken off his cap there to make sure that there's no decision by Roland Jones at all to say, oh, go on, Luke, have an over before lunch.
Yeah, even if he was thinking it's too late, he's back at his mark. So it's a very interesting situation. As I say, there are a couple of different scenarios going into this match. One, of course, is that we're playing with the Kookaburra ball, so that for me has definitely influenced the way maybe the preparation of this pitch has been thought about beforehand. It is dry. Because really the seamers with a Kookaburra ball will have less of a influence in this game, so you have to think more about the spinners, and I guess that's what the whole idea of this experiment is, as Brown pushes that towards mid-wicket. It's the whole idea, is getting the spinners more into the game, but I'm sure Mason Crane doesn't see it that way. Probably a game that he would have expected to be playing, but with Hampshire playing 3 spinners in their last game, felt that maybe that was a little too many this time around, but if anything, the conditions here are probably suiting a side having 3 spinners. But that's the call Hampshire have made. James Fuller coming back into the side. Brown tucks that away behind square on the leg side, runs the first one quickly. They'll have to settle for 1, 90 for 3.
Well, similar for dropping Murtagh, which, again, on a surface like this, you can probably understand. They've gone for Helm, Middlesex. He's got a bit of extra pace, a bit of extra bounce, and if the ball is going to be soft, then you're just looking for somebody who can slip in that quicker delivery that just might catch the batter off guard slightly, which is Fuller, basically, that X factor. And of course he's had some moments against Middlesex, hasn't he, since leaving them.
He's become a very good player here.
Didn't he pick up 6 for?
When?
Against Middlesex.
As Gubbins pushes forward up to mid-off.
Was it a T20? He went through him in a game,
6 for here, against us, a few years back, 5-6 years back. 6 for 28, I think it was, off the top of my head. Played a super cameo here Friday night to get Hampshire over the line, following up from James Vince's 50 earlier. Gubbins again as Higgins comes in. He's gone for the full delivery. It's a no ball. Signal by umpire Nigel Long at the far end. Hampshire move on to 91 for 3. Higgins just questioning where his front foot has landed. Asking the umpire, can you please clarify that for me? Because I'm looking at the line. So Nigel Long says, look, there it is. So we're in the 30th over, so it'll be exactly 15 overs an hour that Middlesex are bowling at. That's even with the Careys having bowled 8 overs of spin. So I'm not so sure the over rate is that brilliant. I mean, you'd almost expect 28 overs or so going into lunch. It's going to be 2 more than that as Gubbins drives, not timed, gone out to point. Well stopped.
Well, this would be huge, wouldn't it, if Higgins could pick up his old mate Gubbins just before lunch.
Of course, Higgins was at Middlesex before he went off to Gloucestershire, and then he's back again. Middlesex between 2014 and 2017. Gloucestershire 18 to 22. Back with Middlesex this summer.
When's Gubbins coming back? When are you coming back, Chamo?
What, as a commentator? Outside the off stump, and that's left alone.
Not quickly enough, say all the Middlesex lot.
You've got it sewn. No, you've got it sewn up. That's your job. That's your job for life.
Oh, you couldn't leave this with your lunch in the atrium. I'm still waiting to be invited around to the players' dining room at Lord's.
Are you?
Yeah, 19 seasons. I've been invited to the committee room. They have kindly invited me to the committee room for lunch.
I don't think I ever made the committee room there.
It took me
I don't
about...
think so, actually.
Chris Lowe, I think it was, invited me over. Many moons back. Well, a few of them have, but
Yeah.
Chris was one of the first. Former BBC newsreader, Chris Lowe.
Yes, Higgins got 2 men on the drive on the offside now as Gubbins pushes well forward. Goes to one of those 2. And that is lunch. So 2 hours completed, just over 2 hours, where Hampshire, having won the toss, elected to bat first, and 92 for 3, with Nick Gubbins 23 not out. Ben Brown is 11, the 3 wickets that have fallen. Fletcher Middleton for 4, Joe Weatherly for 15, James Vince for 35, and Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm and Josh de Careys with those 3 wickets.
Even Stevens, I think if it was 2 down, you'd say Hampshire's morning. Middlesex be delighted, I think, to have got 3, and they'll be infused by the performance of de Careys, and they'll obviously be saying to themselves, look, 2 quick ones after lunch, and all of a sudden there's a bit of a tail, isn't there, for Hampshire? Yeah, Dawson's next, who's a quality all-rounder, and huge calls for him obviously to get a go in the test side this summer. Organ thereafter is a top order back clearly, but looking to him to bowl a lot in this innings, in this match. Fuller, Middlesex, know all about what he can do with the bat. Barker as well, did it at Lord's, didn't he, in 2020. Casted Middlesex into the... was it 2021, apologies, it was the year after COVID, wasn't it? Casted Middlesex into the mound stand. But yeah, I'd say even Stevens. Hampshire would have been a little bit worried when they lost the 3rd. They thought, oh, if they rattle through another 1 or 2 quickly now before lunch, then all of a sudden 5 down at the interval, it's not that kind of innings. It shouldn't be, but 3 down to lunch. It's one of those afternoons, get out there and build the runs now.
Kevin Hand, myself, Kevin James and Emily Windsor will be back with you in just under 40 minutes' time. Back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are about to get underway, the afternoon session on day one of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Middlesex. The story of the morning, well, we're playing with Kookaburra balls and it's turning. Hampshire, having won the toss, elected to bat first. 92 for 3 at lunch. The men out. Fletcher Middleton for 4, Joe Weatherly for 15, James Vince, the big wicket, for 35. Not out are Nick Gubbins on 23 and Ben Brown on 11. Your commentary team this afternoon is myself, Kevin James. A little later you'll hear from the Middlesex commentator Kevin Hand, but next to me for this next period of play is Southern Vipers batter and TMS commentator Emily Winter.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I think the morning session, Middlesex right in it, especially with that big wicket of James Vince for me. Being 3 down, we know it's a dry wicket. I actually spoke to the groundsman Simon in the lunch interval, and it's going to be a turning pitch. So this first innings is vitally important for Hampshire to pile on some big runs, and losing James Vince, the man in form in multi-competitions, is a big loss for Hampshire. But two experienced Red Bull campaigners in Nick Gubbins and Ben Brown at the crease.
Josh DeCary's picked up the wicket of Vince, LBW, and here he is to get the afternoon session underway with his off spin. Immediately that's outside the off stump. Ben Brown just watches that carefully onto the bat, opens the face, pushes it through square, though there's no fielder. And that's the first runs of the afternoon, 93 for 3. DeCary's 8 overs, 1 for 23, and had only ever taken one first class wicket before today. 1 for 160 was his career in first class.
He's going to have a big role to play in this game, that's for sure.
Yes, yeah, we've seen a couple really turn, haven't we? Very dry wicket, as we've been saying all morning. As DeCary's is round the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins, who's on the back foot. Everybody's getting excited at that one. Yes, you do feel that with the pitch already showing signs of wear and tear, starting dry, and 1 or 2 balls turning. That's interesting by day 2 or 3 with the sun on it. Here's DeCary's as well, round the wicket, and forward is Gubbins. Plays that quietly out on the offside. I thought Tom Helm bowled particularly well with the new ball, didn't we, this morning?
Yeah, I think it was a really nice partnership he had with Roland Jones. I think they bowled 7 overs apiece and kept it pretty tight, and then Ethan Bamber coming into the attack, he bowled some good areas for a period.
Gubbins quietly drives out into the offside. Yeah, Fletcher Middleton the first to go this morning after 17 minutes of play, caught in the slips. A ball that was pitched up by Roland Jones. It just slightly moved away from him, so he caught the edge. He was out for 4. Joe Weatherly, who was dropped in at 5 in the gully off Helm. Eventually Helm getting his revenge. Weatherly pulling a ball to square leg. He went for 15. And then James Vince, with DeCary's going round the wicket, was adjudged LBW. The ball straightening on him. It's pushed out on the leg side by Gubbins, and that's no run. 35 he was out. The score then was 76 for 3. These two have taken it on to 93 for 3. I must admit, I wasn't sure about the LB. I could have been persuaded either way. I think a few others that have looked at it over lunchtime said it was a pretty decent decision, actually, which is fair enough. Here's DeCary's again. It's Gubbins off the back foot, steers that to extra cover, where that's fielded by Max Holden, the man that put Weatherly down early on in the day. Didn't cost him too much. 93 for 3.
That's why me and you, Kev, aren't umpires.
Yeah.
We don't have to make those decisions.
I agree.
Were you ever tempted, actually?
Never.
I feel like a lot of male ex-professionals take to the umpiring.
Yeah, I wouldn't have taken to it. I'll tell you why, because the marginal decisions are the ones, the little nicks, the ones that are very difficult to detect. They're actually worse than the close LBWs, aren't they? I just know that I don't think I would have done it. I mean, I have at various times when I've been doing this saying, well, if you're making, decisions about umpires and that, wouldn't you do it yourself? And I openly admit, I just don't think I would have been up to it.
Do you know why I couldn't do it?
Why?
Have a guess.
Because you're playing.
No. Well, but why wouldn't I be able to do it?
Because you'd want to give everybody not out.
No, because I can't stand still for that length of time.
Oh, of course.
6 balls stood dead still like that.
I know.
I've got no hope.
I should have worked that out, hadn't it? Your mind's always wandering.
Tom Helm to open up from the pavilion end after lunch, then into Brown, down the leg side. The dot ball.
You say that now because you're in the middle of your professional career, but in 10 years' time, I know you've got a physio degree. Well, you'll go back to that, won't you?
Yeah, but still, Kev, I couldn't be an umpire. I can't stand still for that long, and I also can't be quiet for that long either, really. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? The bowler will be running in and I'll be having a chat to him.
Yeah, actually, just in those qualities, it's not good. That doesn't make for a good umpire, does it? You can't stand still and you can't stop talking.
No. Helm into Brown on his pads. Work to... What position would you call that, Kev? A leg gully? Well, now he's gone squarer, so it's more of a square just behind, but quite tight in there.
Well, it would have to be an amazing flick to carry that far. I mean, a short delivery, and if he's fending that off, that's dropping short, isn't it?
Two fielders in that region. Someone just in front of square, just behind. Fine leg out, just one slip, a gully to Ben Brown as Helm in bowls, and that's full Yorker length, dug out well by Ben Brown. Good bowling this from Tom Helm so far after lunch. Is Kevin Hand been enjoying his bean burger? He's not surfaced back up to the gantry yet.
No, he's not due on yet, but he was late to lunch, so he started tucking into it after I'd left, so we'll find out when he comes back.
Really interested.
Well, if he doesn't come back, we know that he wasn't a big lover of it.
What did you have?
Cornish pasty.
Rate it out of 10?
8.
What would have made it a 10? That's my question. As Tom Helm into Brown. That's short, that is pulled. Great diving stop for the square that's just in front, so there will be no run.
That's a big shout, because at the end of the day, it's all about the Cornish pasty. And actually, I'm sure like you, and like many people listening and watching, will have had a lot of Cornish pasties, both good and bad. I have to say, no, that was on the on the positive side, that Cornish pasty. If I was being really picky, a little bit more flavour, but I mean, that's being picky. A bit more spicy, but that's being picky. It was actually very nice.
There's Tom Helm into Ben Brown. Player miss outside the off stump. That's done a little bit. Ben Brown will do some gardening after that, that's for sure. Tapping his bat on the pitch, but that's a good delivery by Tom Helm.
What makes a good Cornish pasty for you?
This is where I really upset the listeners and you. I'm not a big Cornish pasty lover.
Just donuts?
Just donuts, cakes, chocolate. No, my dad loved a Cornish pasty, so he'd be the one that would be able to tell you what makes a good Cornish pasty, but I feel like they're not for me. As Helm into Ben Brown, and that's played to one of those square leg fielders, so it'd be a dot ball. That'd be a maiden over from Tom Helm after lunch. Good set of 6 from him. 93 for 3 Hampshire.
Listen, whilst I'm not actually here to sort of promote the food here, but I guess again, I've had Cornish pasties where they're a bit gristly and they're a bit this and that. That
Too
was
greasy?
Not greasy, gristly.
Yeah,
and
you don't want that.
That, I have to say, that I had at lunchtime was nothing like that at all. It was completely the opposite. So I'm being harsh saying 8 out of 10. It's probably a 9 out of 10 actually.
What was with the Cornish pasty as well? That's
good chips.
French
fries, bit of salad. It was nice.
They treated you today, Kev.
Well, I've often said, and I think we all agree when we're here from the media, that actually we get pretty well looked after. I think we're very lucky here. It's
apart from the coffee. Still not got coffee, Kev.
No, it didn't arrive, no, but can't have everything. Just to carries round the wicket. With his off-spin, bowls to Gubbins, quietly pushes forward. It's almost as if he's not quite sure what that ball's going to do off the turf. It's not turning big, but it's just enough, isn't it, really? It's hitting some very dry spots, and it might just, you always think it might just do a little bit more than it does. 1 or 2 have spun, no doubt about that. But in between that, you just get the feel of the batters are just not quite sure. Sweeps, misses, that's going down the leg side.
Yeah, and I feel like, Kev, if we're saying that in the 33rd over of this game, it's only going to get more challenging, especially when Hampshire looked to bowl in it. They got big Keith Barker as well, one of the big 3, creating some footholds.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse for the batters as Gubbins pushes forward, because of course that's going to be for the right-handed batters. It's normally the left-handers that are more challenged, but Jo has just texted me to say about the umpiring. She says, I wouldn't want to do it because I'd have to learn all the laws of the game. That's very true, actually. I don't think I'm into learning anymore. I feel my brain has done all the learning that it wants to do as Gubbins pushes forward up to mid-off.
You're learning to do something, Kev,
Am
as
I?
we speak.
I'm learning. Go on.
How to be a granddad.
Oh, you. I'll tell you what, I should be lucky that you've only left that until 10 to 2 to mention that today. You're back on day 3. I'm sure you'll get into that again quickly. Gubbins pushing forward up to mid-off once more.
Theo, isn't it?
Theo.
Is he going to be the next Kevin James cricketer?
I hope not.
Is he going to be left-handed or right-handed? Any inklings?
It's too early to say.
1
He's
month?
only a month and a bit, yeah.
You mean you've not bought him a little cricket bat yet?
No. He's hardly awake when I go round anyway.
Not surprised. So's all the listeners.
I know. I was going to say, oh, there's another one I bought today. It's funny actually. My eldest Natalie sends us pictures because they're an hour and a half away, so it's not just like I can pop round as De Carey's comes forward. Does Gubbins goes out on the offside. That's a good over. That's a maiden from De Carey's. 93 for 3. Whenever my daughter Natalie sends us pictures, he's wide awake and he's almost smiling now, even after this short amount of time. Whenever we go round, he's asleep. So I'm thinking, well, hang on a minute, is there some middle ground here somewhere?
Well, I suppose it's better than you making him cry.
Oh, I'm sure there's plenty of time for that. I'm sure I will do something.
You've got safe hands though, Kev. You've played cricket. You don't have to worry about any drops.
I did drop one of my daughters when she was very young, off the back of a settee. I know. Should I admit that?
Tom Helm from the pavilion end into Brown. That's worked to mid-wicket. Will be no run. Tight bowling this from both De Cares and Helm after lunch.
I forget which one of them it was, but they hit the ground with a big thud, and you know when you think, oh dear.
I've broken her.
I just carried on as if nothing had happened. I thought.
Did they cry?
I can't remember. I just remember thinking, well, I've got away with that. That's nothing.
That sounds like something like you play a miss and you've not nicked it. No, I got away with that one. Yet you've dropped your child. Somehow in to Ben Brown down the leg side. A half appeal for a caught behind, but come off the pad. 93 for 3 Hampshire. Yeah, you just said that as if it was such a small thing. Or you nick one, keeper's caught it, given not out. Oh, I got away with that.
Well, I was a player at the time, so I suppose I was in that psych.
Poor daughter.
Yeah, well, I did think that straight away. Yeah, but no, it was all good. It was all good. It's just, they're probably a bit like cats. They sort of somehow get into a position where when they hit the floor, they're not too bad. Really.
Helm to Brown, and that's wrecked him on the pad. Good pace from Helm. Back to the cricket. These two, Kevin, mighty impressive after lunch, wielding pressure on both Gubbins and Brown. These are two Hampshire batters, though, that tend to stay on the patient side, so hopefully won't get too flustered by this ride, this tough period from these two.
Well, Helm was impressive in his first bowl, and he's already started pretty well here. Of course, the ball's a lot softer now, but still causing problems.
Bowling from that pavilion end. Starts his mark on that row of sand as he bowls a drive outside the off stump. Play a miss. I spoke about patience, and that was potentially a shot. In frustration there from Ben Brown, but you got away with that one, Kev.
Yeah, he did a little bit really. Wasn't quite there to drive, was it? In terms of the length, it was outside off stump, well outside off stump. I suppose he's playing it on width. Yeah, I think if Hampshire lose another wicket now, Middlesex will feel that they're way on top.
Beautiful blue skies overhead, a tiny breeze. You see the flag blowing gently in the distance as Helm in bowls, and that's worked off him rib height to one of those short square leg fielders. That is a ball you don't. That's my worst nightmare ball. That into the rib there.
Do you struggle to play that?
Yeah, I feel like I can't get my arms up.
You can't get your elbow up high. Do you do stretches for that?
Just stand there stretching out in the middle.
It's either that or just let it hit your arm.
Or ribs.
Or ribs. Yeah, you don't want to do it. No, you don't want to let it hit your ribs. No way.
Ben Brown though played that nicely. Good pace from Helm. 5 dot balls so far this over. So the final ball is Helm into Brown, and that's worked to that pass, that diving backward a square fielder. So Brown will keep the strike, just a single from it. 94 for 3 Hampshire. 34 overs gone. Middlesex building some pressure.
That's why you have fielders around that leg gully area, and Helm still hitting the deck hard, isn't he? And it's the odd one he's bouncing a little bit more, and that's why it is actually quite difficult for a batter, isn't it? Because it's trying to get your elbow over the top of the ball, isn't it, and try and keep the bat straight. So you're doing that, but your elbow naturally wants to move to the right when you're doing that, or that's left-hander, so it's to the left if you're a right-hander. So I'm trying to do it as a right-hander. So you get the ball up towards your ribs. You're protecting your ribs. You certainly don't want the ball hitting your ribs. That's painful beyond belief. 94 for 3 as De Caires comes in. He's got the short leg in. It's outside off stump, driven to extra cover. So it's getting really high as well on your toes, isn't it? So you're either riding the bounce and then trying to keep it down, trying to keep your head over as much of the ball as possible. You don't want to be too much inside the line, otherwise you literally are fending it off in the air. Brown's on the back foot there again, watchful. And of course the other one then is to try and step inside the line a bit, isn't it? So it's a very difficult area, around that sort of rib area.
I think it's me personally, I'm more of an offside player traditionally anyway, but anything in that length, that hard length into your ribs is tricky.
Here is Brown, flicks it into the short leg's hands and he's gone. Brown goes for 13, just kicked a little bit off the surface there, and Brown's pushing at that one quite hard, and it's gone straight into the hands of the short leg. Hampshire have lost their 4th wicket here, first one of the afternoon. They are 94 for 4.
Yeah, sharp catch. That was in at short leg. He's not scuffed it lightly. It's gone flat and hard, but a very catchable height to him. But big blow for Hampshire, losing Ben Brown. Middlesex have done really well after lunch, building pressure, not letting them score freely, and they deserve to pick up that wicket. Caught by Robson in at short leg. De Caires picks up his second. Hampshire in a little bit of trouble.
Well, I know you're back day 3. Could be interested. Don't book yourself in all day.
Luckily got some training.
You might be cleared for the whole time for that one. But just that extra little bit of bounce there. It's just caused a problem or two there for Ben Brown. But yeah, just going back to that, it is, and that's why bowlers that hit the deck, do cause quite a lot of problems, because where they'll get a bit of extra bounce, Dawson gets a warm round of applause as he walks to the middle. That is the most difficult area of the lot. You're right. I mean, if it's just outside your off stump, of course you can get in behind it, and you can either leave it, cut it, or when you're in behind it, again you have to get your elbow, don't you, and the line of the bat, and your head especially. Even if it's just outside off stump, it's important to get your head into the line. So even though sometimes the ball goes square, I know you hit a lot square, but actually if you're looking to play it from straight, and if you're playing it late, it will go square anyway. But if you're looking to play straight, if you get inside the line, then of course your bat's coming across it, and that's when you're getting problems. And it's the same when the ball's coming in here. Don't get too much inside the line, otherwise you're fending it away in the air. So it's a very difficult area for the batters.
I think in the women's game it's becoming more and more in play. Bowlers now bowling quicker. You've got the women's test at the moment. Lauren Filer running in, bowling very quickly. So it's a skill that as batters you've got to adapt to, get better at, and as the game's professionalising, everything's getting harder, things are coming quicker.
Now Liam Dawson to face the first ball from De Caires. Always playing a missing outside the off stump. It's quite interesting. If you watch on the live picture feed, it looks as though Dawson is batting on off stump, maybe just outside. Which a lot of players do, don't they, when the ball's turning? And he's certainly on off stump there, isn't he? Yeah,
one day cricket, I definitely set up an off stump to a spinner.
Is that right? Dawson again is playing inside the line. Because?
Just where your stumps are, and if the ball's coming back at me, like I'm not reaching for it, I feel less at risk of the ball coming through the gate. And if it's turning and it's hitting my pads, you go with the spin to access that leg side, rather than, I guess for me, the danger against off spin is I try and hit through that offside too much.
Sweep there from Dawson. Well connected. Might see that shot being employed as we go through the game. See that a lot more. Haven't seen too many sweeps actually this morning. Dawson is off the mark, 95 for 4. That's quite interesting, because you are particularly strong, aren't you? Sort of square on the offside. You're renowned for that.
About my cover drive.
Well, it's improving. No, it is. No, the offside is definitely your area, isn't it? I think we know that, and I think especially square and what have you. So it's interesting you take a position sort of more over on off stump, because I think a lot of people think, oh, hang on a minute, you're cutting off an area where you score a lot of runs, or potentially you do.
The issue is if I go leg side of the ball and the ball does turn, I'm opening myself up to basically getting bowled through the gate, whether I'm driving, cutting. Whereas I feel like if I'm closer to the ball, I can make a more informed decision, and I actually get closer to it, whether that's the front foot or the back foot. For me, against leg spin or left arm spin, so it's turning away, that's when I'd set myself, usually middle and leg, to give myself room, as I'm confident that it's still going that way and that's playing to my strengths. But I think, I've got to get closer to it, especially a spinner that turns the ball. A Charlie Dean, for instance, who turns the ball, bowls that bit quicker. I'd be at risk of getting bowled through the gate, and we don't want that.
No, we don't. We don't like seeing that.
95 for 4 then, Hampshire, as Tom Helm in bowls, and that short and cut away by Liam Dawson. That's gone through the covers. First loose delivery from Tom Helm after lunch, and Liam Dawson punishes it. It was almost symmetrical to the winning runs on Friday night. And the T20 against Essex here, short and wide, hit through the covers.
And he gave that low punch. Liam Dawson, good to see, wasn't it? The whole crowd loved that moment.
The whole crowd was loving the game. From ball one, it was a spectacle. 99 for 4 then, Hampshire. Tom Helm needs to get back on that length delivery he found last over, and that was it. Worked into that hip height area. 2 short mid wickets in play. 99 for 4. Dawson on 5. Gubbins still there. 23 off 78. Sorry, it's a hard graft for him.
It's been, isn't it?
The only person that found it easy to score was the captain, James Vince. He went pretty fluently. 35 off 46.
I reckon you can play on the outfield and make it look fluent.
Tom Helm, right arm over from the pavilion end into Dawson, solid in defence. On that leg side line will be no run.
I reckon you could bowl at him on a beach where the ball literally just gets sucked into the surface by the sand, and he'd still play a glorious cover drive on the up.
Yeah, he's in serious form at the moment, isn't he? Got to enjoy it while it lasts, for sure. Sheffield, this Hampshire side, with James Vince in it, and playing the way he is so much more threatening across all formats. As Liam Dawson sets himself to Helm, again played back to mid-wicket, will be no run.
So we're just going back to Lauren Filer actually, because she's been a big talking point in the Ashes, which is going on at the moment.
She's picked up 2 wickets. Careful, nearly.
I really enjoyed watching her when she played for Western Storm here against you guys. I saw her action there, and you think, gosh, that's a really, really seriously good action.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, she's the quickest bowler on the circuit at the moment, and she was a bit of a surprise to people being picked straight in that Test Ashes squad. Was Helm in, and that's played in defence by Dawson to backward a point, will be no run. But she's just developed so quickly, and you can see when, I don't know how much of the Test you've watched, Kev, but the snippets that I've watched are both the first innings and the second innings. She just looks like England's most threatening bowler. She's got that extra yard of pace which challenges the Australian batters, and she got, in this second innings, got the wickets of Elise Perry for 25 bowled, and then 5 balls later Talia McGrath. So 2 massive wickets for Australia. Really threatening, and a great find for English cricket. There's Helm into Dawson on the leg stump line, taken by keeper Simpson. Will be no run. It's the end of the over. 99 for 4, Hampshire.
So what's the score in the Test at the moment?
Australia lead by 183 runs. They're currently in their second innings, and 173 for 3. Beth Mooney's there on 82, who's one of the best batters in the world for Australia. And Jess Jonathan is with her on 10. But the big thing for me, you got Sophie Eccleston. She's bowled 18 overs now in this second innings. She bowled 46 in the first innings, and for women that don't play red ball and not used to that volume of overs. Surely she's going to be sore, Kev.
Well, I must admit, one or two people I've spoken to over the last couple of days saying there's going to be some very tired bodies after this test. Here's Just Carries. And Gubbins sweeps, gets wrapped on the pad. It's way down the leg side. Yeah, if you're not, 4-day games are hard enough as it is, without never playing 4 days or hardly ever playing 4 days, and actually playing then 5 on one on top of that. They're going to be seriously sore. They are. That's why it's interesting playing it the first round, isn't it? So it's driven by Gubbins in the air, one bounce up to mid-off.
Yeah, I feel previously it's been in the middle. They played, I think, T20s first, then the Test match, then ODI. So it's the first time it being at the start. But I think it's great women play Test cricket, and I'm all for it. I want us to play more red ball, but that's tough work. And I guess there's that question whether they should have played that extra spinner. Charlie Dean missed out even on the squad, who probably would have been that second spinner.
Carries down the wicket goes Gubbins. He's going to take a single up to mid-off this time. It's Luke Holman, who's slightly deep, and that's the Hampshire 100 up, and that's come up in the 37th over. It's been slow going. It's been some accurate bowling from Middlesex on a slightly tricky dry pitch with the Kookaburra balls in operation.
But yeah, Sophie Eccleston's workload, who's by far England's most threatening bowler. She's ridiculous, the best bowler in the world. And
She's got 5 in the first innings, isn't she? It's over wicket this time. Dawson drives into the covers, half stopped. Dawson thinks about a run, but no, says Gubbins. Did she turn it much in the test? I didn't really see, actually. I haven't seen much, actually.
The odd one turn, she's just threatening. She bowls at a pace, she's tall. She's just the most threatening bowler, and I do worry that after 46 overs in the first innings, you heard an interview that said hopefully yesterday she would have had a full day up, put her feet up, and in the end she's bowling again that day. So she's got a lot of work to do, but she loves it. She wants to be in the battle and probably won't let Heather Knight take her off.
Round the wicket to Dawson, who's forward. Yeah, I wonder if they might think slightly differently about Test match cricket after this. The 5 days are completed tomorrow. So you reckon there might still be a result in that?
I think Australia are in a very commanding position.
Dawson waits for that one and just works that to mid-wicket. He was thinking about just turning the face about a little bit more into the gap. In the end, decided to play it safe. 100 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, look, Australia. So with day 4, Australia lead by 186 runs. It'll be when Elisa Healy's brave enough to make that declaration. I think in the previous Test match, yes, it was only 4 days. Potentially Australia were criticised for leaving it too late. But I think there'll be a game on their hands. Australia, as I said, they're the favourites, and I think the worry for England is, so if England lose this Test match the way the Ashes series work, they then have to win 5 out of the 6 white ball games to retain the Ashes, which is a lot against a very, very good side. So Australia are definitely in the commanding position overall as Helm in, and that's bowled, and that's played back down the pitch by Gubbins. Will be no run. Gubbins, ex-Middlesex player. Tom Helm, him and Nick Gubbins, good mates. And no doubt they've faced each other a lot through the years.
Yeah, I think so.
I think Kevin Hand's enjoying his bean burger too much. He joked about him not returning.
Maybe the bean burger wasn't as good as we thought.
100 for 4 then Hampshire as Helm bowls, and that's played up to mid-on off the back foot by Gubbins. Will be no run. Again, Helm charging in. Beautiful blue skies overhead. It's a lot cooler up here, Kev, than down on the ground. I don't know if you did a walk. We got a bit of a breeze up here, which is nice, but it's certainly holding the heat down there. So it'll be hot work out there in the field for Middlesex, for the Hampshire batters.
Yeah, ground level, it's noticeable, isn't it? There's no wind, right?
Helm at the top of his mark from that pavilion end into Gubbins bowls and plays back down by his feet. Will be no run. 100 for 4. Speaking of Ashes cricket then, let's talk about the men's game. That was unbelievable, that first test, wasn't it? Gutting for England to not get over the line, but if every game in the series is like that, it's set to be a cracker. The test of Baz Ball is really on. Did you watch much of that, Kev?
Only a few of the highlights here and there, not a massive amount.
Helm in, first slip, bumper by him, fiery stuff to Gubbins, and he gives him a stare as well. Gubbins not interested in looking back at him. Dawson comes down for a word. Just one slip and a gully in place. We're using the Kookaburra balls today, trialling it in this round of championship. So less lateral movement. Not seen much today here at all. Full stop even with the new ball. Turn is going to be, spin on this dry wicket is going to be the most threatening option. As Helm in, bowl, short ball again, and Gubbins ducks under that. It's followed him. Good pace again. Tom Helm's having a word with him. Dawson back down the pitch gardening. Gubbins on 24 off 86 deliveries. Tom Helm into his 10th over. Picked up the wicket of Joe Weatherly for 15. Fletcher Middleton, the other opener, was gone for 4 off the bowling of Toby Rowland-Jones. James Vince, Abu Dhabi, to the off spin of De Caires for 35. Ben Brown off the bowling of De Caires for 13. That's after lunch as Helm bowls, and that's played back down the pitch in defence again. A maiden over from Tom Helm. It's bowled beautifully for Middlesex, bowling in partnership with De Caires. I think building some pressure, making them want to take on the off spin. 100 for 4.
So just the one wicket that's fallen this afternoon. Ben Brown caught that short leg by Sam Robson off De Caires for 13. 2 wickets for De Caires today. Came into the game with just 1 career first class wicket. Now has 3. And he's carrying on. He's going to bowl round the wicket to Liam Dawson, the same angle that he was bowling when James Vince was adjudged LBW. The ball, of course, has to pitch on line and straighten, which the umpire decided it did. That one hasn't straightened, and it's cut away by Dawson, and that's 4 runs. That's the problem, of course, when you come round the wicket. It might be a good idea when the wicket's turning lots, and this one isn't quite doing that yet. But if it just stays out on that line, then it gives the batter some room. And that certainly gave Dawson some room.
Yeah, lovely shot from Liam Dawson. It's part of this championship cricket, being patient, and the batters on the whole, any loose deliveries have punished well so far.
Here's De Caires again. Always dry, but it's an edge.
Come back for a couple. Liam Dawson. He moves to 11, 106 for 4.
Sorry about that. I just had a message to something about some technicals, but we're okay. So 106 for 4. And Dawson is on to 11. That's off just 14 deliveries. I hope Kevin Hand is all right. De Caires bowls. Dawson's well forward. So Middleton for 4, Weatherly 15, Vince 35 for 3 wickets before lunch, Brown 13, the wicket after lunch. As De Caires comes in again, and Dawson's on the back foot. It's just the odd one that just bites in the dry surface and comes back, but I think because it's the odd one, the batters are still at times unsure if the ball that's coming to them is the next one that's coming. Other than that, the ball just seems to hold in the turf a bit, doesn't it? Dawson again is very watchful coming forward.
Yeah, and I think that tentative nature, that one that turns, means that De Caires is more of a wicket-taking threat. I think if Hampshire were to attack him and go hard, there's always that wicket ball, and when you fall down, they need to just ride this tough period.
De Caires over the wicket. Dawson has the gap in the covers now, so the fielder out to deep. He'll pick up a single, keep the strike, and Hampshire move on to 107 for 4. And De Carys has now bowled 13 overs, 2 for 33 with 2 maidens. Tom Helm, 10 overs, 4, 1 for 18. He's bowled particularly well. And Kevin Hand is alive. He's very much alive, is Kevin Hand, so that bean salad hasn't done for him. That stuff you
I thought you said 10 past. What time did you say?
2 o'clock, but it doesn't matter.
Oh no, sorry, I thought you said 10 past.
Well,
sorry.
even if I said 10 past, where were you? He takes a liberty, Kevin Hand. He was late for the T20 game, hardly did any commentary, and now he's taking the mickey again. I tell you, you wait till next time Hampshire play away at Middlesex. You won't see me. I'll just go and disappear, go to the pub down the road.
I didn't want to move. Middlesex had picked up a wicket. I thought they might get another.
His Helm from the pavilion end and bowls, and Dawson works it away off his legs in front of square on the onside and moves on to 13, and Hampshire up to 108.
I was perfectly watching the clock as well. I thought 10 past. I've got to be back for 10 past. Got to be back for 10 past.
Yeah.
Then I had to negotiate my way through the restaurant as well at that point.
Yeah.
You're not interested now, are you?
No, you've lost me already. How was the bean salad anyway?
I haven't had it yet. I haven't had a chance.
Oh well, God.
Been busy.
Is he doing what? Talking to the Gubbinses? That's not busy. I'll tell you what, honestly, next time we're at Lord's, you know, all the people I used to know up at Lord's that I blank because I say, no, I've got to be back up in the commentary box because Kevin Hand will want me back at a certain time. Here comes Helm outside the off stump and goes through to Simpson. That's out the window from now on. If I see somebody at Lord's that I want to have a chat with, I will do it. And you will see me when you see me.
What's the opposite of Bulawayo? Bulawayo is the one when they stay on the mic for too long and they don't want to. What's the opposite of Bulawayo? You're meant to be off air, not on it. That's usually the battle, isn't it? Give us the mic. I want to get on air.
So first slip is more sort of second slip. That's Sam Robson. And the next slip is more fourth. And as Helm comes round the wicket, that's pulled away by Gubbins. Gone very fine, and that should run the way for 4. And it does so. And Gubbins will move on to 28. And the Hampshire total moves on to 112 for 4. Who's that fourth slip? That is...
To Carys.
Just to Carys, yeah. So 2 and 4 slip-wise. So there's a gap there. If you edge it, you've got a chance. Probably a 1 in 2 chance, actually, of it either going straight to the fielder or going into the gap. Oh, actually, he's just gone a little fine in the first slip. So that's pushed up to mid-on. Just sneakily there, Sam Robson, as Helm was running in. Just took 2 paces to his right, closer to John Simpson.
When are we going to see the Robson leg spin? That's what I want to know.
Well, yeah. I mean, is he a frontline spinner these days? He's never been a frontline spinner, has he?
No. But he does seem to be a bit of a golden arm with his leg spin.
112 for 4. It's Helm round the wicket again. But it was quite a deliberate wind-up with his action. Lovely shot off the back foot, Nick Gubbins. He's found the gap at point. The chase for 2 Middlesex fielders means that at least one of them gets there, and they do. And that is 3 runs to Nick Gubbins. That's good running. Gubbins moves on to 31. Little spurt of runs here in this over. 8 runs in it.
We said 3 down at lunch. Pretty even Stevens. But that kind of puts the pressure on it being no more than absolute max 2 in the afternoon, doesn't it? Which is a long way to go with 1 down already in the afternoon.
Yeah. And as you were saying earlier, the first innings is very important in this game, isn't it, really? With the sun on a very dry pitch, the sun predicted to be out for most of this game, I think. Depending on who you speak to, 1 or 2 people said there might be the odd shower about Wednesday. Some people say there isn't, so take your pick. Short ball. Dawson just hardly has to sway out of the way of that one. He's banged that in very short, Tom Helm. And it climbed quite a bit. 115 for 4, but I think we can safely say for most of this game you're going to see a lot more sun and this pitch will get even drier. So first innings will be very important. I've still never seen, even though this pitch has started very dry, probably drier than some, I've still never seen a pitch which has absolutely gone all over the place here. So I don't think...
What, spin or...?
Yeah, in terms of spin. I mean, it will turn, but it won't be extravagant, and it won't be bouncy turn, and it won't be quick turn. You know, it's never been that sort of pitch here. But the spinners will get it off the straight, you know, quite regularly.
Here's the carries. He's 14th over, 2 for 33. Slip and a leg slip. He bowls, and this is pushed defensively to the onside. Gubbins 31. I have to admit, it slipped by me because I didn't think it was. This is his first match against Middlesex since he left. Mr. Carey's bowls, and this is swept straight to the short fine leg. Now that must have just come off the pad. Everybody's standing there looking quizzically, but no appeal is made. Must have just clipped the top of the pad on the way through to the short fine leg. Gubbins looking to sweep. Oh, he swept it into the ground and it bounced up into the hands of short fine leg. Forward he goes again, pushing away into the offside, and there's no run. I could have sworn he played against Middlesex.
No, but you know what? That's interesting you say that, because the last game here, back in April 2021, when we had those 3 groups, do you remember? The year after COVID?
Carries, bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside, no run.
He did actually score 67 in the second innings for Middlesex. So it's certainly his first game for Hampshire against Middlesex here.
Yeah. And then we didn't play because it was Division 1, Division 2, but I thought there was a one-day cup game or something, but then reliably informed that this is his first one as he drives to mid-off. Quick single taken, throw to the non-striker's end, he's through, only just, had to be because it was a direct hit. Even from here we can give that nod out. Good fielding by Holman at mid-off, and good running by Gubbins.
Yeah, well, that might as well be, and I guess you've been talking to his parents for the last hour and a half, so I should think that's probably true.
They should know.
Yeah. Well, they would know.
They should know, yeah.
Saved us looking it up.
But yeah, I really had it in my mind that he played a fixture against Middlesex. So a big old innings this. They're all at his wedding as well. The Middlesex boys and the Hampshire team. Our invite's got lost in the post, JMO.
Yeah.
So here's to carries around the wicket. Lots of fly. This is clipped to mid-on. Quick singles taken. Holman with the throw to the gloves of Simpson. Comfortably through once more. End of the over. 117 for 4. Dawson moves to 13. Gubbins has 32.
I can understand why I wasn't invited, but I thought you were his big mate. Every time we used to go to Middlesex, you and him used to talk loads.
He was never away, was he?
So what went wrong?
I know, I've upset him. He's come to Hampshire. He's found a new Kevin that he loves. He just hasn't told you yet.
He used to say, Kevin Nand, yeah, big my mate. Now he says, Kevin who?
On the bean burger, I've saved it because I said I was going to slice it up for us three. We can have a taste test. Oh, look at the chicken salad's come across as well.
Yeah.
What is it? Caesar salad. Oh, elite. That's the word. It's an elite Caesar salad.
Yeah. That's what you get when you're a player. You get the elite menu. And then you mix that in with a donut.
5 of them, didn't you say? Yeah. This is Roland Jones's first stint from the pavilion end, isn't it?
It is switching ends, yes. Here he comes. And bowls. Dawson gets a length ball. He thinks about a single up to mid-on. Ball comes back towards him, fielded by Simpson. So 117 for 4. Dawson 14. Gubbins is 32. He looks very determined, Gubbins, in this game. 96 deliveries that's come off. Hampshire, I think, would have wanted to have been a little better than this. Realistically, it is a difficult pitch, there's no doubt about it, because it's so dry, but I'm not sure it's 117 for 4 difficult. Not quite there anyway, but Middlesex will bowl very well, I think. That's 2 straight. Dawson works that away down towards back of the square and moves on to 15. Total on to 118 for 4. We are surrounded by food, aren't we? Emily's eating at the moment. You've still got your lunch to eat. There are 2 lots of cakes, and you brought some pastries.
Pastries, yeah.
We are surrounded by food in this coming action. Oh, they're looking at the ball. What are they looking at?
Oh, first look at the ball. Gear on with it. Is it the ball? There seems to be a conversation with the batters and mid wicket. I doubt it's something said because they're all mates out there. So.
Yeah.
Extra cover's getting a word again from Ian Blackwell. What's that going to be? Blackwell's now having a chat with Simpson. Something going on.
That's not
now,
Simpson.
look, Roland Jones is having a chat with the umpire up there as well. Blackwell's having a chat with Simpson down here and with Holman at backward point, but Roland Jones is having a long chat with umpire Long. What's happened there?
Dawson doesn't seem particularly moved at the non-striker's end. I don't know. If anybody knows who's on the ground, because I know a few people listen on the ground, if you think you know what was going on there, you may have heard something we didn't, just let us know. solidcricket@gmail.com, @solidsport.
Well, because Emily asked me, will they be getting at Nick out there? And I just had a chat with his parents about it and said no, because they're best mates. They were all at his wedding. Yeah. My answer to Emily was no, only the best mates, only the BFFs.
Roland Jones is switching to round the wicket to Gubbins. Bowls down the leg side. Simpson does well to scoop it with one hand, but they'll still come through for a bye. Or did it flick the pad? It did flick the pad. 119 for 4.
I said to Emily, I reckon there'll be a word, there'll be something they'll know out there, something, even if it's just to make him laugh. There'll be something they'll try and distract him with. It's a conversation happening across him or something. They'll drop in a certain word or something that he'll know what it means.
Okay.
And they'll just try and distract him. That would be my reading of it. I don't think there'll be any chirping out there at Gubbins.
No. He's too nice a guy. Has a reputation of being a nice guy, really, doesn't he? Roland Jones over the wicket to Dawson. Pushes that out on the leg side. I don't think also it's that sort of wicket really to
chirp on.
Really, it's not like the ball's fizzing past the outside edge, which gets everybody excited. It's a little bit more patience. Patience is the word.
Who can we ask what was up with the umpires then? I'm just trying to think.
Have you got a direct line to Ian Blackwell? I don't. Nigel Long. We'll find out later. It might be a bit too late, really. Other things will have happened between now and then. As Dawson again gets a length ball, which he pushes up to mid-on.
It's always nice to go back, though, isn't it? What happened in the Test match that they went back to? It was Robinson and Ollie Robinson
yes.
Khawaja, wasn't it, going off at tee, and Jimmy Anderson had to go and put his arm around Robinson and pull him away, usher him away, as he was chirping at Khawaja, and they went back and found that, didn't they, and played it at tee.
I can understand. I can't understand.
If you can find a knife, it's all yours. Slice it up and see what it's like if you want to try.
Oh, it's in a burger form.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the bean burger. Well, of course, it would be a bean burger. That's pushed up to mid-off. There's no run. Why do I think it was a bean salad? But and then you got him a little cake. These are Emily's cakes for her birthday from a couple of weeks ago. Joe.
I know Joe's cake. That's going to get us through.
Cake. Yeah, we're going to get through that later, or some of it anyway.
How many sessions do you think it'll take us to get through that cake?
A couple of days.
I was going to go for 5, maybe. Yeah. 5 sessions.
5? Oh, 5 sessions. I know you're a big cake lover, so.
Indeed. Just a big lover, JMO. If you want to tease us at Solent Sports, get through to Kevin James at Kevin Ham BBC. And
solentcricket@gmail.com.
Thank you kindly. That's the email as well. Have you had a look at the scores elsewhere recently?
No, I think that's your job.
Oh, goodness me, here's a picture of Atif Noaz doing commentary with Richard Ray and Martin Emerson. He's on duty today, with his sunglasses on, of course, Emma. He's with Atif at Grace Road. Division 2, I know you won't be paying too much attention. Carries around the wicket, bowls to Gubbins, defends into the offside. No run. Actually, thinking of Nick Gubbins, when there was a very close call for him being called up to the Test side, and things were going particularly well for Gubbins, as this is given some flight by De Carey's and driven, bumped to extra cover by Gubbins, no run. The call was, with a tour of the subcontinent to come, that they went for Hamid because he's a better player of spin than Gubbins, who they didn't think played spin very well. Right. As De Carey's bowled, he's driven away into the offside and there's no run. Gubbins went away and worked so incredibly hard on his game against spin after that. Now, of course, what happens is Hamid then went to Australia and didn't play the short ball very well, which Gubbins does play the short ball very well.
Yeah.
It's a fuller delivery from De Carey's and toe end of the bat. Scraped to extra cover. On 19 for 4. Huge wicket in this innings. You couldn't really say huge wicket in this match at the moment because, again, Middlesex have to bat last as here's to Carey's bowls and he's driven to mid-off, but certainly first innings century from Nick Gubbins would really set the stall for this game and put the pressure on a Middlesex batting lineup that have had their woes this summer. 4 for 4 with 4 ducks at the top of the order against their 6 at the start of the season. 4 runs accounted for by 2 no balls as down the track comes Gubbins and a sweet pickup, clipped in the air, 1, 2, 3, 4 bounces, and it rolls over the boundary rope at a wide long on for another boundary, and Gubbins moves to 36. Hampshire are 1, 2, 3 for 4.
Well, against the intended spin as well. There hasn't been a lot for De Carey's this afternoon. I don't think it was a lot this morning, it was just the odd one, but the one to Ben Brown bounced a little, didn't it, really, as he pushed out at it a fraction. But other than that, there hasn't really been a lot for the spinner. Not that you're thinking, oh yeah, it's starting to go now, this will be exciting, this will be interesting. It's been nothing like that, really. I think it's just the fact that the ball's getting sort of just stuck in the turf a little bit, which is making it difficult for the batters to play through the line with any confidence anyway. And it's all made for, a game is just meandering along, really. 43 overs, 123 for 4.
Well, it's just proper first-class cricket, this, isn't it? Runs should be hard to come by, as should wickets.
Well, yeah.
It's a pitch to get in on and stay in on, isn't it? And it's who blinks first, really, I guess.
Maybe we've had too much T20 cricket over the last 3 weeks. Not helping. Here's Roland Jones then for the pavilion end. Dawson works that to one of 2 men on the drive on the leg side.
Well, saying to Emily, if you were Hampshire and you were looking at this fixture and you thought, right, Kookaburra ball, fine. What's going to be our best bet? Who are we playing? Middlesex. How good are their spinners? How experienced are Middlesex's spinners? How experienced are ours? Well, let's have a dry surface. Let Dawson and Organ get at them. Again, the surprise is that Crane didn't play. Certainly, when you look at De Carey's 2 for 39 from 15.
He's done a good job.
Excellent job.
Here's Roland Jones bowls. Dawson again gets a length ball. Well, you're right about the experience. So this is only De Carey's 6th first-class match.
Yeah.
And in Holman, it's only his 25th.
22.
Dawson is his 184th.
Yeah. But even Organ,
Well, Organ, this is his 39th.
Yeah.
And Mason Crane, who they left out, has played 53.
Yeah.
So all the spinners have got more experience.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's whether you played all 3, as they did in the last game. Dawson drives, but finds the fielder in the covers. That's Max Holden.
Well, from a Middlesex perspective, looking at the game, you can't look at it and think, right, okay, so it's a real dry one. Dawson will be given every chance on this. So will Organ, and maybe play Crane as well. But then equally, you've got Abbott and Abbas at the top, and Barker. They've got all bases covered, haven't they? They're going to come at you hard. And Fuller, they've gone for that little bit of an X factor maybe with Fuller, that extra pace. He's the quickest of the lot, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that's where the selection dilemma wasn't it? So you go for the extra pace as Roland Jones bowls. Dawson tucks that down to fine leg, moves on to 16, 124 for 4. So do you go for the extra pace because, let's be honest, once the new ball becomes obsolete, really, and it'll be fairly quickly with the Kookaburra. Abbas and Abbott. It's not easy to say.
No.
And Barker, pretty much same type of pace. Maybe Abbott just a little quicker than the other 2. So, having something a little different is what you need. He obviously decided that Fuller was enough of a difference rather than Crane, as that's pushed out to extra cover. I think if Barker wasn't in the side, then I don't think Felix Organ would have played ahead of Mason Crane because of the left armers follow through and Organ pitching into that. Organ did pick up 6 wickets, a career best in the last game up at Southport. So if you were to drop a spinner, very difficult to make a case of dropping Felix Organ ahead of Mason Crane, even though you would say Mason Crane might be almost the perfect bowler on this, as that's outside the off stump and that is left alone. It's one of those selection dilemmas, and I know they've agonised over it. They really have. and you can make a case for any one of the combinations that I've just mentioned. 124 for 4, maybe not so many options for Middlesex though. I mean, although you've got Walla-Luita, you've got Fernandez.
Yep.
So they don't get much of a look in Championship?
Well, Walla-Luita, he played that game at Radlett, didn't he? When actually, it might not necessarily have been you. I remember him playing the COVID year at Radlett. Dawson got injured. Yeah. And then Walla-Luita, he charged down the track first ball, didn't he? Wasn't it against you guys?
I think it might have been.
Helm was at the other end and just stood there leaning on his back with a hand on the hip as what Walla-Luita, the last man, walked back past him, having charged down the track first ball, and Middlesex were, looking for another 20 or so runs. I think there was a batting point up for grabs, wasn't there? Now, I was just looking at the card to make sure that I didn't miss him in the lift and that he didn't have an over after lunch. Luke Holman into the attack for the first time, replacing De Carey's, 2 for 39 from 15. So Holman for the first time is throwing the ball, the first bit of wrist spin that we get to see in the match. Robson can offer wrist spin as well, Holden a finger spinner. But Luke Holman, a leg spinner of some promise, a tenfer to his name at Hove a couple of years back, on a pitch that Middlesex had racked up their highest first-class total. Record stand from Robson and Stoneman opening the innings, and then Holman took a tenfer. Young man with bags potential, bat and ball. He's got just the slip in place for the right-handed Dawson, and he's in now. Bowls onto the heel really of the right-hander, who turns to square leg, no run, but spinner to spinner, and wrist spinner as well to Dawson right now as he flips the ball from hand to hand. Holman bowls now and offside but over pitched, and Helm has to come around at backward point. They pick up a single. Dawson just on the drive, moves to 17, 125 for 4.
Difficult to tell at the moment if the wrist spinner's going to get any more, but to his credit, he's got the ball right up there, isn't it? If you're not quite sure, just get it right up there first up, don't bowl it too short, and then get into rhythm. But the secret, of course, is not to bowl too short early on. That'll put him under pressure straight away. But yeah, still relatively inexperienced, isn't he, really? 36 wickets, but they've come at 44 apiece in his career.
Yeah, he's it's a hard art to learn for young spinners at the best of times, but especially in modern day cricket when it's all played in April and May. And he'll have bowled a fair few overs this season so far as he comes in, bowls, and this ball's cut away for a single by Gubbins, just drops a little short, and it's fielded in the covers by Milan. The single takes Gubbins to 37, 126 for 4. This will be the first real track of the summer for the spinners to have a go on, won't it?
Yeah.
Well, certainly for Middlesex, having missed the last round. Holman, hotel end, bowls, and lots of flight to full toss. Dawson pushes 2 mid-off, drags one short, throwing one full there on the full, played by the right-hander. It's difficult in the early overs, isn't it, for the wrist spinner? Just to get that ball landed nicely. Bowls again. Dawson crunches the drive as far as cover. He'll be aware of that, and Hampshire will be aware of that. If he could hit Holman out of the attack early and say, well, back to De Carey's, back to the seamers. Holman's in. Bowls, and that's eased away just fine of Stoneman at extra cover. But behind him, the cover fielder is De Carey's, the man that Holman replaced. End of his opening over, it's gone for 2 runs. And quiet enough first over from him there, a couple of singles. Hampshire 126 for 4. Do you want me to run through those scores elsewhere?
Love you to.
England women 463 all out, trailing by 10 runs. Australia in reply 196 for 6 in the Ashes Test. So they lead by 204, which is brewing up nicely there, isn't it? Big first innings scores, pretty even Stevens, but 196 for 6, England going well in restricting the tourists. Essex are 168 for 2 against Warwickshire. Scores are all pretty similar. Emily was making this point just before lunch. Northamptonshire 163 for 4 against Kent, but Somerset, goodness me, what's happened there? 152 for 9 against Nottinghamshire at Taunton.
Here's Roland Jones round the wicket to Gubbins, who's driving just wide of mid-off. Every opportunity to take a single for Nick Gubbins he's taking. Moves on to 38.
Brett the Hitman Hutton, 4 for 33, 2 for Patterson, 3 for Carter, 3 for 34.
It's all spinners, isn't it? I think.
Hutton's a seamer, isn't he?
Hutton's a seamer.
Yeah. But yeah, looks as though the spinners have got going after the early burst of Hutton.
All the people at the UCB will be licking their lips and rubbing their hands, saying all the spinners are having an impact. It's exactly what we wanted.
We finally got it right.
Yeah. Kookaburra balls all round next year. Short and hammered away by Dawson, although he doesn't quite time that one. There is a fielder out at deep square leg for the mistimed pull shot. Dawson moves on to 18, 128 for 4.
Lancashire 137 for 5 at the Oval. And he's got the wickets there. Sean Abbott 3 for. 1 for Sam Curran, 1 for Laws. Apparently he's a pretty decent bowler, Laws.
No spinners got the wickets there then.
Worrell and Clark also used. Into the 20s for Jennings, Mitchell, Villascott 39.
And the wicket again. Roland Jones to Gubbins. Slightly slower ball. Gubbins works that down to fine leg and moves on to 39, 129 for 4.
Yeah, big old clash that one, isn't it? Surrey, Lancashire. So 137 for 5. As you said, they're a fair way away at the top, Surrey. 123 points. Warwickshire 91 points from 6 played. Lancashire at the moment sitting just above Middlesex with 68 points. Middlesex then with 50 points in 8th. Lancashire just the 1 win, 5 draws. Only 5 points for the draw this season, though.
Well, they'd drawn all the games until they played us. And we thought, well, it's about time you guys had a win this season. Roland Jones into Dawson. Dawson flicks it away on the leg side. He's running the first one quickly. I don't think there'll be 2 there. Quickly in off the boundary was Ethan Bamber, and the total moves on to 130 for 4.
Division 2, Glamorgan 150 for 5 against Sussex. Durham 187 for 2 at Leicestershire, where we saw our mate Marty with Latif Noaz and Richard Ray.
In his sunglasses.
Worcestershire 143 for 3 at home to Derbyshire, and Yorkshire 204 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Headingley. 91 for Bean at the top. Milan's gone, former Middlesex man, on 28. Hill has 59.
Roland Jones. Gubbins thinks about a single as it goes just in front of square on the leg side. Just that one wicket that's fallen this afternoon. Ben Brown called it short leg off the off spinner De Caris for 13. That was 94 for 4. Here we are at 130 for 4. So slow going off the bat. Middlesex have already picked up a bonus point. There's been 4 singles off this over. The 5th ball was a dot ball. And Jones into his 10th over here, 1 for 35. Last ball that over is a length ball. Tries to flick that away with his feet. He's obviously not a footballer. Keith Barker would have done better with that. He was 130 for 4. We've had 46 overs today. We've got 50 left. We are just past a 20 to 3 on day 1 of this Division 1 contest between Hampshire and Middlesex. Hampshire winning the toss and electing to bat first on a wicket that started dry and will dry a lot more during the course of this game with the sunshine, the sunny conditions that we have, and the spinners already playing a big part. And we're not even halfway through day 1.
Just seen a tweet from Jonathan Doidge at Headingley. He's got Jason Gillespie on the mic with him, and Ed Seaborn as well. But Headingley, here's Holman. This is driven to cover, there's no run. But what he has managed to do is put it onto Portrait Road as he's taken the selfie of them all, so he's blurred out Gillespie. All negotiations about the schedule here.
Well,
is she fighting? Is she fighting hard? Here's Holman. Fallen at the first hurdle with the schedule as he bowls and forward goes. Gubbins pushing away into the offside, no run.
I thought you'd turned over a new leaf since the T20, but I was wrong. It's been a wicket in the Test. Lauren Filer. Oh, sorry, it's the highlights.
Holman bowls, Gubbins whips a drive to... Oh, Roland Jones at mid on. Roland Jones looks to throw down the stumps, throwing himself forward, diving in is Gubbins. And Roland Jones has to apologise as the throw hit Gubbins. Umpire Blackwell having a say about it? Can't really, I mean, not much wrong with that, was there? Thrown at the non-striker's end. Gubbins dives, gets hit by the ball.
Actually, there has been 4 wickets since lunch in the test. Australia going from 195
6
for
down,
4
right?
to 198 for 7 now.
Oh, 7, so that's been another wicket.
Yeah. Emily's celebrating.
Holman has 1 slip in place. Bowls, and that's driven away just fine of cover. And that's a lovely shot indeed. Having got it through, that kept on going. De Carey's was giving chase, but Dawson, beautiful drive, 4 runs. 136 for 4, and Dawson has 24.
Great piece of timing. Played that very late as well. Just waited and waited to play that shot. This is as well as anything's been timed since lunch.
Holman from the hotel end down below our gantry position up here at the top. Bowls a lot of flight, and that's eased away into the offside. And they run 136 for 4.
Doesn't seem a lot for Holman out there at the moment, does it?
No. Finger spinner was having a little bit more joy. De Carey's. Holman again. Driven to point where Helb fields. Dawson sent back by Gubbins, who was thinking about a single. It's the end of the over. Holman none for 8 of 2. So 6 off that over. Dawson 24. Gubbins is on to 40. Hampshire 136 for 4. As you said, De Carey's just seems to have a good pace.
Yeah.
Found the right pace very quickly, didn't he? It seemed. Holman perhaps just needs to find likewise here.
I've just seen a tweet from Middlesex. Good luck to our D40 second 11. So there's a second 11. They're playing Northamptonshire this afternoon. Wow. 2 teams. 47 gone. Still 49 left in the day. So still 17 to go until the tea break. Yeah. Roland Jones in. Gubbins pushes her out to short mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, disability side for Middlesex. I saw Ian Marcin for the first time the other day. He's the head of disability cricket at the ECB. Great guy. Wrote a book, How Cricket Saved My Life, which he's recently had published, but top fella Ian. And lovely to catch up with him the other day. He's been a regular guest on BBC Radio London on their sports shows about the disability cricket around the capital and around the country, of course, as well. But yeah, as you say, second 11 for the disability side in action today for Middlesex.
Roland Jones again. Gubbins again gets a good length of ball. And again, Roland Jones tries to put a boot on it and misses. Goes up towards mid-off. So 136 for 4. The sunshine very bright out there. It's almost shining off the surface, which... The outfield, we mentioned it on Friday night, still recovering from the Arctic Monkeys concert here.
It's been Brass Monkeys up here a few times, hasn't it?
It has. Yes. It's either one thing or the other up here. It's lovely at the moment as Gubbins drives down the ground. Has he beaten the mid-on? No, not quite. It'll be just a single.
Actually, it's glorious. It's perfect up here today, isn't it? It's not too hot. We've had a few hot old evenings up here in the T20, the setting sun blinding us, burning us.
Yeah.
Can't quieten us though, can they, Kev?
No, it takes a lot. Doesn't it?
But no, it's a lovely temperature up here. On the concourse downstairs, it is roasting.
Yeah.
Absolutely roasting. That walk around to the Hampshire suite that we had at lunchtime, boiling out there it is. But yeah, it's a perfect spot, perfect temperature up here for us as well.
It's quite nice once you go back into the hotel here because it's all air conditioned. It's quite beautiful. Here's Roland Jones. Dawson's quietly in behind that one, but it'll get warmer because the sun slowly but surely this afternoon will start to shine inside the camera gantry. That's when you need to worry.
I think Emily Windsor's favourite A-Team character has just come on the TV. She's telling us Mr. T's on. Oh, decision review, I see. They've reviewed a decision. She was making the shape of a T to us. Oh, she was coffee, please. White, no sugar.
Roland Jones comes in again. Bowls to Dawson. Dawson flicks it away square on the leg side. Single to him takes him on to 25. 138 for 4 now, Hampshire in the 48th over. And still that one wicket that's fallen only this afternoon. Ben Brown, who at lunch was on 11, only added 2 more to his total before he was caught at short leg off the off-spinner, De Carey's.
Yeah, it was catching practice that, wasn't it?
Yeah, just pushed it straight into the hands, wasn't it? De Carey's has bowled 15 overs, 2 for 39, the most successful Middlesex bowler to date. Roland Jones, 1 for 36 in his 11th, 1 for 26, Tom Helm. Roland Jones in again and bowls. Ford Gubbins. Well, there's no substitute for accurate bowling, even if perhaps you're using a ball that you're unfamiliar with, not perhaps giving you as much help off the seam as you would expect. Just makes you having to double down the hatches and bowl even more tight. But Roland Jones is known for that anyway, isn't he? 11 overs, 1 for 37.
Yeah, 11 overs, 1 for 37. I mean, he'd want that closer down to 2.5, I guess, really, wouldn't he? Bamber was going along quite economically. Helm be asked just to have that little bit more pace and try and do something a little bit different, perhaps, from that greater height as well. Height from which Roland Jones also bowls, but not quite at the pace he used to. Holman, well, they'll need him to settle here into a spell, just offer something, try and break this partnership. And it may even be break the concentration. It might be the bad ball that picks up the wicket. Leg spinner drags one short, pulled straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah, 44 these two have put on.
Useful runs, needed runs for Hampshire. We said at the fall of the 3rd that another one quickly now would be a problem. Well, certainly at the fall of the 4th. 100 for 5 wouldn't have been the score at all that Hampshire would have thought of when winning the toss this morning, but crucially, as we've said all along, batting last in this match would have been on the minds of both skippers at the toss this morning. Hampshire getting their wish and able to bat first. So here's Holman, his 3rd over. Slip crouch down. There's a deep point now set back as well by Toby Roland Jones as Holman flights that one beautifully. Now that's where he wants to leave it. Got a good stride in there, Dawson, to get right over the top of it. Wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball though, was he?
Is he a big turner of the ball, Holman?
He turns his leg spinner more than his googly, because I remember there was a comparison with Souter, who's got to Durham now, as he comes in now, bowls, and he's eased away to mid-wicket and there's no run. Souter, for example, turns the googly a long way, but doesn't turn the leg spinner quite so far, whereas Holman doesn't have as big a googly, but will get a little bit of grip, yeah, and turn that leg spinner. Comes in now, bowls, just drops a fraction short on that one, and Dawson from within the crease defends into the offside. He just pushed that one down a little quicker as well, and dragging it short. Oh, what a beauty. Now there's the answer to the question. There's the first one in his 3rd over that Holman's managed to land on a length, turn it past the edge of Dawson's bat through to the gloves. Ooh.
Beauty.
Yeah, that's pitching off and leaving him. That's right into the block hole and dug out. Lovely ball by Holman, who just managed to catch a glimpse of it on the replay there. Perfect ball. Again, that's pretty much where he wants to leave it, and just wait. All that draw Dawson into some sort of counter, just try and get some pressure on the young spinner. Bowls now, and just a little leg side, just a tickle to square leg. Got all the time in the world though here, Hampshire, haven't they? Let's keep going. Maiden over for Holman, good 3rd over from him, none for 8 from 3. And Gubbins will have strike after Dawson played out that over. Hampshire tick along at 138 for 4, but that's certainly something else, isn't it? You know, if Holman's to get lots of overs, which is what he and De Carey's will want, you've got to do it at a cheap enough economy. It means racking up a few of those maidens.
But again, that's quite consistent with what we've seen from the spinners, and it's just the odd one. But it's just the odd one that just creates that little bit of doubt in the batter's mind. So then when they're bowling and then it's not really doing a lot, and it hasn't done a lot for the spinners, then the batters are perhaps a little bit more cautious. But also the ball, when it pitches, it's not really coming on, it's just sort of holding in the turf a little bit. Very dry top as Gubbins drives Roland Jones at the start of a new over, goes up towards mid-off. So very difficult for the batters to be fluent, even if the spinners perhaps not quite getting the purchase that we might have expected. Probably will do as we go through more of the game, but it's very difficult to get away. If the spinners land it anywhere near the right area, it's just difficult to get away, even if it's not turning. So it's making for a fairly slow game at the moment. As Roland Jones comes around the wicket again and bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins flicks that away. Anything that's a little too straight is a lot easier for the batters. They can just nudge it into the gap. So there's always a single there. Challenge for the seamers, of course, is to keep it arrow straight on off stump, just outside.
Just interesting, isn't it? 'Cause it's the 50th over of the innings. So how disappointed are Middlesex going to be with Hampshire being 139 for 4? Probably not too much. You know, you're a session away from a new ball as such. 30 overs from a second new ball. You know, all the focus on this Kookaburra, they'll think, you know what, we've kept pretty decent control of the scoring rate here. They can bring it down a fraction, which is obviously going to be difficult with the partnership now.
I think they'd be the happier of the two, definitely, especially having lost the toss. Dawson, that didn't really come on at all as he's trying to work the gap, but finds one of those two fielders on the drive. It's definitely a pitch that if you bowl accurately on, you're going to contain the batters, and then it's just waiting for, in the spinner's case, the one that just does that little bit more. And in the seamer's case, well, as this ball gets a little softer, really, you're just hoping that one holds up a little bit more than the others or does something. But with the Kookaburras, you really are starting to get into territory where, for the seamers, it'll do absolutely nothing. Into the 50th over here as Roland Jones bowls again. That's that one that's just too straight, and it's easy for Dawson to tuck that away. Moves on to 26, does Hampshire's all-rounder. 140 for 4. Yeah, the first innings very, very important. You'd think Hampshire will have the best of the wicket. Maybe, depending on how long this innings lasts. Middlesex will have a good chunk of it as well, but as I say, it won't completely fall apart here. It doesn't, never has done, never will do, I don't think. But it will just get that little bit more difficult.
We've certainly seen enough grip. We saw that one for Holman there, didn't we? Which Dawson, you know, having seen the ball go past his edge first day, first afternoon, he'll have thought, I like that. A few more of those, because that means...
Oh, yeah. Definitely. It's just that those will probably come a little bit more frequently, won't they? Gubbins drives to mid-off. Yeah, those turning balls at the moment are fairly few and far between, but they are there.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because you'd say, who's the happier side at the moment with 140 for 4 after 50 overs? Oh, well, Middlesex will be delighted with what they've done so far, but Hampshire will be sitting there thinking, we won the toss. You got to bat last on this. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. Middlesex will know they've got an opportunity here to restrict Hampshire, which if they don't take it, this is going to be a very difficult match for them if Hampshire are allowed to boss the game.
Yeah, that's true. Gubbins forward. That's the thing. I mean, already you're bowling to make sure that you're not actually chasing too many come the last innings, or you're not having to bat for too long. So it's, you know, even now you're thinking about very much the last innings of the game, because really Middlesex are at a disadvantage on this surface batting last.
Yep. With you know, all the way throughout, it's Hampshire who will have that experienced bowling attack on the final innings of it, which Hampshire will love to take deep. They'll love this to be, you know, third afternoon when they're chasing those final few wickets for victory. If that's the way it pans out, they won't want it to be the final few overs on the final day, but the final few wickets on the third afternoon, perhaps not the fourth afternoon. Sorry, not the fourth evening. We shall see. That's the beauty of cricket, but certainly Middlesex will feel pretty happy with the current situation, but they'll just know, especially that scoring rate, they can keep it down around 2.5. As we said, neither runs nor wickets should be easy to come by over the 4 days here as Holman bowls and Dawson turns to square leg. 26 to his name. Intriguing stuff.
It's been interesting. When Dawson played a sweep shot earlier on in his innings, I think it's about the only sweep shot we've seen. There hasn't been many. There's been one or two more, but hasn't been a shot that's been regularly employed, has it?
Holman bowls. That's driven away out to deep cover for a single. Hampshire 141 for 4. Moves to 27. No, it hasn't.
Just wondering why, really.
We've seen a couple find a bit of bounce, haven't we? Carey's managed to find a bit of bounce off this surface, didn't he? Certainly, we've watched the seamers do it. The seamers have found an extra couple of inches on the bounce. Bamber and Helm. Here's Holman. Bowls. Oh, and there is the sweep from Gubbins. A leg side ball from Holman, which immediately drew Gubbins into the sweep, trying to help it on its way. Short, fine leg. Quite wide. Trying to get it fine of that fielder. Just a little bit of pad on it, falling away and no run.
It's interesting. He's coming over the wicket here.
And Gubbins eases this one away to cover, as Holman did exactly that.
I suppose he's looking to pitch the ball on and straight, a bit like De Carey's did with Vince, coming round the wicket.
Well, yeah. Down leg side goes again with that one, and it's to backward square leg. There's no run. On 41 for 4.
I mean, he could come round the wicket, of course, and bowl in the bowler's footmarks, which would give him even more chance of some purchase. But
I reckon somebody's had a word about Gubbins' game, word in his ear. Don't know. Holman pushes that one wide. There was a little bit of turn on that, wasn't there? But it was short and wide, so it rather sat up for Gubbins to cut away into the offside for no run. It's indeed over. End of Kevin James for a little while. BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London, together here at the Ageas, live on the BBC Sport website and app. You can catch the Hampshire stream as well, carrying our commentary. To keep tuned across this one all 4 days to see how it goes, and it's bubbling up nicely at the moment. I'd suggest both sides will have enough to be happy about at the moment. You'd probably just prefer to be Hampshire, because they've got a few runs on the board, not as many as they'd like, but crucially, as we've been saying, it is Middlesex who will have to bat last on this one. Welcome back, Emily Windsor.
Thank you, and I'm excited to do a rate my plate here, I think.
Hey, there you go.
We were talking just after lunch. I made Kev rate his pasty out of 10.
Well, there you go. I've cut it up for you and Jamo.
And we were
have a try.
asking how the bean burger was, and
I haven't tried it yet.
I feel like it's going to be cold.
I think it probably would have been anyway, wouldn't it? No, actually, they said they looked after as well there, didn't they? Ethan Bamber's back, replacing Roland Jones. Short, sharp spells by the looks of it for the seamers then.
Bamber from the pavilion end to Dawson on 27. Bowls, and that's played to one of the mid wickets. They think about a single. A big cry of no from Liam Dawson. 141 for 4. An outfield that's got a lot of sand on it. But the reason for that, the Arctic monkeys were here a couple of weeks ago, and the groundsmen have done a terrific job to make it look as green as it is currently. When they first were taking the stage and all the flooring up, it looked a lot worse than this, as that's in, and that's bounced on Dawson. He takes his hand off the bat. Be no run to mid-wicket. So the grass is just regrowing in those areas. We saw in the T20 Blast when the fielders were sliding, almost like a sandpit in one area, as we look to the ground to the right where the stage was. But the square looking pretty green. Protected that well as Bamber into Dawson, who advances and plays that to mid-wicket. They're going to come through for a quick single. Cubbins makes it comfortably to the non-striker's end. Dawson on 28, 142 for 4 Hampshire. 4 wickets to fall. Fletcher Middleton was the first of the bowling of Toby Roland Jones for 4. Joe Weatherly, second Hampshire opener, was dropped on 5, but then eventually gone off the bowling of Helm for 15. James Vince, LBW, took the cares for 35. And then the only wicket to fall after lunch, Ben Brown, Again off the bowling of De Caires. Caught short leg for 13.
Look at this notepad of yours. I kind of saw it earlier. I didn't realise quite what was going on.
Means I can rub out all my mistakes
You've got
easily.
a magic pen to write your on your tablet device.
Yeah.
Clever, I like that.
Change of field then. Bamber to Gubbins, a really tight mid-off as that's played in defence. Back down the pitch will be no run.
Is that an app?
Yes, it is. It's very good. Notability, it's called.
Imagine
Other
if
apps are available, of course.
Imagine if Martin Emerson knew about that. He'd be scribbling all day, scribbling and typing. He wouldn't know what to do with himself, would he?
Yeah, it's good as well. Look, you can put nice screenshots and pictures, put them in, put the stats, all in the document.
Don't tell Martin Emerson about this, for the love of God.
It's like I know what I'm doing, but I don't. I put all this stuff in and...
It'd stop him tapping though, wouldn't he? He wouldn't hear this all day long.
As Bamber in, driven up to mid-on by Gubbins on 42, will be no run.
You wouldn't be able to hear him scribble, would you?
I don't know if you can... You can't
No,
really
you can't hear that, can you?
No.
There you go. That's the we can stop Emerson tapping all day long. He can scribble instead.
Purchasing one of these, everyone combine.
He'd start doodling, wouldn't he, and
Yeah.
drawing pictures.
When I listen to Kevin James, to be fair, I do a little doodle in the corner.
That's all right when you're listening, but Emerson would be on commentary doodling, wouldn't he?
Bamber again from the pavilion end to Gubbins. That's pulled. A cry of catch it, just bounces short of a square leg behind. End of the over. 142 for 4. 52 overs gone to this Kookaburra ball. Probably very soft. There's no movement. Little bit of spin for the Middlesex spinners. De Caires bowl beautifully. And now we got the leg spin of Holman. It looks like he's got the zinc on his face.
He does, war paint. Well, he took a bag full in a T20 at Radlett. And Roland Jones said to me at the time, I think this war paint's going to remain now after he'd taken wickets with it in the T20. So on it goes. And he wore it in the day-nighter the other night, which got a chuckle at the Oval. Right, this is my over. Do you want to try the bean burger?
Do you know what?
You're resisting as well.
I
Kieran
am
James has said,
resisting.
after all
I
that.
want you to rate your
Rate
plate.
the burger. Oh, I've got to rate my own plate. Fair enough.
Out of 10 is what I need.
Here's Holman bowls, and this ball's pushed to points, and there's no... You can't give it a 10, can you? I mean, it's something that has to be very special to get a 10. You can't improve on that.
Kev gave started with an 8 out of 10, his pasty, and then it went to a 9 as I asked what would make it a 10 out of 10.
And what did he say? Not much.
A little bit more spice if he was being picky.
This ball's eased to cover and there's no run. A few more beans in the bean burger would help, I'd suggest.
Okay.
It feels like a lot of bread and not enough of bean, but its flavour's good. Just a little bit too much bread in a burger. You need a thinner burger and a thinner bun and a thicker burger would be.
That's your preference.
Yeah.
I feel like all I've done on commentary today is talk about food of
See what I'm saying? It's a bit of a wedge, isn't it? The bun as
Yeah.
opposed to the burger. Here's Holman, drops short, and that's the googly. Comes back into Dawson, got tucked right up by that one.
Yeah, good pace, good lines from Holman. And bowling that in your spell makes Liam Dawson aware that's in his ammo. Hampshire opting not to play. Mason Crane, their leg spinner.
Bowls again. That ball's driven to point. No run.
Great diving stop from Tom Helm there at backward point. Tall fast bowler getting down. There's none of this fast bowlers now that can't field, is there? Very agile.
From that point of view, it was a great stop, yeah. It's a big man. As forward goes Dawson. No run. If that had got through, though, we'd all be going, oh no, Helmy. It's one of those. Well done, you did it. Roy Keane says it all the time. But it's his job. That's what he was meant to do. He was meant to stop it there. He hasn't done anything brilliant. There's a lot of flight on this, and Dawson digs it out into the onside to end the over from Holman. None for 9 off his 5 now, and a second maiden for him. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9. That's better from Holman. That's what they'll want. Look at that, runs per over, 1.8. But equally, that comes with a warning sign to Middlesex, doesn't it? Because Dawson will be rubbing his hands together with every ball he faces from the spinners at the moment.
Yeah, look, I think the odd ball, isn't it? It's turning, it's gripping, but there's no demons in it just yet. But it's a dry pitch. It's going to get drier. And I think just that odd one that goes means the batter's slightly tentative against the spin and not wanting to take it on as we would usually see a spinner if they were deployed on the first day. 142 for 4. These two building a nice partnership, Gubbins and Dawson. An important one at that for Hampshire. Again, this field to Nick Gubbins, a really close mid-off on the strip next to the wicket. Just bang in the middle of it. On a good length, actually. A bit full of that track. There's Bamber in round the wicket bowls, down the leg side, taken by John Simpson. Low to his right. No slips in play now. Two fielders on the boundary, a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. And fielders just tight either side. A ring of fielders, both sides. Which would suggest the ball's not doing much for the seamers. There's Bamber again from that pavilion end bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Gubbins. Just getting to that brightness now where the sun's reflecting off the top of the Rod Bransgrove pavilion ahead of us and coming into our eyes. Almost nearly time for sunglasses.
Just in a tweet just in a tweet from Peter Mead, who says, when the temperatures hit 30 degrees, you and Kevin James will have matching faces of those shirts you're wearing today. I'm enjoying the feed for now. Umpiring in May may be nasty. Umpiring may be nasty, I see.
That's driven by Gubbins up to mid-off. They come through for a quick single. He moves to 43, 143 for 4 Hampshire.
Yes, it was noted by somebody when I put this top on the other day. You've chosen a skin colour top.
To be fair, I've just been on holiday and I barely look like I've caught the sun.
Yeah, you've got Irish skin like me, haven't you?
Yeah, very
You've gone through Ancestry.com. Windsor's not an Irish surname, is it?
It's very British.
Or Windsor Park, I suppose. Northern Irish, maybe.
But it's a very British surname, surely.
Yeah, Northern Irish it could be. Yeah.
But British. The Queen.
Yeah, well.
The King. I'm going very British. But my dad he tans lovely. Don't know where I've got the white genes from. Probably the postman's. Dawson then will face up to Bamber with 2 catching mid-wickets. He bowls, that's on that leg stump line, and he works it to a vacant square region for a single. 50 partnership then between Gubbins and Dawson. The first 50 partnership this Hampshire innings. And this crowd speckled around the ground today, enjoying that landmark by these two. 144 for 4, all the 4s. I'm starting to squint, Kevin.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's the top of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion, isn't it? Reflecting back at us.
Bamber into Gubbins in defence again. Back to mid-wicket, will be no run.
Have you brought your sunnies?
I have.
You're right then. You and Martin Emerson.
You're going to need them this evening. When that sun comes down, we'll be blinded. That's the point, we need sun cream.
That sun's going to come around in front of us, is it?
Yes.
Oh no.
Yep, sun cream.
I should have done my disappearing act at that point, not at lunch, shouldn't I?
Where did you disappear to?
I was just having a chat. I thought it was 2:10 I was due back on.
Bamber round the wicket to Gubbins, bowls and plays up to mid-wicket again. Same result for that one. 2 runs from that Bamber over. He's bowled 8 overs for 16 so far. Really economical, as you said earlier. He can settle into a line, not letting the batters get away.
Well, it's all post-COVID now, isn't it, of course? I was just thinking, I haven't seen the Gubbinses since pre-COVID, I guess. When did he move? 2021, Nick Gubbins. So that was still, COVID times. 2022 he was here, 2023 now, so yeah, probably not since 2019 I've seen the Gubbinses. So I wandered back at my lunch, sat down with them in the shade and thought, I'm not back on till 10 past. So I was clock watching the whole time. Having an 5 past, I'm going to have to head back upstairs, got to be on at 10 past. And then got filthy looks from you lot when I turned up.
Not from me.
Here's Holman, he's in, bowls, lots of fly and a paddle Swept around the corner from Dawson. He moves to 33, 148 for 4 Hampshire.
Yeah, nice shot that. No fielder there. Just got to the pitch of it. A welcome boundary for Hampshire. Seen Dawson play a couple of sweeps. One hard sweep and now he's got the paddle out. It seems to be a good option on this pitch with the turn.
Holman flipping that ball from hand to hand. Dawson scored at a strike rate of 51 and he's going for a paddle again, this time from outside of the off stump, trying to turn it around the corner from a long way, steer it from outside the off stump, and he gets it to the short fine leg all along the floor. No run taken. What have you spotted? Something's grabbed your attention as it away to our left?
I was trying to work out. Ali Hooper, a sports psychologist, is doing a lap with a player, and I was trying to work out who that player was.
Holman drops a little short on that, and this ball's eased to point off the back foot by Dawson, just dabbed at it in the end.
Ali Hooper, the psychologist, loves a lap, no doubt. In his right hand he's got a cup of tea.
I do say the best thing for your brain is a walk.
Yeah, a walk and a cuppa. If you're speaking to Ali Hooper, you've got to bring him a cuppa.
Oh, I'll have a cuppa now, actually. This ball's left alone outside the off stump by Dawson. When you put that tee up, I should have said yes, shouldn't I?
That was a review.
I know. But
I would have made a tea as well.
Well, you brought me a knife to cut up the burger, which I ended up eating myself anyway. Everybody rejected it. I'm off for the cakes in a minute. Here's Holman. Sweeping is Dawson in the air. Cry of catch, but it's over the back with square leg Bamber, and it's 4 more. Lovely shot. That's the 150 up for Hampshire as well. 150 for 4. A good recovery this. They've just passed the 50 partnership. And let's say 100 on the board. If there'd have been 5 down at that point, then there could have been a few nerves, but they've got more than a foot in this game now, the hosts, having won the toss this morning.
Yeah, I was trying to think while I was off air what would be a good total here. Hampshire obviously just need as many as possible, but from here 300 plus to me would be a good start.
Holman drops a fraction short on that, but it gives Dawson the opportunity outside the off stump to rock back and ease a single out to deep cover. 154 for 4. Is it 153? It's quick, that scoreboard, isn't it? 153 for 4. Dawson's on to 38, keeps the strike. Gubbins has 43. BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app, and live on the Hampshire stream as well. With Kevin James, myself, Kevin Hand, and Emily Windsor.
Yeah, beautiful day. It's just poised at the moment, isn't it? What do you think would be a good score here?
I don't know.
Where would Hampshire be happy, do you think?
I think no matter what Hampshire get in this innings, we've seen enough already to say you don't want to bat last on this. Middlesex are going to have to. Hampshire have got the more experienced spinners. They should have a better time. So the onus is on Middlesex here to keep Hampshire at below 2.5 and over. They're at 2.8 at the moment, so they need to bring that down a little bit. This man can do it. Banbury, he's only going at 2s, which I said to you earlier. He'll be able to generally keep a scoring rate down, Ethan Bamber.
As he's in, bowls to Dawson, who works that off his pads, but to one of those short catching mid wickets.
And that can buy a wicket in itself, can't it? Rack up the dot balls. 21 dot balls to buy a wicket. Isn't that the old Aussie adage? Ooh. 21 dot balls buys you a wicket. We were doing this in T20 recently. Who was I on with? How many balls without a boundary? So it doesn't have to be a dot ball. It could be a 1 or a 2 or a wide. How many balls without a boundary buys you a wicket in T20 cricket?
Bamber in bowls. That's outside the off stump, driven nicely by Dawson. The crowd enjoyed that one. Just let the ball come. And the whip from Bamber punished. Dawson moves to 42 now. 157 for 4.
Double checking now that it was 21 that the Aussies used to say.
Do you know what? There was a stat in T20 cricket. It's obviously in the women's game, so it's slightly different. But after 3 consecutive dot balls, that was one of our wicket measures. So, in which I guess in T20 cricket you can see that 3 consecutive dots
buys you a wicket.
There's Bamber in, and that's worked to square. Will be no run. Yeah, so that was one of our measures of how many consecutive dot balls we.
So when you're in the field, you try and get 3 dot balls together to try and buy a wicket.
Yeah, in T20 cricket that is. So 3 consecutive dot balls in T20 cricket is very hard to come by.
So 3 consecutive dot balls in women's T20 gets you a wicket. 21 dot balls in Test cricket for Australia. That was their aim. 21 dot balls.
That's a lot of dot balls, isn't it? Bamber to Dawson, who advances, and that's on his pads and worked to the deep fine leg this time. So will just be a single. Dawson to 43, 158 for 4.
So 3.5 overs of dot balls, keeping batters at their ends for that time. Through into a 4th over of it.
Who's this?
Who you seen?
Who's this? He looks like he's packing up and ready to go home.
Oh, Jack Davies. Has he got a second 11 game somewhere? He has. He's got his bag over his back and he's off. I think I saw him having a bat this morning. The net's out the back. Was that? I had a chat with a lot of people today. It's getting me in trouble talking though. I need to stop talking to people. Yeah, Davies. I'm sure he was getting throwdowns from Salisbury and from Rory Cootes, the batting coach.
John Simpson then up to the stumps after Dawson advancing that ball before. Gubbins to face though this time. So that's in off his pads, worked to a deep square. Gubbins will move to 44 and the score 159 for 4, Hampshire.
Yeah, 159 for 4, and that run rate 2.9, which, it's not a huge measure of much at this stage, but we picked up the 4 wickets that we're desperate to get another breakthrough, and one of the ways is keep those runs down. Really focus on some quiet overs.
Bamber right arm over the wicket to Dawson, who guides that to a vacant third man. They're going to have to run. Here's not going to race all the way. They come back for a couple. Dawson to 45, 161 for 4. Should we look at some other scores on the circuit? Division 1, Northants 197 for 6 against Kent at Northampton. At the Oval, Lancashire 187 for 5 against Surrey. Chelmsford, it's like a good pitch, that's what I like to see playing there on Sunday. Tom Wesley scoring more runs, he's on 103. They're 213 for 2. Essex against Warwickshire, he's churning them out, Wesley, this year. And then Somerset versus Notts. Somerset 163 all out.
Yeah.
Notts 8 without loss in reply. Tell you what, Somerset look a threatening T20 side, don't they? But their championship form,
strange one that, isn't it?
not been as good.
They seemed as though they were building to something, didn't they? 2016, 2017. What's it going to be finally for Somerset? A title, a maiden title in championship cricket. Not so. Well, De Carey's is back. Holman's done. None for 18 off 6. Reasonable spell. I thought he settled into it there. I thought perhaps he bought himself another over or so. Back to De Carey's, the off spinner. Left-handed Gubbins on strike as the off spinner bowls, and just a little short. Gubbins eases this one to extra cover. Slip and a leg slip in place.
How old is De Carey's? Is he a young spinner?
He is a very young spinner. The son of Michael Atherton, Josh De Carey's. So, well, if that's any promise, I suppose Athers could have been a late dad or a young dad. And yeah, De Carey's 22 now, is he? He's just done uni last year. Let's double check. So that was only his second first-class wicket that he picked up earlier today, and now a third as well. Looking for a fourth, he bowls to Gubbins, who digs out full delivery into the onside. Good
with the bat as well.
Yes, he's an opening bat. Yeah, he's an opening bat. Batting's his trade, but he's won his way into this side, ousting Eskenazi because of his ability. Well, he's been the main spinner, hasn't he? More than the second spinner as he bowls to Gubbins, turns to the onside once more.
He's looked promising with the ball.
Yep.
Cares.
20. No, he's not 22 yet. He's still 21. As this ball's clipped backward square on the leg side for a single. 162 for 4. Gubbins on to 45.
Big future ahead of him then, hey?
Well, he'd hope so. Michael Atherton is 55 now. Oh, their birthdays can't be far apart by the looks of it. March 23rd for Michael Atherton. And for Josh, April 25th. Not a million miles apart then.
I wonder how much his dad coaches him. Those father-son relationships is obviously in Hampshire. Tony Middleton, coach of Fletcher Middleton.
Fletcher. Spelled like that as well, isn't it? It's Kerry's bowls. This is pushed back down the track, and there's no reminder. You're too young to know that reference. Fletcher! Fletcher! It's porridge, wasn't it?
I don't know. Never heard of it.
Tell me you've heard of porridge, at least.
I've heard of porridge. I love porridge, actually. Yeah, we're back
honey,
on the food again.
Maple syrup. This ball's clipped to mid-wicket. Actually, it's just straight to the mid-wicket, and the single's taken by Dawson. The two Ronnies. It was Ronnie Barker, wasn't it, who was in porridge? Please tell me you know who Ronnie Barker is. The two Ronnies. At least one of the Ronnies. Come on.
Nope.
That was that was the end of the over, that single. So Dawson's 46 keeps the strike. Gubbins 45, 163 for 4.
I reckon there should be a challenge of how many overs we can go without chatting about food today.
Well, the porridge doesn't count. Well, I suppose it does count.
Yes, it does count.
Well, we're talking about the TV show rather than... Look, Ronnie Barker. You must know who Ronnie Barker is.
No.
Oh, no. Open all hours. Granville.
No. Lost.
Ronnie Barker died aged 76 in 2005. A great man he was. Genius comedian. 2005. How old are you then? 2? 3?
7. Bamber then to continue from the pavilion end to Dawson. Worked off his pads to square. Will be no run.
It's Mr. and Mrs. Windsor I'm disappointed in. How have they not introduced you to Ronnie Barker and Open All Hours?
Tell you what, my childhood was probably Take That. I was brainwashed by the music artist. That's the first thing. I don't really know what TV series I was brainwashed by, you know. We were actually talking about this the other day in the dressing room. And this is how thrilling our chats are. There's Bamber into Dawson. That's driven up to mid-off. They're going to run a quick single because he's not quite timed it. And Dawson moves to 47, 164 for 4. I'm actually going to ask you the question. What was your favourite childhood TV programme?
Porridge. Open all hours. What was my favourite?
Like young. Mine was Tweenies, firstly.
Oh no.
Then I loved The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
No idea. No idea.
Tweenie clock. Where does it stop? Do you remember that?
Nope.
Oh. What was yours? I want the theme tune of yours now.
Rainbow was my one.
Bamber round the wicket to Gubbins, and that's played into the ground to a vacant third man. Will be a single. Gubbins to 46, 165 for 4.
Andy Pandy on the BBC. Wasn't it Andy Pandy on the BBC?
Come on then, you can sing us that song.
No, I can't remember that one. Rainbow I can remember. You know Rainbow, surely.
I genuinely never
Up
heard
above the
Rainbow.
streets and houses.
No. I've not seen that one.
Up above the streets and houses means nothing to you. Up above the streets and houses, Kevin James flying high. Hampshire with another win.
Bamber to Dawson in defence, back down the pitch. Will be no run. So Rainbow and Andy
Bungle
Pandy
and Zippy, George. You don't remember Rainbow? No. Yeah, that would have been my
I feel like
childhood.
I've been neglected.
I feel like you've been neglected. It's the two Ronnies that you've got to look out for. So 4 candles. You don't know the 4 candles sketch?
No.
When he goes to the shop to buy,
when
he went to the shop and he asked, "Can I have 4 candles, please?" What did you think he get? What did you think the shop gave him?
Bamber in, and that's worked off Dawson's pads. Will be no run. Oh, I don't know. 4 candles.
Don't give it away in the background.
Surely just 4 candles.
He was looking to buy 4 candles. It was a great sketch. Fork handles, not 4 candles. The simplicity of humour back then.
I can see why I didn't watch it now. Bamber then 54 on his back from the pavilion end into Dawson, back down the pitch. Will be no run. Good patience from Dawson and Gubbins. Tight bowling from Bamber. 165 for 4. Bamber's bowled 10 overs for 26. 2 maidens so far. And De Cares has bowled the majority of the overs for Middlesex. He's bowled 16. 2 maidens, 41 runs and 2 wickets. And one of those wickets, the prize wicket for anyone playing Hampshire, of James Vince, LBW.
Yeah, handles for his garden fork. That was what he was after. Just looking to see what kind of fork handles they were. I want fork handles.
I'm intrigued what Kevin James's favourite TV show was as a kid. I feel like Kev would be like Postman Pat, yeah.
No.
What do you reckon?
Postman Pat would have been mine as well. Goodness me.
Teletubbies, was that?
How far back? I know. What
How
were they
far
called?
back did they go?
Bill and Bob the Flower Pot Men. Was that not yours, J-Mo? Even that was before J-Mo, apparently. To Kerry's bowls, and this is worked by Gubbins off the back foot out to deep backward square leg.
Mary, Pungo and Mitch. Never heard of it. I was about to say, Kim, was there TVs when you were young? Black and white.
Mary, Mungo and Midge. Let's have a look. Oh, look at them. What year was that? First episode, October 1969.
Oh, wow. The animations on Mary, Pungo and Midge.
13 episodes there were.
We could almost catch up when we're off air. I might watch all 13.
Carries around the wicket to Dawson. This ball's pushed back. No run again.
Was that the favourite? Okay, he's doing an update now for BBC Radio Solent. So we'll let him off the favourite TV show.
Carries bowls. Forward goes Dawson. Push it back into the offside. No run again.
Listeners can also get in touch with us at Solent Sport, at Ems Windsor. I don't know your hand. What's your favourite childhood TV show? Let's see if Tweeny's features in a number.
Forward goes. Well, back goes Dawson, turns to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Tweeny. Teletubbies.
The Ashes 05 test. That was my favourite.
Yeah, well, you see, there you go. And for me, it would have been Gooch's 333 maybe, although I was a little bit older by then. Lots of flight on this one from De Carey's, pushes away into the offside and there's no run. But that was the one that always sticks with me as like my early. I can't remember. I remember it being broadcast on the news that England had won the Ashes, Mike Gatting in '88 the next morning. I remember before going to school in the morning news, England have won the Ashes. Here's De Carey's bowls and a sweep from outside leg stump by Dawson. It deflects to the short fine leg and there's no run again. 166 for 4. So Gooch's 333 was 1990, wasn't it? Which similarly, I can remember the 1990 Football World Cup. Can't remember the 88 Euros. Definitely can't remember the 86 World Cup.
Don't even know if I was into cricket actually for the 05 Ashes. I
Really?
don't think I'd have picked up a cricket bat yet.
No. It was still on free to air back then. The last one on free to air, wasn't it? 05.
05. Yeah,
That was my childhood summers, sitting down watching the TV, watching the Test match on BBC. Loved it. Absolutely loved it.
What test series we've got going on though at the moment? The men's Ashes tests.
What do you reckon?
Australia scraping that first
Lords
one.
next.
Worries me.
Good record at Lords.
I hope we go. It's 1-1, and I
The
think.
quicks at Lords could be pretty.
Yeah, Jimmy hopefully will be in the game. I saw.
Oh
him.
no, I was thinking the Aussie quicks. I think they could have a field day, couldn't they?
Luke Coleman into the attack from the pavilion
First
end.
time he's come on from the pavilion end, so a change of ends for him really. He's almost straight back on, isn't he?
And double spin for the first time Middlesex as Holman into Gubbins, who plays that to extra cover will be no run.
Hear that cry of enjoyment out there from somebody in the fields as Gubbins rocked back to pull that one just a little bit short from Holman. It was a googly, wasn't it?
Quicker as well, quick and flat. Gubbins is on 47 then as Holman in, and that's played back down the pitch, will be no run.
Yeah, settled onto a nice length there, hasn't he? Googly first ball. Second ball right into the spot. There's the chat, that's Tom Helm, you can recognise that voice.
Is he the man full of it? Is he the
Did he say something like he's on 47 boys? Something like that.
Holman to Gubbins, and that's hit to mid-wicket. He's gone hard at that one, Gubbins. Can't get it through.
They're trying to get it in
No
before
run.
trying to get it in before the 50 here, aren't they? He's on 47 boys, come on.
Holman poised and a bowls to Gubbins, who pushes into the offside. Again, no run. He's faced 143 balls. Gubbins have been very patient for his 47. Playing well so far. Do you reckon Raheen Ahmed's going to be playing in that Lord's Test.
Well, I felt a bit sorry for Liam Dawson.
Holman in, and Gubbins advances, but in defence again. A lot of the pundits were Dawson was the first name, but they're going to Raheen. 5 dot balls so far this over. Into Gubbins, quicker, flatter, and that's hit into the pitch and back to him. Another maiden for Holman. That's 3 maidens in his 7 over spell.
Have you seen the thing on the BBC Sport website with Jimmy Anderson throwing the first ball, the ceremonial ball to begin the Major League Baseball in London? It's been played at the Olympic Stadium, isn't it? Or the
Baseball?
Yeah, St. Louis Cardinals play the Chicago Cubs at London Stadium. London Stadium it's called now, isn't it? Not Olympic Stadium. Look, there you go. With a ceremonial first ball. Doesn't the president usually throw the, in America, the first ball? Who was it? Was it Donald Trump who couldn't throw it?
Jimmy Anderson, the president.
Yeah, honorary president of English cricket. Here's De Carey's. Right arm around the wicket, he bowls. That's cut hard out to deep backward point, and that is going to be 2. They're thinking about 3, and there it is. Dawson beats Gubbins to 50. 50 from 87 deliveries. He's hit 6 fours, 97 minutes. That's really recovered the situation here at 4 down at the 100 point. Hampshire would have had a bit of trepidation about that decision to, not so much the decision, but the execution, having elected to bat first. But Dawson and Gubbins settling things well here.
Yeah, good from Liam Dawson. Stalwart of Hampshire holds his hand up. Struggled for form early in this county championship, but he certainly found it again now.
Carry to Gubbins, single taken. He's on to 48. Through square leg it goes. Here you go. Trump's Major League Baseball ceremonial first ball. We've got to switch paces, have we? But I can find you that one first, because this one made the news as well. This is just a great history lesson for you, really, isn't it? Sat alongside me. Children's TV and Donald Trump's attempt at throwing the ball. Here's De Carey's bowls, and forward goes. Dawson pushing back. There's no run.
Please tell me it went in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Oh, is it former presidents throw the first pitch? Oh, well, there we go. So maybe Trump didn't do it. Yeah, we're getting confused. Somebody did, though. Made a hash of it. Here's Dawson, turns through square leg for a single, 171 for 4. See George Bush Sr. handing it to George W. Handing it on. But,
big baseball fan? Are you a big baseball fan?
No, but I think you were surprised that Anderson's thrown the first ball.
I was.
This is why. Look, this is why. So there's Bush doing it. One of them had a nightmare though. Didn't quite happen for them. De Carey's slip and a short leg. 171 for 4. Drop short on that one. It's cut away as far as cover by Gubbins. Made to 8 still on 48.
They're letting him know, aren't they? Tom Helm in at a tight extra cover.
De Carey's from the hotel end, dropped short, punched into the covers through extra cover, and wide a mid off as well. And there's his 50 against Middlesex for Nick Gubbins. 50 from 148 deliveries. He's really had to knuckle down the number 3. 6 fours, 220 minutes, and he's dug in hard here for Hampshire against his former county. Fabulous 50 for Gubbins, and I'm sure his family downstairs, who we saw earlier, would be delighted. We're going to have a change up on mic. It's going to be Kevin James replacing me, and well, it's another man who made the trip from Middlesex to Hampshire. He's doing pretty well out in the middle at the moment for his county. 175 for 4, and Hampshire have made a pretty good job of fighting back, JMO.
They certainly have, but it's still tough going, isn't it, really, with the Kookaburra ball and a dry wicket. Pretty tough for the batters to get on top of the bowling if it's accurate. But nevertheless, these two have now put on 81 unbroken for the 5th wicket. Emily Windsor?
Hello, Kevin.
There's Holman bowls. Hasn't really got much out of this, is he, Holman, the leg spinner? So it's pushed out on the offside.
No, he hasn't, but I think he's bowled really tight. I think for a leg spinner, bowling 3 maidens, thrown in that odd googly as well, keep the batters honest. I think he's bowled nicely for Middlesex.
Yeah, he's bowled tight. Hasn't looked threatening really as Dawson drives at that wide delivery out into the deep.
Come on then, Kev.
52.
Tell us your favourite childhood TV programme.
I thought it wasn't my childhood, but the Tweenies I thought was a great shout. I loved that programme. Used to watch that with my younger daughter. So you must have been I'll come back to that in a minute, but you must have been in the era of Rosie and Jim.
Yeah.
There you go. Rosie and Jim. Rosie and Jim. The old
The
on the canal
pot.
barge.
I love what's the flower pot one?
Oh, I don't know that one.
Bill and Ben. Bill and Ben.
Oh, Bill and Ben. That was before
flower
you.
Pot men. No, I love that.
You would also have been of the Postman Pat.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah, I used to love watching that.
Thomas the Tank Engine, but he's still going, isn't he?
Yeah. Around the wicket. He's forward. What else is around that era? There was Tony Pandy. What was that? Fireman Sam.
Bellamori.
Bellamori. Do you like Fireman Sam?
My brother liked him.
Really?
We had to balance out the TV shows.
Again, Gubbins is well forward. He's coming round the wicket this time. Holman trying to find the rough outside Gubbins' off stump. There's a few more others around that era, wasn't there, really, that I'm trying to think of. I think they'll come to me. Here's Holman again, straight and full. Gubbins works that away on the onside. I suppose my era, what was Mr. Ben? Does that ring a bell? He used to turn up at this Gents Outfitters. Do you remember that, Kev? Mr. Ben used to turn up at this Gents Outfitters in this shop, and there was this guy with a fez hat on. He said, "What do you want to be today?" or something, or "What outfit did you want to be?" And that's down the leg side, well, taken by Simpson. And he'd wear this outfit, and then he would say something like, "Through this door, then, sir." And then he would arrive in this scene that would sort of match his outfit. I think that's what that was about. Very bizarre.
You sold it.
Have I sold it to you?
Yeah, I might watch that later.
Sure, it's on YouTube somewhere. So there you go. We have 2 overs until tea. 176 for 4.
That's time for run.
Is that when you're going for a run? So you'll be much use in the last session then.
Might be more alive.
Just ready for a bit of Joe's cake when you get back, actually, after that long run. Be able to say that you're all right taking a piece.
De Care's in, and that's cut off the back foot by Dawson. He's timed that well. There's a fielder after it who will eventually pull it in. No, he doesn't. He misses it on the pullback, and that's 4 runs to Liam Dawson. It's a great shot from him. He's played off that back foot well to the off spinner. And the fielder holds his hand up to the bowler of De Care's. Dawson's on 56. Hampshire 180 for 4.
Third time Liam Dawson's passed the half-century mark this season. That's to go with his 84 against Kent at Canterbury, and the only time Hampshire batted in that game, and 63 against Northamptonshire, the only time Hampshire batted in that game.
De Care's then 25 on his back from the hotel end, bowls, and that's pushed to extra cover. Will be no run. On the whole, Middlesex been pretty tidy in the field, other than that one drop catch from Joe Weatherly, off Joe Weatherly. That slight misfield there.
Yeah, very early on this morning, wasn't it?
As De Care's in, Dawson plays that thick outside edge. There was a slip, but it's gone wider than the fielder. Very, very quick to the ball to keep that to a single. Dawson on to 57, 181 for 4.
Yeah, it's still quite difficult to score on here, isn't it, really?
What do you think's a score that Hampshire will be happy with? I asked Kevin Hand.
What did he say?
Didn't get an answer.
What do you reckon?
What the score will they be happy
550.
with? De Care's in, and that's off the back foot, played up to mid-on by Gubbins. Be no run.
Realistically, 300 here, first innings. I don't think you'll lose the game, would you?
That's what I said.
Did you?
Great minds.
There you go.
carers in to Gubbins in defence, back down the pitch will be no run. You feel though now they're 181 4 down that they can extend on from that 300, although it's not quick scoring. The run rate at 2.9 and over from this position, and the partnership as the carers in, and that's whipped away into the onside. There's a fielder at deep backward of square. They're going to come back for 2. The throw at the bowler's end. Dawson has to run quickly, but they make it comfortably. Great running. Gubbins on to 54, 183 for 4.
Yeah, I think just because of the nature of the pitch, as I say, it won't get a whole lot worse. I just think that the ball will just sort of hold into the turf a little bit more as it gets drier, and the ball will start to turn a little bit more often, but it won't turn big, it won't bounce big, it won't come off the turf quickly for the spinners. So I wouldn't expect the scoring to be quick at all at any point during the game. Mentioned Dawson's figures this season. Nick Gubbins already has 100 to his name, 125 against Northants. And that was at Northants. Got 62 in the second innings against Lancashire at Southport in their last championship match. And a couple of other half centuries to go with that as well. Here's Holman then, bowls to Dawson. That leaves that alone outside the off stump. That may just have turned a fraction. This will be the last over before tea. We're only just over time, aren't we, at the moment? 20 to 4 is your ideal time, and scoreboard's only showing 5 minutes after that. 183 for 4. Here's Holman again. Quicker ball. Dawson forward.
Good thing about a lot of spin being bowled on the pitch, you won't have to worry about the over rates for Hampshire, who've always been quite tight on them. I imagine a lot of spin from both Felix Organ and Liam Dawson will be in play.
That's for sure. Holman again, quite quick delivery as Dawson's off the back foot. Steers that out to point. Kelvin Shaw has emailed. He's on the subject of TV programmes. Solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, you were born in 61 like me, says Kelvin. Yeah, I've given the game away. My favourite cartoon stroke TV programmes as a child were Wacky Races. Oh, I forgot about that. Hong Kong Phooey. He didn't mention that. I've just mentioned that. I've just thought of that. Hong Kong Phooey. Does that ring a bell? Does to Kevin Head. And the other one was the Banana Splits. You're looking at me as if I'm mad. That was a very odd programme.
What about Bananas in Pyjamas? Do you remember that one?
I do. Yes, Bananas in Pyjamas. Yeah.
That was a good one.
Yes. Those blue and white striped pyjamas they had, pushed out quietly by Dawson out into the covers. I just thought of another one off the top of my head there, and it's just gone. But yeah, Bananas in Pyjamas. The Banana Splits was a very difficult show to describe. It was just bizarre. They were going around in these buggies. Oh, he's been outside the off stump there. Simpson takes the bails off, but Dawson's playing off the back foot to that one. Good delivery to end the session, but its partnership has done particularly well for Hampshire. It's a maiden over there for Luke Holman. 9 overs, 4 maidens, none for 19. But Hampshire go in at the break at 183 for 4, with Gubbins on 54, Dawson on 57, and Emily Windsor. That's been a good session with only Ben Brown, the wicket, to go. That was at 94.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these two have put together a nice partnership. Obviously the ball's got a lot older now, 64 overs old. It's a kookaburra. It traditionally gets softer and less movement, but good partnership, a needed partnership from Hampshire, and two very experienced batters in the long form have done well. By far the highest partnership of 89 so far. And
I was just trying to work out how many runs were added in that session. It was less than 100. It was something like 80, something 91, something like that. So 92 in the first session, 91 in the second. It's not thrilling.
It's not Bazball.
It's not Bazball. It certainly isn't that, but it has the potential to be a reasonably low-scoring game, which, if Hampshire can get to a decent first innings total, it will certainly put Middlesex under pressure. Myself, Emily Windsor, and Kevin Hand. I'm Kevin James, by the way. We will be back with you in less than 20 minutes. team out onto the field, where we're about to get underway. The evening session on day 1. Division 1 contest, this one, between Hampshire and Middlesex. Hampshire winning the toss this morning, deciding to bat. Well, it's been slow going. There are a couple of factors because of that. Middlesex have bowled very accurately. But they are the home team. Only at 183, and they've lost 4 wickets getting there. This morning, Fletcher Middleton for 4, Joe Weatherly for 15, James Vince for 35. Those were the wickets before lunch, Hampshire adding 92. This afternoon, Ben Brown, the 1 wicket that fell, he was caught at short leg off the off-spinner of Josh DeCaries. He went for 13. But then we've had a stand between Nick Gubbins, who's on 54, and Liam Dawson on 57. And we've had a bit of a recovery, which so far has been worth 89. Unbroken for the 5th wicket. 91 runs added in total in that afternoon session, so it hasn't been the most entertaining of games. As I say, some accurate Middlesex bowling. But we are using the Kookaburra balls for this round of fixtures and the next one, which I think has also been a bit of a factor. Those balls do tend to get a bit soft, there's not much of a seam on them, and the pitch is very slow and it's very dry. The odd one has turned, but not really much to get too excited about, because if it has turned, it's been a bit slow. I'm Kevin James. A little later you'll hear from Southern Vipers batter Emily Windsor, but Kevin Hand is in next to me as Tom Helm comes in outside the off stump, and that bounces twice through to keeper John Simpson. Nick Gubbins is facing.
Oh, it's a little surprise to see Helm on immediately after tea. Second new ball an hour away. I mean, you imagine that. I mean, this is going to be a very short spell, isn't it, from Helm right now? Unless something dramatic happens, so you can find a Broad-esque performance in this period after the interval. Maybe just see if the feet are moving still straight away after tea.
Into his 12th over, 1 for 26. He's been impressive so far as that's a length ball pushed out into the covers. It was well worth his wicket in this morning session. He had Weatherly dropped in the gully, went on 5, although Weatherly only made 15. But he pulled Helm rather tamely to square leg. Yeah, the excuse me, the drop at that point felt as though that could be massive. Kookaburra match. But Middlesex did well, 3 down at lunch. We said, you know, Hampshire wouldn't be disappointed with 3 down at lunch. They'd have known batting first, you risked that slightly, but they'd have been looking for just 1 down then in the afternoon session, and so it's been. Just 4 down at tea. Yeah, here's Helm again. Gubbins slips as he pushes that out into the covers. Helm's been very impressive. Hits the deck. Obviously helps when the ball was a little harder. It's obviously a little bit more difficult now.
Yeah, it's best. There's few better than Helm, really. I mean, he's got everything. Height, pace, and he does a lot with the ball. You know, as we see in T20 cricket all the time, he's got all the variations. He's got so much skill. Consistency has just eluded him a little bit over the years.
His season's not been a great one so far, has it?
There you go. And that was after a good year last year.
Yeah. And
he's been in all the England squad since.
Only 6 wickets to date outside the off stump, and that's left alone. And they have come at 51 apiece.
Yep. Which
on today's showing you have to say, really? But obviously it's not all about one day or one spell.
Yeah. Like I said, when he's at his best, there are a few better. You know, he out-bowled Shaheen Shah Afridi at the start of last season. So did Toby Rowland-Jones. Afridi got the wickets, he got the headlines, but they were out-bowling him. And you had Shaheen Shah Afridi here at Hampshire, of course.
Got a hat-trick here in the COVID T20. Yeah. Gubbins drives, only up to mid-off. Great bowler, that guy.
And now at Nottinghamshire, but yeah, he was out-bowled by Helm and Rowland-Jones at the start of last season. And it was great to watch. So, yeah, for Helm at that point, you thought maybe that was the coming-of-age year and he would get into the Test side, but obviously Ollie Robinson, I mean, England have got a plethora of fast bowling options. But if you can put it together on a consistent basis, there really are very few better than Tom Helm.
29 years of age he is.
And that's part of it, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
it's kind of a now or never if he wants to get in the England side.
Round the wicket again to the left-hander Gubbins. Short. Again, that's 2 bounces through to Simpson. They're going to run a bye.
No ball.
As the ball cannons off his pads.
Oh no, it's just the bye. I thought he was given a no ball on height on that one as well. Although, is it a wide in Championship?
It's wide in T20, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you having to bowl it very short now with this soft ball, and really all the pace was sucked out of it when it hit the deck. Anything over 183 for 4?
Well, that's why you wonder almost, is it worth having Helm on at this stage? I mean, I think in that over there the question was almost answered. No, just hold yourself back for the second new ball. Holman to continue at the pavilion end. And he's been impressive today. I've enjoyed watching Holman. None for 19 from 9 with 4 maidens. His first over went for 4, I think, or 5. So he's only gone for 14 off the next 8. Very good from him. But likewise to Carey's young off spinner.
Yeah, I think we thought, because De Carey's has got 1 or 2 to turn, and we thought him being the finger spinner and Luke Holman being the wrist spinner, we thought when Holman came on he might have got a bit more out of this than he has.
Yeah, he had that one, didn't he, that turned past the edge of the forward defence of Dawson. Slipping a short leg for Nick Gubbins. Deep square setback. Slightly deeper mid-on as Holman bowls. Full outside the off stump, driven to mid-off, no run. 184 for 4, Hampshire. And it really does feel, you know, this hour up to the second new ball now. If Middlesex were to make a couple of breakthroughs at this point. As Holman comes in, bowls down the track, comes Gubbins! Hits it up in the air mid-on, heads backwards. But it will get away from him, and it will get away for 4 as well. It was swirling over the head of Roland Jones. It was in the air for a while, wasn't it? Didn't quite get to it, but he got enough of it, crucially. 188 for 4.
Yeah, the shot's on. I mean, Roland Jones is a little deep at mid-on, but he's certainly not covering anywhere near the boundary. So the shot's on over the top. He's hitting it with the spin. Jones is probably halfway, maybe not quite.
Holman to Gubbins. Oh, that was hit uppishly back to the bowler off the back foot by Gubbins. I mean, it sounded sweet, didn't it? Almost came out of the middle of the bat back to the bowler, who charged across to field in front of the non-striker. Top ball as Holman is in again. Bowls and Gubbins clips away just in front of the short leg. Robson picks up a single. Milan doing the fielding out at deep square. Robson, his old opening partner at short leg. 189 for 4. Short leg comes out for Dawson. They just had the one slip in place.
95 these two are put on.
Yeah, it's been excellent, hasn't it? Holman just checks the field. Deep mid-wicket and deep point. Slip crouch down. And this one's short and eased for a single. Good stop at backward point by I think Ethan Bamber coming around there. Picks himself up. Number 54 come in. Yes. Dawson moves to 58. 190 for 4. So it's 14 overs to that second new ball now. I had De Carey's on quite early with the ball this morning, didn't they? Holman in, bowls, and this is pushed for a single to that deeper mid-on. Roland Jones, good batting from Gubbins, pushed him back and now pushes the single. He moves to 60, keeps the strike. Dawson has 58, Hampshire 191 for 4. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see actually whether is Helm going to continue here. I'd be surprised if he didn't, having only bowled 1, but taking his time about it. Drink's been run out to him already.
He just had tea.
He's done a Kevin Hand. He's talked his way through tea, hasn't he? He's just realised he hasn't had a drink. He hasn't had anything to eat. Roland Jones gone over to have a chat with him. I really can only imagine that unless something happens in this over, that there'll only be 1 more from Helm after this. Just 3 overs after tea, a quick burst. He hasn't bowled from this end yet, has he? So maybe that's part of the ploy. What do you feel like for the second new ball? Are you happier at the pavilion end?
Maybe the wind's changed direction. I don't know. Just a gust of wind there outside the off stump. He's actually struggling to get it through to the keeper at the moment. That's on his way down. Couple of 2 bounces in the over that he bowled previously. There's absolutely no pace at all. of this pitch or with this ball, which must be incredibly soft now, this Kookaburra. No seam on them.
I have to see if we can get a picture of it at the end of the play. Say to the umps, can we see what that Kookaburra was like when it was done after 80 overs?
Yeah. There might be one or two looking to do that. Gubbins is 60. Faces helm, is on the back foot there, steers that just wide of mid-off. That'll be just the one. That's Ethan Bamber. I haven't seen too much of Ethan Bamber today. I think for helm he offers you extra bounce, so you can understand that one. Toby Rowland-Jones offers you the super accuracy. Ethan Bamber's sort of in between that, really, isn't he?
Yeah, Bamber. I mean, at first you just thought, they found a natural replacement for Tim Murtagh, but he's a little bit quicker. Seam bowler from the pavilion ends, and 100 first-class wickets at 20. He was no mug when he broke onto the scene. Quite a year last year, but seems to be back at it.
No wickets yet in his 10 overs, but here's Helm. Dawson wants a quick single as he just pushes out on the offside. No, says Gubbins. Just looking at the test match. Women's test. Do you know what? The best thing that could happen now is Australia being bowled out. They're 257 for 8 in their second innings, leading by 267 with whatever's left today and then all of tomorrow. If they can get Australia out and maybe just have a little bat tonight, that might be a really cracking day last day.
Yeah.
I shouldn't think. Well, I'd hope that England won't hold back. Don't think they will. I think they're talking about playing in a similar way to the guys, aren't they? Or trying to. Here's Helm. Definitely got a bit breezier as that's turned away behind square by Dawson. So where are we in the Division 1 games? Essex have got a few more than here. 248 for 3 against Warwickshire. Northamptonshire 237 all out against Kent. So a few more runs there as well. Somerset 163 all out. Nottinghamshire 32 for 1. So similar amount of runs in that game. Lancashire 235 for 7 against Surrey. So this is one of, if not, well, just about the slowest in terms of the number of runs scored today. That's pulled away by Dawson, straight to the man behind square on the leg side. Kept it down well, did Liam Dawson. 192 for 4. There's quite a few people at the far end and the top tier in the pavilion, in the shade. Always a good area for that. If you want your sun, you go towards deep extra cover. That's where the sun shines on this ground the longest, into those row of seats, or blocks of seats I should say. Comes Helm again, right arm over to Dawson. Dawson works it away again. He's found the man just behind square on the leg side. And that will be the end of that over from Helm. 13 overs, 1 for 27. But as Kevin Hand says, is he going to keep bowling with the new ball just 13 overs away?
It seems a bit of a fool's errand at the moment, doesn't it?
Unless it's Bamber and Toby Rowland-Jones to take the new ball.
Well, even if it was, I think I'd just be holding him back. You know, you've got Higgins at the moment, who could bowl tight, accurate, economical.
He hasn't done much, has he?
No, and you know, he's a useful player, isn't he? 3
overs, none for 14.
Yeah. I mean, they might have just decided, look, it's not, you know, there's not enough pace in this pitch with a Kookaburra ball for somebody like Ryan Higgins to be bowling. But I mean, he gets it through at a fair rate when he wants to, Higgins. So I think he's got a job to do to get them up to the second new ball here for sure. There's no reason why not to, unless he's carrying some sort of niggle that we're not aware of. Here's Holman. Crow, by the sounds of it, flying close overhead as forward goes. Gubbins, he defends back with a point. No run, 192 for 4. So yeah, De Carey's, who has bowled pretty well today, 2 for 58 from 19. Just a little bit more expensive than Holman. Who's in now, bowls, and it's his turn. Back with a square on the leg side. Cry of catch as Gubbins looked to ride the bounce on that one. It would have had to have a bit of backward short leg to have any sort of chance at getting fingertips underneath that. Yeah, Holman's number 26 from 10. So going at 2.6, whereas De Carey's is going at 3. Holman bowls, and it's well short, top edge, in the air. Gubbins is gone. No, he's put down. Bamber's put him down. Oh, that's a big drop. Huge drop by Bamber. Well, He picks himself up slowly. He looked for all the world as though he had it. He got there, and it just, it hit his heart. It hit his hands hard, didn't it? It really popped out. And huge lead off for Gubbins. Holman missed out on his first wicket of the match. Well, 93 for 4. Gubbins moves to 62 with a single. Just looking to drag it away into the onside, and the top edge flew. Emily Windsor was noting we hadn't seen him that many sweeps in this game. I did wonder whether it was the bounce, as his Holman bowls. Oh, Dawson thought about a single. Simpson heads around towards the square leg umpire to collect, and no run is agreed relatively quickly. Big drop that.
I was going to. My first thought was, how on earth has he dropped that?
Yeah.
How on earth has that gone to ground?
Holman bowls. Dawson defends. Long way forward. Yeah, he owes him a wicket there, doesn't he? Well, they weren't made to pay to any great extent when Weatherly was put down this morning.
And that weren't difficult either.
No.
I'm not joking, that is not a hard catch at all.
No. Here's Holman bowls, and forward goes Dawson, gets right behind this one, pushes it back up the track, and there's no run. It's the only defence will be how much spin there was on it, as it, it really did boom back out of his hand, didn't it? It's almost like it was a basketball player had a shot at the hoop, and it hit the hoop, and boom, straight back out again.
I don't think he can quite believe how he's dropped that.
No,
I don't think anybody else can. I'm still thinking of that, saying the whole time that was in the air, Gubbins would have thought, what on earth have I done? I've worked that hard to get to the point of my innings, and all I've done is I've given it away, and yet it's gone to ground. I still can't believe he's dropped that.
Where's the sun position for him? He's running from backwards.
Right. Yeah, the sun's not an issue. The sun would be over towards 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
He's got at least his right part of his back that's facing the sun. Here's Helm round the wicket. Gubbins on the back foot, pushes it up to mid on. That's a howler, if I'm honest. 99 these two have put on now. It's just come up on the board.
It is, you're right on that. That's a howler. You see that at club level and you think, oh dearie me,
how's he put
his mates are going to dig him out about that. Yeah, and they'll have known as well. They'll know today, Kookaburra Ball, Kookaburra round of matches, this is a round where you think chances will be at a premium, especially the man who's leading the run scoring, Gubbins.
Not even sure you can blame the Kookaburra Ball for putting that down. Gubbins gets a length ball. There's nothing about that you can say, but I think, and I'm sure Ethan Bambra's already acknowledged the fact that, he's made a big boob there. Yeah.
He's at mid-off at the moment.
He didn't have to move very far. It was sort of scooped up in the air, but top edge really, wasn't it? But it just lolloped. Honestly, when I saw that go to ground, I thought, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Slow motion as well, wasn't it?
Oh, it's horrible. He must be feeling horrible. Here's Helm, and every ball, of course, Gubbins faces as that's pushed out into the covers. It's fielded by Higgins. Every ball the bowler comes in, he's thinking, I hope this is the wicket.
Yeah.
I hope he goes this ball. There was a bit of a howler in Hampshire's game at Southport where Fletcher Middleton put down Phil Salt on 4. It was very similar to the one this morning, actually, in the gully that was put down off Weatherly. In fact, even simpler than that one. And of course, it's one of those where you think, well, I hope he don't go on and score runs. We've got 100. And actually, to be fair to Fletcher, he was brilliant, because I did speak to him because he got runs in the game. It's in the second innings, and that's just pulled away on the leg side. Gubbins, and that's the 100 partnership. 194 for 4. But in fact, not only did he put Phil Salt down, simple catch, straight in the midriff, straight out again, one of those. But actually, when he was in the slips later on, I forget who it was. Oh, it was Dane Villas. Had a go at one outside the off stump, so it flew, and it went between third and second slip, and Fletcher was at third, Liam Dawson was at second. Liam Dawson went to go, and he stuck out a hand, did Fletcher, and it diverted off his finger straight into Dawson's face. And Dawson had to go to hospital for stitches.
Oh no.
So that was Fletcher's game. Initially, short ball outside the off stump, again it dives through to Simpson, and I'll just double check this, because I think Fletcher got 0 in the first innings. He did. So he got 0 in the first innings, dropped Salt on 4.
Beautiful.
And he got 100, and he put one of his teammates in hospital.
Beautiful.
So you can imagine, halfway through that game, he'd had one of the worst games you could ever have, and he's only a youngster, and he's a really good player, and he's batted well, although he didn't get runs in this game. And when he got runs in the second innings, which we were all pleased for him, he got 70 odd, played really well. So I spoke to him at the end of the day, did a proper interview. Here's Helm, that's pulled away by Dawson, but again he's found the man at back with a square leg. And I said, well played, blah blah, and he did, and we did that. And I said, look, I have to ask you. I said, what about? I said, how did you feel about Phil Salt? He said, that was a nightmare. He was honest. He said that was a real nightmare. But my teammates kept patting me on the back and saying, don't worry. And he said that sort of helped. And I said, yeah, but then a little while after that, you put one of your teammates in hospital. He said, yeah, I know. He said it was a nightmare. It was really good, and you can imagine. It was, it's just about the worst possible game somebody could have had after 2 days.
Speaking of putting your teammate in hospital, remember the infamous incident here?
Oh, Voges.
Yeah.
Yes.
Richard Scott was still coach, wasn't he? And the man who put him in hospital was his teammate, who wasn't even playing in the match. Ollie Rayner.
The
was walking around the boundary rope, doing a lap. Here's Luke Holman from the pavilion end. He bowls, and that's a solid forward defence from Gubbins again, back up the track. The ball had been hit away for 4 by Voges. Or was Simpson batting with him at the time? Oh no, of course it wasn't. They weren't batting, were they? Here's a short one to Gubbins, who whips it away, back to the square on the leg side. Lovely shot for 4, just a little short by Holman. That's what Gubbins was looking for before. 4 more. 200 up for Hampshire. Not a batting point this year. They've got another 50 to go before they get to their first batting point. The new rules and regs. That's the 70th over of the innings. 269 minutes for the 200.
Very pink looking Emily Windsor's just come back into the camera gantry.
Nearly as pink as our tops.
Yes.
Oh, she does look pink.
That running. But you're right, yeah. And wasn't there a throw from the boundary?
That was it. No, I've got it wrong. I was thinking Voges had his helmet off. He didn't. Here's this ball clipped out to deep mid wicket for a single by Gubbins. It moves to 68. So the ball went away for 4. Middlesex were in the field. Simpson was the keeper. Rayner, who's got an incredible arm, from the boundary rope, just picked it and lobbed it. And I think Simpson was expecting pretty much a dolly of a throw. Maybe Rayner was a bit angry, he'd been dropped. He threw it really hard and it went flying over Simpson, and Voges was the captain, stood behind him as his Holman pushes back up the track at Dawson. There's no run, and Voges was already orchestrating the field for the next ball.
Wasn't looking.
So wasn't looking, and this ball hit him flush on the back of the head and dropped him to the ground, didn't it? And it was horrible for us, because it was worse for him of course, but for us, we were commentating at the time, and poor guy drops to the ground like that. Rayner was mortified as forward goes Dawson, pushing away into the offside, and there's no run. Oh no, I think he said a few weeks later, as he found fortunately Voges was back after a concussion period out, he said, oh no, I've killed me skipper, he thought, as he threw the ball back in. But fortunately all was okay, although it was a couple of weeks out for Voges. This is paddled around the corner by Dawson, lapped up and over his shoulder, sweeping Holman. Will get 4 for it as well. 205 for 4. Dawson's on to 62, and that is the end of the over, so Gubbins will have strike on 68. But yeah, all was well in the end, but he did leave the field, and Richard Scott, the former Hampshire batter, their Middlesex coach, drove him off to hospital, and saw them downstairs that evening actually when he walked back in, and tentatively said to him, how are you, Adam? And he said, yeah, I'm alright, just a really bad headache.
Yeah, it was nasty, wasn't it? I'll be back in 2 minutes.
No problem. Here's Toby Rowland-Jones from the hotel end, replacing Tom Helm. 1 for 30 from 14 for Helm, who picked up the wicket of Weatherly, caught Holman for 15, having been put down off Helm by Holden at Gully. They're between innings at the Test. England need 268 to win. Australia win 257 all out. So brewing up nicely. Eccleston 5 for 63. How many did Eccleston get in the first innings? 5 for 129, so a 10 for Eccleston. And Ash's 10 for. That's one to feast out on for many a year for Eccleston. Quickly the scores elsewhere as well. We have a break on the mic as here's Roland Jones. He's in, ball short, Gubbins pulls him away out to deep mid-wicket. Now they're going with the short ball here against Gubbins, which I understand to some extent. Deep square, deep backward square leg, long leg, but equally very soft kookaburra ball. 70th over, 71st over. Batter pretty well set. Not bad at playing this short ball either. Maybe they just think because he does engage, he likes it, or strength will be his weakness, but it's going to take an awful lot of effort for Roland Jones and Helm and co to keep banging in short to him. Right, Essex 258 for 3 against Warwickshire. Century for Westley and now century for Lawrence as well. He's a farewell tour for Essex before he heads off to Surrey. Northamptonshire 237 all outs against Kent. West Agar with 5 for. As Roland Jones bowls short, this is pulled in the air. Catch it was the cry for a moment. There is a backward square leg who's pretty close to the line of the long leg, but it was along the line of the long leg. And a single is taken. 3 for Kadri as well. As Northants are all gone for 237. Kent are 1 without loss. Mieye and Compton opening up. And a game that Middlesex will have an eye on. The 2 teams below Middlesex in the table. Kent on 48 points. Northamptonshire 38. Middlesex 50. This is full of a length from Roland Jones. A cry of catch it again as a check drive from Gubbins ends up at cover. Middlesex 50. Kent 48. Northants 38. But Kent have played a game more than the other 2. They've played 7. Middlesex have played 6. Lancashire in sight for Middlesex, 18 points away if they were to overcome Hampshire here. Somerset 69, all of a sudden they'd look at this table a lot more, but I guess the fact that Kent and Northants are playing each other, that'll build the pressure if Middlesex don't win this game on that next match at Merchant Taylor's School, as Roland Jones wide on the crease, bowls just short of a length, and that's bottom edged by Gubbins on the guide as he looks to hook just down to fine leg a single. 208 for 4. Dawson 64, Gubbins has 70, and continue those scores. Somerset 163 all out as we heard. Nottinghamshire 45 for 1. Surrey against Lancashire at T. Lancashire at 236 for 7. 56 for Salt. Dean Villas with 39. Abbott with 3, Clark with 2, Sam Curran 1 and Laws 1 as well. 2 scores in a moment, but here's Roland Jones to Dawson first, who goes to the ribs again with a short ball, guided by Dawson to backward square leg. Robson fields, there's no run. Is it Robson in fact? No, it's De Carey's. He's almost got quite broad shoulders like Robson. De Carey's. It's ever so slightly hunched forward, but mainly because of the amount of muscle he seems to carry in his upper shoulders up towards his neck, as his Roland Jones bowls and not quite over the top of it. Dawson defends into the onside. Mid wicket comes down to collect at a short leg position. It's the end of the over. 208 for 4. Dawson 63. Gubbins 70. Just quickly, Glamorgan 230 for 7 against Sussex. Durham are 263 for 4 at Leicestershire. Worcestershire 203 for 7 at home to Derbyshire. And Yorkshire 288 for 4 against Gloucestershire. There was one result at the World Cup qualifier that grabbed my eye. I mean, Scotland beat Oman by 76 runs today, but crucially Sri Lanka have beaten Ireland by 133 runs, and Ireland not quite having the run of it at the World Cup qualifiers they'd have liked. They also lost to Scotland in the group stages.
Keen follower of the World Cup qualifiers.
I am actually, yeah. I wrote a preview of that with Dave Houghton for BBC Sport website. Houts, who's the Zimbabwe coach now. Houts, my old mate Houts. He was the Middlesex batting coach for a while, wasn't he?
I remember him doing some commentary with us actually at Merchant Taylor's School.
He did, didn't he? Yeah, that was when he just signed. Yeah, he just arrived.
Yeah, top man.
My mate House. He'll invite me to his wedding when he gets married again. His second wedding. Sorry, Mrs. Houghton.
Luke Holman. He's playing a miss in the cut shot there. Gubbins. It might just have straightened a fraction, but it didn't really do much off the pitch. Maybe kept a fraction low as well. It's
quite a big event, that ICC World Cup qualifier. It's West Indies, Sri Lanka, Zimbabwe, Ireland, Scotland.
Fullish. Gubbins works that around the corner.
Only 2 go through, so West Indies or Sri Lanka to miss out. It'd be a real shock. All being held in Zimbabwe and Bulawayo and Harare.
We can tell you've written an article on it. You're very knowledgeable. I've learned an awful lot about World Cup qualifiers in the last 30 seconds. As Holman bowls, there's a sweep shot from Gubbins. It's gone fine, and that will be 4. Gubbins moves on to 74, having been dropped on 61 by Ethan Bamber. Not the hardest of chances.
What you really won't like about it, though, Kev, is that they had a Super Sixes stage. So you had to have a group stage into the Super Sixes stage, and then the top 2 from the Super Sixes stage go through to the World Cup finals.
Sounds complicated.
Well, it's a lot of games, isn't it? But then, I guess a televised event, and ICC will be delighted they got all their games covered and extra games played.
2-12 for 4. We're in the 72nd over, bowled by Holman. Gubbins forward quietly. No, you were. I can see why you wrote an article for the BBC Sport website on it. You were probably the most informed.
You didn't read it?
I have to say, there's not too many people I work with that have such knowledge of World Cup qualifiers as you. Yes. Gubbins turns that away into the gap in front of square. There are 2 men out on the leg side on the boundary. Gubbins moves on to 75 and Hampshire 213 for 4.
Our old mate David Townsend used to do a lot of them, didn't he? He was very much a big associate cricket journalist, wasn't he? Followed all around the world with Ireland.
I didn't realise it was such a call for associate cricket journalists.
Scraping the barrel there, weren't they?
Holman just tosses the ball from hand to hand as he comes in again and bowls. Oh, I think the bail dropped us as he was about to bowl there. Dawson just turned around and picked the bail up. It's as if it was the norm. I wonder what Dawson was doing there for a minute. Holman was just about to let go of the ball. Five off the over so far as he comes in. Dawson forward, that's very full.
It was an interesting one.
End of the over.
Oh, sorry. Interesting one in the Surrey game the other night when, tight as it was getting at the end, a single was run back to the bowler. It was dropped. The ball actually nearly rolled back onto the stumps. So the batter played it. Chris Jordan was the bowler. I can't remember who the batter was. The ball plays down into the ground. It rolls back and stops just short of the stumps. And the non-striker calls him through for a single. So then there's a race between Chris Jordan and the batter from the non-striker's end to get in. The dive goes in. Jordan gets there first from the end of his follow-through, where he's obviously well ahead of the batter at the non-striker's end. Goes to side foot it at the stumps. It was a simple tap in, but he actually put his foot on top of the ball, and his ball the foot rolled over the top of the ball, so that the boot knocked the bail off first before the ball did. Which, it was a televised game, so obviously they were really able to slow-mo this down and give a not out. But then, Mark Church and I were sat there, well, is this going to be not out or not? Because if a wicket-keeper takes it in its gloves, and then turns the gloves to knock off the bail. So it's Roland Jones around the wicket, bowls, and Gubbins defends into the offside, and there's an error. But I guess the difference is you've got the ball in your hand and under control. You couldn't necessarily say the ball's under his control when the boot kicks. I mean, it was marginal. The ball would have been very, very close to knocking the stump and knocking the bail off, but instead it was the boot that got there first, not the stump. The bail falls off, and then the ball you just see rolls onto the stump as well. So not out was the call, but a first that I'd seen anyway.
Yeah.
And you see it in football quite often when a footballer goes to tackle even, and the foot kind of rolls over the top of the ball. He ends up getting a yellow card because he goes into the opponent, doesn't he? But yeah, first in cricket. As here's Roland Jones, bowls short and sort of through to the keeper. 213 for 4. Of course, I say that for the benefit of the listeners because you were watching every ball like you do, Kev, of all the other games when Hampshire aren't playing. Were you playing on Thursday night? Was there a game somewhere?
No.
Friday night for you? Oh, it was Friday night here, wasn't it?
Friday night here, yeah. Yeah, rare day off.
Yeah. Oh, what?
I know. So I didn't spend too many of my days off going to cricket, although I actually did, to be fair, yesterday.
Oh, where'd you go?
I was saying earlier, wasn't I? But
here's Roland Jones. Bowls, and that's hooked away out to deep square for a single. 214 for 4.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that I popped over to a local game just for an hour or so at Langley Manor, just outside Totton.
Good man. Did you do a bit of announcing while you were there? PA, MC?
Yeah, I did commentary, full life commentary.
For yourself?
On my day off. Practiced.
It was a net for today.
Yeah. Keep myself in shape. As if I haven't done enough. I'm sure most people must get fed up with my voice.
No, come on. Gubbins is wanting to come up and meet you. Here's Roland Jones is in, bowls to Dawson. This is turned into the onside. 2-14 for 4. Another one with new favourite Kevin.
Oh, I tell you what, that came off slow off that pitch, didn't it?
Well, it did, and again, it does beg the question why you've got Roland Jones and Helm, especially banging it in short here. Now for Dawson, they've got a backward square leg who's warming up to Carey's, which I'm very pleased to see. They've got a long leg and a deep square. For Gubbins, all three are back, aren't they? The long leg, the deep backward square and the deep square, and running in, banging it in short, and this old kookaburra. I mean, you're really putting some hard yards in, because you've really got to bend your back with a soft old ball like this, haven't you? There he goes, doing it again, and it dies on the way through to the keeper, bangs it in short, and it barely makes the gloves of Simpson. But you have to put that extra bit of effort into bowl it that short, don't you? And
yeah.
You just think of the effort that's taken out of Helm and Roland Jones at the moment. I prefer that energy conserved for the 80th over, which is but 7 overs away.
Well, maybe they might have De Carey's with a new ball.
Well, that I think, I don't know whether I was on with Emily or you were doing the update at that point, but I said that as well, that maybe De Carey's bowls with the new ball and they rotate the others at the other end. Roland Jones goes for the Yorker. It's a low full toss and it's driven back to mid-on where Bamber fields efficiently. End of the over. 2-14 for 4. Dawson has 63, Gubbins has 76. And Roland Jones has 1 for 43 from 14 with 2 maidens. That one was a long time ago today, at the start of play today, the first to go.
So what's that, 31 overs? 31 runs since the tea break in
9 overs.
9 overs, which I suppose is about right, actually. The run rate has been a little lower than it is now. It's just a fraction under 3s. It has been down to about 2.6, 2.7 at one stage, but I just don't think, unless somebody really goes after the bowling, I just don't think we're going to see fast scoring in this game. It just feels a track where the ball just dies when it hits it, and the spin is almost negligible at times. The odd one does spin a bit, which makes the batters a little watchful, but they can't really hit through it because the ball just sort of sticks into the turf, so there's absolutely no pace when it comes off it. Very dry surface. Interesting field for Nick Gubbins, where we have 2 obvious men on the drive on the offside and 1 not so obvious who's just in front of square. So 3 in that general area, all looking for the mistimed drive of Nick Gubbins. We've got to change of bowling? Higgins, yeah, you said that.
Yeah, I wondered.
Who's had a fairly light day today with just 3 overs, none for 14. So it would suggest, he's got 1 on the drive on the leg side as well. He's going to bowl fairly straight and full, I would have thought. That is fullish. Forward is Gubbins. I would say he'll look to bowl a couple of cutters, maybe just a couple of slower balls here and there, which will be fullish, and he'll try and get Gubbins driving. Because the batters have really struggled to sort of pierce the field, haven't they? And they have done for a while. I mean, we see it with the Duke's ball as it gets old, but I think we've certainly seen it with this kookaburra. That sometimes it looks like the batters are trying to hammer it away and it's not really going too quickly off the bat. Here's Higgins. Good length, good line. So it's pushed quietly out on the offside.
We're heading towards an umbrella field. 3 in front of the bat on the offside, 1 on the on.
It's an interesting field, isn't it? He can't really afford to stray from very straight, really. It's got a bit of insurance on the leg side, deep square leg, deep squarish mid wicket. It's a fine leg, but there is. You're right. There's a very tight nip of fielders. We're trying to cut that one. That's a little too close when he's coming round the wicket. There's a gap between deepish gully and squarish cover. You would think that it'd have to be a very good drive to pierce the field straighter than that. And of course mid-on and straightish short mid-wicket. Again, that would have to be a pretty well-timed shot to get it through there. There's Gubbins bowls. Goes back to the bowler.
Oh, you've been done the same way I did. When they first got into the side together, Gubbins and Higgins, the varieties of that name that used to Huggins and
really? Did it
Gibbons
catch you out?
Yeah, endlessly.
Did it? Until you got used to saying them a lot more.
No.
No,
Still haven't.
It got worse. Actually, the more they played, the worse it got.
I was relieved when he left Gubbins.
2:14 for 4 as Higgins comes in again. Gubbins is just pushing forward. Nice
Higgins
tight
left
line.
first.
This.
Higgins left first, sorry.
Didn't
Gubbins
you?
and Higgins. Sounds like a chapter of a Tolkien book, doesn't it? Gubbins and Higgins.
Now that could have been an old TV children's
There you
programme.
go. Gubbins and Higgins. We should have just told Emily it was. There was a great TV show actually called Gubbins and Higgins.
She wouldn't have known.
Enjoyed that one.
There's Higgins again, slightly fuller this time, driven into the ground. And Higgins feels on his follow through, and that is a maiden over. 4 overs, none for 14. Kevin Hand's going to take a break. Emily Windsor, who's been doing a few sprints over at the nursery ground away to our left. Not looking quite so pink as she was when she walked up in the gantry about 20 minutes ago. The Southern Vipers batter. They've had a bit of a break, the women, at the moment. They are back in action next weekend, and ironically, it is a fixture between the Sunrisers and the Vipers up at Chelmsford. Emily will be there. Welcome back.
I will be, thank you. It's a warm one down there. Nice breeze though, actually, which I think the players out in the middle will be grateful for, because the heat. It's a warm day.
Too hot to be running the sprints that you were doing?
I wouldn't call it sprints.
Was it?
It's pretty slow.
Was it? Well, you weren't trying to do sprints.
No.
No, you were just doing what, interval running or something?
Yeah, 30 seconds on, 30 seconds off.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you said before you went, I remember. All good? Feel good? Ready for that next bit of cake?
I feel like I've earned it now. Don't say that.
there
There
you
you
are.
go. It's good going this side though for Hampshire, isn't it? This partnership between Dawson and Gubbins. The drop catch of Gubbins could be crucial for Middlesex. This partnership's really building now. I'm going to see spin of De Cares back into the attack. He's got 2 wickets so far. 2 big wickets actually of James Vincent, Ben Brown. So he comes round the wicket to Liam Dawson. Leg slip in play. No conventional slip. He bowls and that's played back to him. Will be no run. What's the reasoning for a leg slip here, Kev? I don't think I've ever seen a non-conventional slip and a leg slip to an off spinner.
Well, I presume he's hoping that one turns from about leg stump and bounces a bit. I mean, it has to bounce a bit as well, won't it?
Yeah, to spin, this feels like a unique field. It's a clear plan as he's in bowls on leg stump line, and they think about a single to mid wicket. They change their mind. So it's still 214 for 4. Is it to stop his paddle sweep? But then I don't understand why you'd have it as a catching option.
I would have thought the paddle sweep's more on the man on the 45, isn't it? Because there is a deep backward square leg as well.
And a deep mid wicket as De Cares in, and that's driven up to mid off. They're going to come through for a quick single. Have to hurry. Does well in the end, Liam Dawson. He set off very quickly there. He's on to 64, 215 for 4.
Yeah, Roland Jones, it was there doing the fielding. Yeah, you've got to be looking to stop those. You know, Dawson with that packed leg side field. I mean, that was a 6-3 field, wasn't it? De Cares is not looking to give Dawson any width at all. Dawson doesn't need any second encouragement when he finds a gap. I mean, that's good batting.
Good awareness, isn't it?
It was. Roland Jones just, for me, was about a yard too deep, half a yard too deep.
De Cares in round the wicket, bowls, and that's on Gubbins' pad, who plays to mid wicket. He's been patient, hasn't he, today? 196 deliveries out in the middle. It's looking fine touch for Hampshire. Hampshire's leading run scorer. As De Cares in bowls and in defence again by Gubbins. It's been impressive this year for Hampshire. Scored 420 runs so far, averaging 42. That was before this game. So another 76 of that total so far. De Cares in off the back foot, plays to mid wicket. He beats mid wicket, but they don't take a single. As Toby Roland Jones shies at the stumps when the batter hadn't moved. That was interesting. Made the fielder back up, do a bit of work. But 215 for 4, then 75 overs gone. Can I just ask, Are the batting bonus points? I feel like I'm questioning myself. Is the first one now at 250?
Yes.
Yes.
Changed this year.
I knew that. So Middlesex have 1, Hampshire have none.
Yeah. 3. I think the bowling stayed the same, so it's 3, 6, and 9. And now the bonus points for batting starts at 250, whereas before it was 200. Yeah.
Tell you what, there's a hell of a game on for the England's Ashes Test. The women, the only test. Need 249 to win now.
Oh, they're bowled out, the Aussies, are they?
Yep, all out. They needed 263. And they've 19 without loss so far. Got a day and the rest of this evening's session to do it.
Good. It was funny when they were 8 down the last time I looked, and I said to Kevin, I said, wouldn't it be nice if the Aussies are sort of bowled out, before tonight, and that could be an unbelievable day. And that's what's happened. They've probably been bowled out a little earlier than I thought they might have been.
Well, the opening partnership for that, and that's Australia's second innings. You felt like they were in control, but England brought it back well.
Higgins from the pavilion end, short ball down the leg side, very wide. Dawson was thinking about having a pull at that one, and again it's 2 bounces through to the keeper. So there is 2 men behind square on the leg side. There's a fine leg, and there is a man not quite on the 45, fairly deep, about halfway to the boundary, but a little squarer than that, I guess, that's for the shot that Dawson, a bit like Gummins did earlier, to sort of scoop it around and get a top edge. That man's there for that. Length ball, Dawson prods forward. So I think there'll be a couple of more short deliveries from Higgins at some point.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be hard work bowling short out there on this pitch.
Yeah.
It's not a quick pitch, so you're going to have to really dig it in. But I guess that means the batters are more likely to take it on.
Yeah, it's not going to do you for pace, is it? That's for sure, not on this. We're into the 76th over, second new ball not far away as Higgins comes in, length ball, Dawson clips that away to one of 2 men on the drive.
You have to bowl very straight to this field though, don't you? It's rare in red ball cricket. You see there's just seamer bowling right arm over and just 3 fielders on that offside. A backward point, extra cover and mid-off.
Yes.
No slips, just all packed on that leg side.
It is, isn't it? And of course I've forgotten another man in front of square on the leg side, down the boundary. Higgins bowls, length ball, Dawson forward. Yes, it's predominantly leg side, and it's really for any of the batters really that if they don't quite get their pull shot properly executed, then it gives the bowler a bit of a chance. But it just shows now the sort of thinking already going in with these Kookaburra balls, because apart from odd times, the seamers have looked pretty innocuous, haven't they? Really, and it's really the ball, and to some extent the fact that this pitch is very dry, is another length ball. It's making the bowlers think a little bit more, perhaps, as that's pushed up to mid-on, and I guess that was the whole idea of having these 2 rounds of matches played with that particular.
What's your opinion on that though, Kev? Because for me, if we're looking at English cricket, spinner's always been an area that we've struggled overseas. We don't have the crop of spinners, and I feel like if you have a ball like this, it does bring spinners into the county game more.
Yeah. Short, then Dawson pulls that away along the ground, down to fine leg. Dawson moves on to 65, 216 for 4 at the end of that over. Well, we've already seen it in this game, aren't we? I mean, unless a county deliberately goes out and produces a very dry wicket, and even if we were playing with the normal Duke's balls, if a county just produces a normal wicket or produces one with a bit of grass on and what have you, then the spinners wouldn't get much of a look in. But here, they are getting a good look in, aren't they? De Carey's and Luke Holman have both had quite a lot of overs to bowl today, and I don't think that would happen normally. Yeah,
and I think it's only going to get spin better in the country if spinners bowl more in red ball cricket. And I'm not saying that all year round it should be a Kookaburra ball, as it's good for the seamers as well to have that Duke's ball and see that form of cricket, but it's exciting to see the spin playing such a big role as Dawson advance up to mid-on. Luke Helm again just sitting slightly too deep, So they come through for a quick single. Good awareness again from Dawson. He moves to 66, 217 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at all the good players, you know, when the spinners are on, or even sometimes when the seamers are on, they're always looking for singles up to mid-off and mid-on, aren't they? That's one area where they always find a single. Well, they don't always, but, you know, more often than not, they'll find it more than just your normal player. It's amazing how many runs they score up towards that area.
Short cover in play to Nick Gubbins as he bowls and pushes one-handed on the bounce by that short cover fielder under that lid. Be hot work under there. Leg on the leg side. Ben Brown was caught under the lid. De Care's in, bowls, and that's drilled and hit him on the pad, thankfully. That short extra cover, a dot ball. I'm glad he's got pads on there, Kev. That'll be a big bruise on the shin.
Horrible.
De Care's, again, right arm round the wicket with his off-spin bowls and pushes back past that short extra cover fielder. Again, Sam Robson is in there under the lid.
The only thing, for me, the only thing that's making this game fairly slow is even when it's pitched up, the spinners can just pitch it up. They're not really getting driven, are they? Not with real power.
Cares in, and that's again in defence to that short extra fielder, Sam Robson.
It almost feels like a day 2.5 pitch straight away, doesn't it?
But then I suppose that'll be interesting, won't it, what it does play like come day 3, day 4. Traditionally we don't see much movement here, it just gets slower and slower, so will we see that extra bit of spin that we don't usually see here at the Ageas Bowl on those days? Field change then, they pack up the offside to Gubbins as he's in bowls and pushes again to that short extra cover fielder. Will be no run. Good over by De Cares, he's into 21 overs now, 217 for 4. Hampshire.
3 overs to the second new ball. I presume they'll take it. I mean, the thing is, it was quite interesting, was that straight after tea, Helm and Roland Jones both had spells. And in the case of Roland Jones, it's only fairly recently he's come off. Maybe they feel fresh enough to feel that they can come straight back in 3 overs' time.
Well, in terms of looking at how many overs they've bowled in total, there's been a lot from the spinners, so Luke Holman's bowled a few as well. They've only bowled 14 overs, the seamers.
Forward is Dawson. He wanted to single up to mid-off, but fielder, I think that was Roland Jones. He has just crept in a fraction, but Dawson was looking for it.
Both bowled 2 lots of 7 over spells, haven't they? Tom Helm and Toby Roland Jones. Ethan Bamber's just bowled 10, and Ryan Higgins into his 6th over here. So the spinners have bowled 34 overs between them, which is about half.
Higgins from that pavilion end. Dawson pushes that out towards extra cover. I mean, that's a lot more than you'd normally expect, wouldn't you, in a first day of a championship game, to have spin, having bowled so many overs on day 1.
But it's exciting. I think I like to see spin in the game. I think if you're looking, as I said, for an area of development in English cricket, it is spinners.
Yeah.
And traditionally with a Duke's ball, you're probably, if this was a Duke's ball, Murta, we'd probably see in a side over a spinner.
Length ball to Dawson. Pushes it up to short mid-wicket. You're right. It's exciting in a way, I guess. Maybe, but you have to persevere with this. I mean, you know, the day-night cricket, what did we have? About 2 fixtures and that disappeared. So that was a waste of time. Here's another experiment with a Kookaburra. You know, you've got to persevere with it. You know, you're not going to produce spinners overnight. You're not going to do anything like that. If you're going to say we're going to have 2 rounds, it might be worth saying, well, actually, we'll have 4 rounds and do that every year. There's Higgins. Length ball again. It's a tight line to Dawson.
That area is so hard to score, isn't it, here? And you can see from the field that's set, it's actually attacking, having a more conventional field, fielders in front of the bat, making them try and do something different. This is an old ball, but it is hard to score.
There's just no pace, is there, off the wicket? None whatsoever as Higgins comes in again and bowls. Dawson's working that up to mid-on. He's always looking for a single up in that area, but I think the fielders have just got a little more wise to that. You're right, but the thing is, you know, the whole idea, he's probably playing out the way the UCB wanted. Good hot conditions. You know, Hampshire have responded probably by producing a slightly drier than normal pitch, because we know that the seamers aren't going to be as effective generally during the game. So you need to have something else in play. So the spinners are going to be more predominant as Dawson flicks it away, but there's the man behind square on the leg side, and that's another dot ball. That's a maiden for Higgins. But, you know, probably the one player that you think the conditions play into the hands of, but he's not actually playing. And I'm talking about Mason Crane. So it's, you know, it's almost been counterproductive from a Hampshire point of view. And it's difficult, you know. Felix Organ got 6 wickets, a career best in the previous match, so it's difficult to say sorry, Felix. But, you know, for me, this whole thing is set up for somebody like a Mason Crane, and he's not even playing. But that's not blaming anybody. It's just the situation, and it's just, you know, are you going to go into a game playing 3 spinners? Well, they did the last game at Southport.
I guess they've gone for Fuller, haven't they, because of the extra pace he brings on a wicket like this, which can be useful. Having someone that can ruffle attack, but also the batting that he brings here obviously brings depth for that batting lineup. But it is a shame not to see Mason Crane. I think it's hard to get an opportunity, but again, I don't know who I would have taken out of my side to play him, and I guess that's the headaches that management had.
And they did have a big one.
As the care's in, and that's played back down the pitch by Gubbins in defence.
I don't blame him playing Fuller. I mean, you want something different. I mean, what is Ryan Higgins really offering Middlesex other than what Toby Rowland-Jones or Ethan Bamber offers? You know, there's nothing. It's all samey. So there's nothing real lot of difference. Even when he bats well, Ryan Higgins, he's had a fairly steady season as well with a bat. So that, I mean, that's you could probably argue that case.
The carer's in, bowls off the back foot, a great one-handed stop by Sam Robson, and a short extra cover under the lid. He's animated in there. He's ready for another one. And I guess Fuller, for me, balances the Hampshire attack. It means that they've got almost that armoury of one of everything as the carer's in, and that's driven through the offside. They're going to come through for a quick single. Gubbins will move to 77, and the score 218 for 4. You've got the pace of Fuller. You've got a spinner that turns it away from a right-hander, Liam Dawson, with his left-arm spin. Got Felix Organ, who turns it into a right-hander with Keith Barker's rough. You've got a left-arm seamer, and then 2 very experienced conventional seamers in Mo Abbas and Kyle Abbott, one who hits the deck, and Mo Abbas just is the leading wicket taker for Hampshire. So that's a very threatening attack that has almost a balance of everything. As the carer's in, Dawson advances but plays back to him. There will be no run. I think that allows matchups to certain players in the Middlesex batter. If there's someone that favours off spin but is less good with the ball turning away, or less good with that extra pace. As the carer's in, swept by Liam Dawson. Super shot. And that will be 4 more runs to his total. Just slightly down the leg side. And Dawson punishes him. He moves to 70, 222 for 4.
Yeah, he swept that on line, doesn't he? That's a poor ball, really. It's way outside leg stump.
So I think you can't argue with the selection that Hampshire have gone with. And
you need somebody a little bit different in the seam bowling line, and Fuller does give you that. You're right, no, 100%.
Carers round the wicket to Dawson, who advances, and that's racked him on the pad. But he's so far down the wicket, there'll be no appeal. That's 79 overs gone then, 222 for 4. 1 more over till that new ball. And I guess the only thing you could do on a pitch like this is not play one of your big 3. But then why would you do that when they've been so successful? And I couldn't tell you which one I wouldn't pick. You always want Keith Barker as a left armour. And then you're not going to be dropping Kyle Abbott or Mo Abbas anytime soon, are you? So Mason Crane in a bit of an unfortunate situation. The depth of this Hampshire squad, and then you look at other seamers that have not made this attack, and obviously John Turner, who's been so threatening in the T20 stuff, he's not playing today. But you've also got Scott Curry, who we've not seen a lot of this summer at all. A young seamer, Brad Will, who's actually injured. But again, think of the depth that this team has. And Jack Campbell, the left arm seamer, who did well last year in the 50 over competition, playing second team cricket for Hampshire. At the moment, they got a lot of depth in that bowling department.
222 for 4, same field for Gubbins, 3 on the drive on the offside. Looks very odd. Perfectly spaced between them. It's almost as they've got a tape measure out.
It's like the England wall that they had. They had that almost arrow field, didn't they?
Well, yeah, that's right. Think of Robinson to Khawaja, and that's the field you've got as Gubbins pushes that out to one of those 3. As long as Gubbins doesn't move towards his leg stump and tries to drill a Yorker through the covers, we're all right. And then maybe gets something said to him as he walks back. 128 these two have put on for the 5th wicket now.
Gubbins was dropped on 61 as well.
77 now. Last over before the new ball's available. Ryan Higgins is just stretching his right leg there as he's running in, just before he was running in. Gubbins does get that Yorker. Takes that one out on the offside. Yes. Shades of Edgbaston there for a moment. Yeah, it's almost like they've got a carbon copy of that field. And Higgins round the wicket as well, just like Ollie Robinson did. It's like they're recreating that moment. 222 for 4. Into the 80th over here. There are 16 overs to bowl in the day after this. That's played back to Higgins. Still bright sunshine. Has been all day. A few clouds to our right, but they're high, they're white and fluffy, but there's nothing overhead. Beautiful day.
England women are racing along, Kev.
Oh.
48 without loss, 220 runs needed. Still feels a lot, but both scoring at a run a ball.
Wow. That's edged past first slip, and there's nobody there. He's trying to cut that one. It was in the air, it would have been catchable, but the field is elsewhere. And Gubbins moves on to 81, 226 for 4. Did I already see that the attendance for a women's test match has already been broken?
Yeah. You saw correctly.
A game in about 1958 or something, England-Australia, was 15,000 or something, and there was already 17 at Trent Bridge. Is that right? Something like that, isn't it? And there'll be another day tomorrow, which I guess there'll be a few go to that. That's back to Higgins, who threatens to throw. Got 1 or 2 in the crowd going there.
The funniest part there was Gubbins put his hand up to protect his face.
I don't think bowlers are allowed to do that now, are they? I
or
think that's
fielders.
been taken out. Or the fielders here are not allowed to just drill it back as if they're taking out the batter and the batter's got to get out of the way. Yes, that's a no-no now. A lot of teams used to do that. Here comes Higgins. That's driven to one of those 3 on the offside. That's the end of the over. 226 for 4. Yeah, that used to get really annoying. I know, and it sort of was a practice that got worse over the years, but teams just used to throw it into the keeper, and it was for the batter to get out of the way, and it got a bit silly, really.
Physio onto the field here.
Ooh, 4.
It's the Hampshire physio.
No, he's a new physio, isn't he? Is it Malk or something? Malk?
Mel.
Matt?
Mel.
Mel, is it?
Yeah. Lovely guy.
Does he do? He doesn't do the Vipers as well. You have your own, don't you?
We do, but we've got the sports science department now is combined, so I think it's really brilliant what they do here. They sort of share staff across both and help each other cover it across the long season. Gives the sports science staff a break as well at certain points when they cover each other, which I think is nice. A bigger team. But Mel predominantly does the first team stuff.
Mel, I remember that. Short for?
Don't know. Just know he's called Mal.
Oh, Mal.
Mal.
M-A-L.
Yeah, I reckon.
That's your Portsmouth accent that's coming out there. Mal.
Like Mel's story.
Well, I was going to say Mel. I mean, people listening to this will think that's not Melissa, surely.
Yeah, she just qualified the other day. She's not up here because she's down there sorting out Liam Dawson.
But it's Mal, M-A-L.
I don't know how you spell it.
Because you making it sound like it's Mel.
It is Mel.
Oh, right. So, but what's Mel short for?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm trying to think.
Everyone just calls him Mel.
Yeah, but what is a men's name that's shortened to Mel? I've never heard.
Do you want me to find out?
Now it's 80 overs gone, but I don't think the new ball has been taken. I haven't seen a sign.
And they're going with spin to continue as well.
Are they just deciding that actually the soft ball means it's difficult to get away, so we'll just carry on with that? I mean, I've looked at the umpires. I've not seen a sign saying we've got the second new ball in play.
Cares into his 23rd over to Liam Dawson bowls, who's hit that hard through mid wicket, and I've lost it, so I presume it's gone all the way for 6. Yes, it has. That's a bit of intent, that, from Liam Dawson. He moves to 76, 232 for 4. My mum's just messaged me with a suggestion. Melvin. I feel like we're making up the physio's name though, and I probably could just find out.
Melvin, that makes sense. Now then, Melvin. Yeah. Good shot that from Dawson. That was exactly the right ball to pick that up. Even Chris has just messaged me, Chris Hart, Melvin, he's saying, yeah, so... It's obviously obvious to everybody else that Melvin is short to Mel, but not to... Well, me mainly. Thank you, everybody.
We could be making it up, though. His name might not be that at all.
What, you mean it's Pete, and yet they call him Mel?
They might, you never know. As the care's in, reverse sweep by Dawson, doesn't get hold of it. It just goes to the keeper, no run. My name's Emily and they call me Winnie.
Yeah, because you're Windsor.
Yeah, but people might not know that.
Oh, so
we
his
don't
surname.
know Mal's last name, do we?
So it might be something to do with... But I think actually Mel makes sense, doesn't it?
Someone's got to help us out.
Hopefully somebody from the medical staff is listening.
The care's into Dawson, who again with intent hits that to extra cover on the drive. Will be no run. Is it me or was this over Dawson look to play the cares a little bit more aggressively? Coming over the wicket now rather than round. Into Dawson, who's hit down the ground. Again, he fields off his own bowling. Wow, I've actually been sent his real name. I can't pronounce that. Nor can the psychologist, so. As the cares is in and bowls.
There's not a wind-up, is it? Is it a genuine source that you've got that from?
He's the Hampshire Cricket sports psychologist.
Right,
so surely.
So it's got to be a genuine source, yeah.
As the cares into Dawson bowls, and that's a sweep, but a player miss taken well by John Simpson. He's got outside the line, Dawson. 232 for 4 then. 81 overs gone.
Emily's going to stay on and try and decipher the name, as well as making sure that the name she's been provided is credible. I've been caught out like that many a time. And Kevin Hand will come in to replace me. 81 overs gone. Hopefully, Kevin, you will support me in saying that you don't think the second new ball's been taken either.
No, I don't think so. It looks still quite a dull colour out there, doesn't it? I wonder if Middlesex made the decision that actually they're going to have a little dart with it tonight, and then it will still be, as it won't last so long in the morning. This is Higgins around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Gubbins. And there's no run. I think the fact that Higgins is on, we can confirm it definitely hasn't been taken. But I wonder if they're going to tick the clock down tonight and think about 8 overs with the second new ball tonight, and then another 8 in the morning with them.
It's not a bad shout to have a fresher ball in the morning.
And maybe that's why they went Helm and Roland Jones after tea, because they knew that they weren't going to have much of a spell till late this evening. That was the ploy with the second new ball. 3 cover catchers go down, and Higgins bowled, and Gubbins turns to mid-wicket. There's no run, so there's a relatively orthodox cover. Short cover and extra cover in a kind of staggered line there. Almost a 45-degree angle, or almost a straight line from the square leg umpire to the standing umpire. And 3 of them in a line, tightly together in the middle of that line.
I'd like to see a ball go through it. I feel like that would be amusing.
Higgins bowls, and Gubbins tries to do exactly that, but he gets a bottom edge on it, and it ricochets into the offside, with the first of the covers standing closest to the standing umpire runs in to collect, so he'd be the extra cover.
Because they're almost as close as you said as they're slipped, but I can just see it, someone leaving it for the other person, and then it just going through the middle. They're that close.
Yes, trying to think of a field a few years ago as this ball's full and driven to mid-off by Gubbins off. Higgins has no run. Ricky Clark bowling to Tim Mercer around the wicket, left-hander, and he had this umbrella field which was about 4 catches in front of the bat where the covers are, so it was a 4th, and then there were another 4 in the slips, so it was like a triangle. So if you went from the standing umpire to the, this ball's full, clipped away through square leg for a single by Gubbins, deep mid wicket, takes 1. So if you went from the standing umpire to the umpire at point where he stands at the moment, you had 4 in line to him there, and then you had 4 in line from the umpire who's currently standing at point to the wicket keeper. So it was a triangle.
England did that field, didn't they, to Quadra in the Test match?
Well, they did it in front of it, didn't they? They did onside and offside, which was how I remembered the field to Mercer, and I think they did do it to him at one point where they put 4 close catches in front of the bat on the offside and 4 close catches in front of the bat on the onside. I'm going to say that the spare fielder was at deep third in case Mercer skied one down there, or edged one down there. Higgins bowls and Dawson hooks. And that's deep square. Bamba's there. Holds them to a single, gently taken single. 234 for 4. It has got a gentle pace about it this evening session now, hasn't it? It's almost a waiting game, a game of patience. What's that run rate? Up to 2.9, so it's fractionally ticked up. Again, Middlesex would have preferred to fractionally flick it down to 2.7, 2.8 it was for so long. 234 for 4, Hampshire. Dawson 77, Gubbins 82. At the end of each over we have to keep a relatively close eye on the umpires to make sure no second new ball is signalled, but with 14 overs to go today, I reckon we could safely enough say that they're thinking let's keep it as fresh as we can for the morning. Maybe 8 overs with tonight and 8 overs in the morning. Yeah,
Roland Jones and Helm have just had a conversation, and we just see Helm warming up down there.
Ooh,
Kevin.
So maybe they'll go 10 overs tonight. Well, more. There's 14 remaining at the moment.
Might be seeing it next over from that pavilion end, the way Helm's warming up.
I mean, how much... I guess you've got to weigh up how much damage will be done in the next 6 overs if they don't take it. Well, then you're going to 3 and over, so it's only 18 more runs.
Field spread to Liam Dawson for the off spinner. Deep fine leg, square leg, mid wicket and long on, and a deep backward point as De Keer's in, bowls, and Dawson plays in defence to a mid wicket that's inside the circle, so there will be no run, or the imaginary circle in Championship cricket.
Yes.
234 for 4, Hampshire. De Keer's little skip at the start of his run, bowls, and that's swept by Liam Dawson to that deep but backward a square for a single. Dawson moves to 78, the score 235 for 4, Hampshire.
It does feel as though everybody's settled back into the Championship relatively well today after the T20. I guess it was not a bad time for the Kookaburra, and usually you have a Duke's ball at this point and bats being swung at the Duke's ball, which is seaming and swinging everywhere, and wickets tumble, 20 odd wickets on an opening day. But sedate enough progress here, and as we've been saying, Gubbins doesn't play T20.
Sam Robson under the lid at deep extra as Gubbins paddles that nicely off De Keer's on the angle. The ball's running. I think that's Higgins after it down there, and they come back for 3. Good running by Liam Dawson and Nick Gubbins. Gubbins moves to 85, 238 for 4. That's a long old chase down there.
I imagine everywhere's a pretty long chase for Middlesex right now. 4 wickets. A long time since the fall of that 4th wicket just after lunch. Almost double the number of overs, more than double the number of overs since that wicket. 1 chance offered, shelled by Bamba.
Helm definitely getting loose at mid-off at the moment. As De Keer's in, and that's played back past him up to long on for a single. Dawson will move to 79. 239 for 4 now, Hampshire. Yet to get any batting bonus points. Need 11 more runs for their first.
Yeah, it's not going to help trying to get to maximum bowling points inside 110 overs having the Kookaburra ball. It slows things for the bowlers, so in turn they look to slow things for the batters.
Slip and leg slip in play to Gubbins, who works that to mid-wicket for a single. Tom Helm does the fielding. Gubbins to 86 now. 240 for 4, Hampshire. Sun shining still at the Ageas Bowl. Been a beautiful day today. It's a light breeze and blue skies all day as Dawson advances past that mid-wicket up to long on for a single. Uses his feet nicely there. He moves to 80. 241 for 4. That's 83 overs gone. And let's see if we see that new ball. It looks like we might be. Tom Helm's taking his hat off, which would suggest we would be.
Yeah. Did he have it already? There we go. Signal from the umpire around the ground. Second new ball is taken. There's the announcement, I think, to confirm it. Or was it the announcement of Helm? Either way, second new ball is in hand. 241 for 4, Hampshire. 13 overs tonight then.
Right, I'm interested what this new ball does. Is it going to do anything in the air, do we reckon?
Yeah, we saw a bit of swing this morning from Roland Jones first up, didn't we? Bit of bounce from Helm. Wee bit of movement, but nothing too much to write home about. Here he comes. 2 slips, gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a long leg. And Helm from the pavilion end. Dawson's on 80 from 150 balls, the right-hander. Helm just still loosening up with a ball or so before he starts up the new over.
England women have just lost their first wicket in that chase.
Who's gone?
Tammy Beaumont has scored a beautiful double century in the first inning. She's gone for 22. So 55 for 1, requiring another 213.
Here's Helm. He's right arm over, he bowls and works off the hip first ball by Dawson, who's to 81, 242 for 4.
It's going to be a tight one, I think. It's going to be a tight one. So looks like they're opting for just the 2 slips with a new ball. Maybe a gully in place. Max Holden.
Holden, who put down that chance at gully this morning. It wasn't a costly one. Weatherly was gone 10 runs later. 5 he was dropped on, 15 he was out for. Helm bowls to Gubbins, leaves alone just outside off. Again, 2 mates who will share a few words throughout this little spell, I'd imagine. It needs to be a time for Gubbins to chat to some extent because they'll be tired, the Middlesex bowlers. Get through the first couple of overs with this new ball first, though. Then he can bring his back chat, and he'll be one for a back chat as well, Gabbo. He'll certainly have something to say.
Gubbins has been out there for the majority of the match as well.
Well, he has, yeah. He'll be getting tired, isn't he?
Batting at number 3.
Mind you, he hasn't done much for a while, has he? His Helm is in, bowls, and Gubbins pushes away into the offside. I wonder how much second 11 cricket he's managed to get in.
I think they played a game last week.
With the Kookaburra, didn't they?
Yeah, but otherwise, I think the focus has mainly been on white ball stuff. The second 11's been playing T20 stuff, which Gubbins has been playing.
Has he second 11 T20?
Yeah.
Really? Well, I guess in case there's an injury or two. You almost wonder they just focus and go back to club cricket. Chichester, that'd be one of his ways. Or West Meon, I think, isn't he? It's his. Helm bowls and Gubbins high on the bat, driving to mid-off. There's just the early indication of that second new ball. Extra little bit of bounce, hits higher up on the bat than Gubbins expects. Comes down and prods away at the surface.
Yeah, there's the positive though, isn't there, for the batters? That new ball hits the ball bat harder, tends to race away. But Helm's bowled nicely so far. Hit good areas. Made the batters play. But we haven't seen much lateral movement.
Helm past the umpire bowls. And up on his toes, Dawson defends, no run. 2-4-2 for 4. We won the toss here at the Ageas Hampshire BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London. Live on the BBC Sport website and app, or on the live stream as well. Kevin James, Emily Windsor and myself, Kevin Hand.
Both in pink. I missed the memo.
You just wait until you see tomorrow.
What's day 3?
Oh, I can't tell
What's
you.
the outfits for day 3?
Can't tell you. Actually, how many days are you here? Are you today and tomorrow?
Today and day 3.
Oh.
Get a day off with me.
Helm bowls. Oh, from around the wicket. Good leave by Gubbins. End of the over. Enjoyed that one, Helm. 2-4-2 for 4. Dawson 81. Gubbins 86. Will there be? Well, I think we know now that there'll be a day 3. And there'll be a day 4. It's over to Middlesex's batters, really. But again, I was saying, can't really imagine Hampshire enforcing the following and risking batting last on this.
Yeah, I feel like it's a game still poised, isn't it? And it's how long Hampshire bat as well, because the scoring rate, they're not racing along. Get a good first innings total. Could bat for a period, or a long period tomorrow morning. But they've also got some firepower in that middle order that can change the tempo.
Yes.
James Fuller's one of those, the ex-Middlesex player.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Is he able to burst through? Take some wickets. He's a man who's burst through many times over the years, Roland Jones. Bit of work to do today, though, hasn't he?
Captain Roland Jones. Middlesex. 21 on his back then from the hotel end. He bowled into the right-handed Dawson with 2 slips. He advances, that's a leading edge, but that's over the top of the fielders on the offside. Skipping away, the fielders chasing after it, does very, very well. Good commitment to the chase there, and they come back for 3. And that's applauded by this Hampshire crowd. Dawson to 84, 245 for 4, Hampshire.
The first batting point. Oh no, sorry, 245, sorry, I've got my 5 and my 4 the wrong way around. Have you tried Joe's Wonderful Cake yet?
I haven't yet.
Do you have to go and do a run again if you do?
No, that's not my punishment. Got an email here from Ralph Brooker. Hi Kevin, Emily. Was following the Ashes test with Eccleston giving England a massive chance. Had no idea that there was no county championship cricket. Have not enjoyed this season's scheduling at all. The men's Ashes schedule is a disgrace. Toby Roland Jones in, bowls, and that's worked into the onside by Gubbins. They're going to run the first one hard. The call is no for 2. Gubbins to 87, 246 for 4. On spin, Australian pundit Malcolm Conn brought up the problem that Emily rightly raises. Ralph Brooker from France. I'm guessing he means the schedule's appalling because the test comes so quickly. For workloads on the bowlers. Roland Jones into the right-handed Dawson, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. They think about a single, but the answer's no.
I do wonder with Bazball, Anderson and Broad in particular, but any given set of fast bowlers, how much time are you going to have to rest? If your team goes out and scores 380 off 66 overs, you're back in the dirt after 2 sessions, aren't you? So you've had no time off. And I do worry about that recovery time.
I guess they've got some bowlers that they can rotate in as Roland Jones in. 4, and that's worked nicely through mid-wicket by Liam Dawson. There's fielders chasing after it, but they won't get there. That hard new ball finds its way to the boundary rope. Dawson on to 88, 250 up for Hampshire. And the first batting bonus point comes their way.
Oh, listen to that crowd. Wonderful, isn't it?
And there's a new record. So 150 plus partnership between Nick Gubbins and Liam Dawson breaks the records for the highest 5th wicket partnership against Middlesex.
Really? That's relatively low, isn't it? 150.
The record's been since 1923. Roland Jones and in defence by Liam Dawson. Will be no run.
JMO.
He's not listening.
Good.
Fifth wicket, I suppose.
Yeah, but even still, it's your 5 and 6. You know, it's your Robin Smith wouldn't have batted this low for Hampshire, but
clearly your bowling attack's good at picking up that fifth wicket, but not today.
yeah, the mighty middle. Mighty middle of Hampshire's batting lineup.
Or the middle of the bat as Roland Jones into Dawson, and that's pushed to the offside. It beats a backward a point, but he does a fantastic diving stop on the pitch that was used for the T20 games. That would have been nice and hard to dive on to keep it to a single. Dawson to 89, 251 for 4 now, Hampshire.
Yeah, it's excellent this, isn't it? What a turnaround. There weren't even 3 figures on the board when the 4th wicket was lost. Having won the toss, and we'd clearly said this morning it's not a 4 or 5 wicket morning. Well, it wasn't, it was only 3, but when they picked up that 4th immediately after lunch, you thought, well, 5 down just after the interval, then really Middlesex will be the ones looking to boss this game from the off. Boss this innings in particular. Not to be. Gubbins, Dawson having other ideas, but that drop of Gubbins still haunting Middlesex, really. He was dropped on... Was he dropped on 61, moving to 62, or was he dropped on 60, moving to 61?
I think 61, but I know it's
moving
61,
to 62
but I'm guessing
with the single,
yeah.
Helm is in, bowls, and oh goodness me,
Pace.
But his toes, Dawson was alarmed somewhat by that when he comes down and prods away at the surface. Took one hand off the bat, didn't he, as he dabbed at it defensively.
When you're on 89, seeing it a little bit better, aren't you, for those good balls?
Here's Helm to bowl to him again. In past the umpire now, he bowls, and ball just full of a length and a forward defence from Dawson.
Another wicket's fallen at the women's.
Who?
Emma Lamb.
For
28, she's gone. So Heather Knight and Nat Stiverbrunt at the crease.
Speaking of Lamb, I was working for BBC Radio London last Saturday, and they were doing on this Saturday sports show, that is, and they were doing a food-based 11. It was a protein-based 11.
We're back on food.
It was protein-based 11. Helm bowls, and Dawson turns through square leg a single. He moves to 90, 252 for 4. Yeah, it was because Rice and Warburton were leaving West Ham, so they clearly were trying to get rid of their carbs. And they were going for a protein-based diet. So you had to have protein-based footballers. They wouldn't let me put in a couple of cricketers though. Alan Lamb, of course, being one. Emma Lamb.
Danny Lamb as well.
Danny Lamb.
He's at Lancashire. A big plane taking off to our right.
Helm wide on the creases around the wickets, left alone by Gubbins. Through it goes. Beefy Botham. We're going to have Beefy Botham in the protein 11.
There's got to be some more protein-based
cricketers.
Oh no. 3 wickets.
Oh dear.
Nat Siver out for naught. Nat Stiverbrunt. 3 down, England. I feel like Australia have just got themselves back in the game, haven't they?
Very much so. The wasp was swung. Can a wasp swing? Here's Helm round the wicket. He bowls, and this ball's clipped into the onside for a single. Gubbins is on to 88. One's come the over. 253 for 4.
Good stop. Good stop.
Wasp has rotated. I feel like a wasp rotates rather than swings. Might swing in the wind, the wasp. It's that time of evening. I've had too much of Joe's cake, haven't I? Sugar rush.
Sugar rush, sun is shining in.
It's a lemon drizzle, isn't it, Joe's?
I'll tell you
and
what.
It's a drizzly lemon drizzle as well, and I mean in a good way.
You do look chilled out right now.
Well, it's a
I don't think I've ever
summer's
seen
evening.
anyone on the camera gantry looking
Horizontal.
as chilled as Kevin Hand does right now.
Kookaburra ball had an effect.
It's gone to the head. Or the legs. The legs are firmly rested in that position.
Hey, you've got to get your feet up at some point. It's a long old day, isn't it? Helm bowls, and this is short, pulled in the air, top edged, and safe down to deep backward square. Big cry of catch going up.
You're on your feet.
I know.
You enjoyed that. Is that because you couldn't?
Gone from 2 foot to 6 foot. 2 foot was the belly. 254 for 4. The scoreboard ticks along to now. Dawson to 91 with that hook which he survives off Helm. So he'll keep the strike. Gubbins has 65. Another protein based. Has there been a salmon playing cricket? Must have been a few fish.
Or nuts, I suppose. They're protein.
Nuts, there we go.
Are there any nut-based cricketers?
What's your favourite source of protein?
Meat. I guess Roland Jones into Dawson. That's racked him on the pad. There's an appeal will be signalled. Leg byes, I imagine.
Middlesex have had a few poultry totals with the bat this year. Poultry.
You got on your feet with that one.
I was proud of that one.
That was giving runs. So a bit of bat on that. Dawson on 92, 255 for 4. My favourite source of protein, if you're talking about like what is my favourite tasting meat, I do love lamb, like a lamb or beef roast. They're probably my 2 favourite flavouring meats. Probably have chicken the most though.
Chicken's a good one.
Roland Jones, right arm over the wicket to Gubbins. That's full and driven up to mid-on. Come through for a quick single. Tom Helm in there. Fires it at the stumps. But good running by Gubbins. He moves to 89. 256 for 4 Hampshire. Both have 1 bonus point each at this stage. Run rate's creeping up to 3 now between these two. Hampshire won the toss and chose to bat, which is a good decision with the score at this stage.
Beans, there must have been a few beans that played cricket. Not red kidney ones, perhaps.
I feel like you've hit delirium of protein.
Yes, I have. Just delirium of kookaburra, I think.
Roland Jones in, bowls sweetly stroked by Liam Dawson. Doesn't get any better than that. Cover drive. And it raced over the boundary rope. Dawson to 96 now, 260 for 4.
I have to admit, Kevin James was right. He was getting grumpy with the kookaburra ball this afternoon, wasn't he? And I was saying, no, it's good, it's great. I'm with JMO now. Bring back the Dukes. It's all a bit flat and slow at the moment, isn't it?
I like the spin in the game.
Well, I do, but I don't. Yeah, maybe it's just that Middlesex's spinners aren't quite experienced enough, but they'll only get experience by playing. Let's see Dawson bowling it before we
judge it.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a dry old surface out there.
But that's how they only get better, by getting more time bowling. It's Roland Jones in to Liam Dawson on 96. Bowl short, and that's pulled away. There's a fielder at fine leg. So it will just be a single here. Move to 97. 261 for 4.
Didn't even feel that short, that one, did it?
I feel like after the ball before, I feel like he's seeing it pretty well right now.
Yes, well, that's it. And it's the second new ball, which should be a worry for Middlesex.
I've not seen any swing, have you?
Not since this morning, no.
Not with this second new ball.
No.
Roland Jones from the hotel end into Gubbins bowls and in defence, back down the pitch. Will be no run. He's there on 89, faced 229 deliveries. Liam Dawson faced 163 so far.
It's kind of having the kookaburra at this time of year. It's something that will only really bear fruit in many years to come when the spinners have racked up the overs and experience. But at the moment, we're coming from behind, aren't we, in English cricket with spinners?
Roland Jones in. Gubbins in defence again. Back down the pitch, no run.
not as experienced and breadth of the country as we'd like. So, you got two. There we are. There's a spinner surface, and Middlesex have 2 young spinners in. Again, let's see how Dawson goes. Maybe we'll look back and say, oh, didn't Ageas bowl well on this? Dawson doesn't get much out of it, but somehow I don't think we'll be saying that.
I wonder how he'll be feeling. Obviously, his name was talked about a lot for potential Ashes selection.
Return for England. Well, I mean, he seemed a very sensible choice, Will Jacks. Aggressive young batter as well.
Will Jacks is who I thought they would go for.
I did, yeah, I thought they would.
Especially the form he's in, albeit in the T20 blast at the moment.
But the spin of Dawson, you felt there's a lot of experience there, isn't there?
Control, which potentially Rahim Ahmed will lack. 2 fielders out at a deep square and fine, with Dawson on 97.
Here comes Helm once more. He bowls, and a cry of catches. That's clipped away through mid-wicket by Dawson. And he'll get a couple. Will they think about the third? They will. Throw comes into the non-striker's end. He's charging back, and Dawson has his century. Raises the bat, raises the helmet to the pavilion, the Rod Bransgrove pavilion, then around the Ageas Bowls. A really good crowd in today, and they've certainly made themselves heard, haven't they? Dawson 100 off 164 deliveries. Outstanding knock. Coming in at 6 with his side in a little bit of trouble. Still in double figures when he arrives in the middle.
Yeah, beautiful innings from Liam Dawson. This partnership between Dawson and Gubbins has been exactly what Hampshire needed in this first innings, but chanceless from Dawson. Some fantastic cricket shots in that, and very happy for him.
Helm bowls, and forward goes Gubbins, turning to the onside. He'll be looking for his century. Dawson has hit 11 fours and 1 6 in this period. This is the time you were telling me about, actually. I just realised what's happened. It's getting hot up here, isn't it? It's getting quite tiring. So when the sun comes around out in front. You did warn me of this, fair play.
And then your equipment starts frying next. As I said that.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. It's like it was on the same wavelength.
Something started buzzing in our ears, yeah. Helm around the wicket bowls, and very wide on the crease. He bowls to Gubbins there. It's left alone. It's one of those where you're not sure if your co-commentator just heard that buzz as well. You did. Phew, it's gone.
Heather Knight now out.
4 down.
I think that's 5, isn't it?
5 down?
Wait, no, 4 before, I think. Knight. Yep, 4 down, 73 for 4. Me. Lamb, Beaumont, Knight and Siverbrunt all gone.
Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sorry.
Southern Vipers Danny Wyatt's coming to the crease.
Ah, there we go. Everything's sound. Everything's safe. Helm from the pavilion end, he bowls, and this is left alone by Gubbins. Surrey are 6 for 1 in reply to Lancashire's 274. Burns, Colt, Silt, bowled Williams. Salt's 56 remains the top score of Lancashire's first innings of 274. Blatherwick scored 35. Balderson 33. And I just want to tell you that Bohannon scored 10 just because Blatherwick, Balderson and Bohannon I just think it's a great trio, isn't it?
Commentator's nightmare.
Blackadder, you must have known Blackadder. You must remember Blackadder.
I'm not a TV watcher.
And here's Helm bowls, forward defence from Gubbins, pushed up to no run, to mid on, there's no run. Blatherwick, Balderson and Bohannon, they all sound like Blackadder characters to me.
They're powerful names, that's for sure.
Baldrick, that was his Blackadder's assistant. Baldrick and Blackadder. Now that is worth going and watching. We were doing history earlier. It's basically a history lesson.
Yeah, I feel like
Blackadder.
I'm back at school today.
Back on Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean, the man who played Mr. Bean.
I love Mr. Bean,
there you go.
To be fair.
He did something even better than Mr. Bean, believe it or not, called Blackadder. 2 slips crouched down as around the wicket comes Helm, bowls short, and Higgins. There you go, see I've done it again. Gubbins pulls it to mid-wicket. There's no run. After all these years, I'm still mixing up my Gubbins and my Higgins.
And they're on a different team.
Indeed, it still doesn't help me.
Well, I'll be off.
End the over, 264 for 4. You gone?
I'm a goner.
You going for a run again?
Absolutely not.
You going to eat some cake?
I've actually got a barbecue at home. My brother and his girlfriend are cooking, so I'm going to head back there.
We're getting barbecue leftovers tomorrow. Oh no, you're not here tomorrow, are you? It's day 3.
No, they might be a bit. They might be a bit off that day. Anyway,
they last a couple of days, don't they?
Well,
we wouldn't complain at a soggy old burger, would we, Jane?
have a lovely evening.
It's usually what we get served when we go to Chelmsford on a T20 night. So Ethan Bamber replacing Roland Jones down below is trying to make a difference here for Middlesex. 264 for 4, 88 overs, and Gubbins 66, Dawson 100. Bamber with 2 slips and a short mid wicket. He's going to bound in Bamber fashion from the hotel end on those broad shoulders of his. Rests a drop catch this afternoon as he bowls to Dawson, uses his feet, inside edge onto the pads, rolls back up the track, and there's no run. Welcome back, Jamo.
Thank you. Yeah, terrific stuff from these 2 in the middle.
Right on top here, aren't they?
Yeah, 12th first class 100 for Liam Dawson. And I got an email here from Rob Barnes, cricket@gmail.com. It says, if Dawson goes on to a big score on a tricky wicket, and Mo's finger is worse, well, he's not in the next test anyway, I don't think, is he? Does he think? We think that will eventually get an Ashes call-up?
Bamber past the umpire, bowls, and Dawson eases to mid-off the back foot, no run. Well, yeah.
Rian Ahmed has the duties, doesn't he?
Feel for Dawson.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be careful. I've said this many times that you don't sound too biased down this way, but I think he was unlucky in the first place.
Yep. Well, they went to Mo in and not Dawson. Yeah.
And now Ahmed. I suppose Ahmed is the one now, but can only bowl himself out of the team.
Yeah. Or be knocked out of the team, I guess. Here's Bamber bowls, push back, cry catch. I don't think it was. Bamber went diving forward and tried to scoop his right hand, which just followed through to his left hip. He then had to fall forward and throw his right hand out in front of his right shoulder to try and get underneath that one, but I don't think it carried anyway. Not too much disappointment. Dawson's seeing it big on 100 now. Goodness me. A chanceless century as well from Dawson. We've had that top edge from Gubbins. Dawson can't think has offered any opportunity along the way. What I've noted anyway is his full one from Bamber. It's pushed back. I tell you what, it looks flat this evening, Jamo, doesn't it?
It's a Kookaburra ball as well, isn't it?
Well, that's what I mean with this ball. You know, the whole thing. I mean, the whole match seems to almost rest on the current Centurion, Dawson. How big an impact is he going to have with the ball? Well, what an opportunity for him if this pitch plays as we fancy it might, as it wears on. It's not going to. You say it's not going to break up. It's not going to crack, but
get a whole lot worse.
Bamber bowls and just full of length again. Forward defence from Dawson right in behind that. Every run in this first innings now will pile a fair bit of pressure onto Middlesex, because all of a sudden you've got to come out and bat for 4 sessions at least yourself to try and get up and around the Hampshire score. Batting second in this match, you'll certainly want a first innings advantage, won't you? Because you're basically knocking off what you have to chase in the final innings then. Getting yourself into some sort of positive territory before the third innings begins. As here's Banbury bowls, and this is eased away to cover, and there's no run.
Fielded.
End of the over. It's 264 for 4. BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the Hampshire stream. Emily Windsor, myself, Kevin Hand, and Kevin James.
I think Emily, or you mentioned it earlier, this is the highest 5th wicket partnership, isn't it, between Hampshire?
She did, yeah.
I think she might have. I don't know if you mentioned who it beat.
No, go on.
It beat the 149 by Lord Tennyson and Thomas Jameson, set back in 1923. That's Richard Shelley tweeting that. Solent Sport, thank you very much. And Richard says, just as a byline, no, I wasn't there.
That was what you were getting chipped away at down the end when I was waving at you. Emily said, was Jamo one of the pair?
Just a little before me. It's tough going for the Middlesex bowlers here.
So Emily doesn't know Blackadder. She doesn't know porridge. She doesn't
She's
know
young.
open all hours.
She's young.
She's missing out though, there, isn't she? I mean, that's
It's not so much that she's young. It's just that we've been around an awful long time, and we're older than we think we are. Or we'd like to even.
As the listeners will
want to. Yes,
quite happily tell us.
Not those two again. 264 for 4. Here's Helm round the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins. Be nice if he got his century tonight. If he's going to get a century, of course, that's turned away on the leg side.
What's he going at? 37.7 his strike rate.
It's been. He's worked. I mean, they've both worked hard, but he's obviously, if you just look at the numbers, he's worked a little harder.
Yeah.
For his runs.
Defiant.
And has been put down on 61, and it was not a difficult chance.
Yeah, well, the man bowling at this end, Ethan Bamber.
Yeah. And this partnership is now worth 170. Came together at 94 for 4 when Ben Brown was out just after lunch. That's a good ball from Helm. It's left alone. It's a good leave by Gubbins.
So the next thought is the record Hampshire stand for the 5th wicket. I reckon it'll be substantially more.
I would say, yeah. I will look that up actually.
You do occasionally get one where it's a little lower than you think.
You think really?
Yeah, so
you go, wow.
Well, even for the 5th wicket versus Middlesex, at first I kind of scoffed a little bit. I thought it'd be more than that, but then it's the 5th wicket versus Middlesex. It's not the Hampshire 5th wicket. The Hampshire 5th wicket, you usually fancy it's up and over 200 each.
That's right.
Certainly around 200.
Here's Helm to Gubbins. Gubbins pushes forward. There's no gap out there in the covers for him. Yeah, you would think this would be a big one, but then you're saying you're looking at record Hampshire partnerships against anyone, yeah? That's got to be huge, isn't it?
Well, no, occasionally with a Middlesex one over the years, you've kind of looked up and it's like, it's only about 180 or so. You thought that'd be more, but yeah. Go on.
I'm sorry, I was going to say I might try and find it before tonight if I can. Sometimes I find these things easier than others.
Where's Dave Allen? He's in tomorrow, is he?
Yeah, he'll be around. He can do everything. Outside the stump that's left alone. I love it when Dave Allen's around. He does all my work for me.
Makes the tea.
Oh, he's great.
He doesn't bring the coffee up in the morning though, does he?
No, nobody did today. Despite my best efforts. And it just shows you just how much clout I do have around here that I did ask.
Latte again tomorrow?
It might have to be, I think. But thank you very much, yeah.
Well, I might have to bring you one at 10 and one at 11.
Yes. I think we got some hot water, didn't we, and some milk, but we didn't get any coffee. Yeah, I don't think they bothered. Obviously too much effort to bring it up the stairs, as that's outside the off stump and that's left alone. Still trying hard here, Tom Helm.
Yeah, again, had those couple of overs after tea, didn't we, which just thought used up a little bit of energy that could have been conserved for this second new ball and really go hard at them. Everybody just looks a little tired and jaded out there this evening. I have to admit, I feel it a little myself. It's slowed down the day, hasn't it? Run rate still ticking along at 2.9 though. Again, Middlesex would be keen to bring that down.
Yeah, it's hovered around 2.829, isn't it?
Yep.
Most of the day. Short ball. Well, that's a good carry and a good one-handed take from Simpson to end that over.
Aye, clubsman extraordinaire, John Simpson. Speaking of records, he's racked them up over the years for Middlesex. It's had an outstanding career for the county. All format cricketer. It's the ball an awful long way. Northern supercharger in the 100 he was. Took poor old Finney to pieces, didn't he? In one game, I was listening to that on the radio. Yeah, we've got a change, or is it just a chat? No, it's Bamber continuing down below. 11 overs, none for 26. Helm 1 for 37 from 18. So Helm going along at a good economy of 2.1, and Middlesex will be pleased with that, 'cause sometimes Helm can be a little expensive. So they'll be pleased with that. Bamber going along at 2.4, so they're both going within the margins. Who's leaking a few then? It is Roland Jones, 3.69 for his 1 for 59 from 16. To Carey's 3.25, 2 for 78 from 24. Holman going at just over 3, he's done for 41 from 13, and Higgins Going at just over 2.5, 2.6 for his number 21 from 8. Long delay here as a sub-fielder coming on. Who's gone off? Who's that charging back on towards cover? Higgins has loitered around there today, but I don't think it's him. Number 48, Joe Cracknell, is onto the field as a sub. Let's see if we can work out who's gone off in a moment. As here goes Bamber. 2 slips and a short middle wicket. Bamber bowls, that's driven by Dawson. Nice sound out of the middle of the bat as that's pushed to mid-on. 90. The first over of the innings. Oh, that's clever. On the scoreboard over there, you've got 90 overs. Then in brackets next to it, 7 overs. Thinking, what's that? Well, it's 7 overs on the new ball, isn't it? Very good. That's helpful.
Oh, yes.
For us commentators. You can't keep count and always forget to note things down as well. I did like the notepad Emily Windsor has. Here's Bamber bowls and goes past the edge of his drive through to the gloves of Simpson. A rare beating of the edge of the bat by the seamers in particular. Haven't seen much of that at all today, have we? Not gone past the edge on any sort of, or with any sort of regularity. Spinners did to Carey's. Holman. Early on for Roland Jones and Helm right at the start, but nothing too much. Bamber's in, bowls, and he's gone past the edge again. Now that cannot have been far from the top of off stump either, as that thumps back out of the gloves of Simpson standing up. Let's have a look at that. I think you can probably see a fair bit of the off stump as he defends. Yeah, it was well enough outside. Just looks even better when it bounces back off the gloves of Simpson there, doesn't it? From a tired commentator's perspective.
I'm still looking. I thought I found the right page, but I hadn't. I have to look somewhere else, I think.
Is he not tuned in, Mr. Allen? He's not on the ground. Here's Bamber. He's in, bowls and dug out by Dawson. Well bowls right into the block hole.
Yeah, I'm okay at running this site, but there's certain things that seem to elude me, and this is one. And yet, tomorrow I'll try it and I'll get it straight away.
I'm like that with the cricket stats, I have to admit.
Terrible. Fortunately, I've got enough listeners that help me out, which I'm very, very grateful to, obviously.
Bamber. He's in now, bowls, and this is punched beautifully by Dawson, wide of mid-off. Really good shot. Slide will keep it in, and they will run 3 in the meantime. Dawson moves to 103. Middlesex 267 for 4. They kept him quiet for a little while there. It feels like a while ago he brought up his century, and he's seen a lot of the strike.
That was lovely piece of timing, wasn't it?
Does the Hampshire website do the stats? The Middlesex website's very good for stats.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it would be.
That's Fletch. He's got a lot of time in his hands, hasn't he? Director of Communication. No, it's Don Shelley, the magician, the Middlesex scorer.
Don Shelley. Formerly of Ealing Cricket Club, might still be of Ealing.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Remember him from years ago.
God, he was probably scoring when you were playing, Don.
I think he was, yeah, when I was playing for Hornsey against Ealing.
Yes, Bamber bowls at a forward defence for Gubbins. I'm sure he said he was coming up for 60 years scoring.
Really?
60th season scoring, I'm sure he said. He started the same year as me doing the Middlesex job, 2005.
Wow.
It was his first year.
And he's aged well.
He has, I know. Not aged a day, Don, has he? Look at you and me.
End of the over. 5 to do tonight, and the scoreboard clock clicks over to exactly 6 o'clock.
Mind you, you've barely aged, Jay. When I see all those pictures of you playing, you look exactly the same now.
I don't know about that, but...
Or was it just you look knackered back then as well?
Yes, I was.
Sorry, Jay.
No, you're right. No, that's the thing. I was laughing because actually I was thinking, yeah, you're right.
That's a nice pair of trousers you're wearing, by the way. I haven't spotted those yet today. You look very smart.
Really?
You're off somewhere nice tonight?
No, I just try and be smart when I'm doing these games, so as smart as I can get. And I'd love to say the same to you, but I'm not sure I can with you in those shorts.
Oh, I'll give you an easy tap into equaliser there, didn't I?
That was a cheap shot.
Not as cheap as mine.
No. The couple of 12th men were just running on there, doing some running repairs to the batters. So probably be finishing around about 1:15, maybe just before if we're lucky.
What a glorious picture of the Ageas Bowl on the website. It does look, I have to say, it was something I was going to come on to earlier today. I was talking about the tree lining behind the Rob Brankett over there. Now it's finished. It does look great, doesn't it?
What's that?
This ground. It really does. I mean, it's had its critics over the years, hasn't it? But it really does look a picture, doesn't it? It fits quite nicely. It's very different to anywhere else. Out in the forest as we are here. Looking up at the forest behind the...
I wouldn't call West End a forest.
It's a forest feel.
The back there, yeah. It's Telegraph Wood, yeah.
The wood.
Telegraph Wood.
Golf course on the other side. It's
yes.
Pretty good.
It'll change if they get all the planning through this ground.
What's next? This end?
Well, if they get... Well, they're all over, really. If they get everything through that they want, we'll go through it blow by blow, if you'd like me to. I'm trying to remember, actually, because I think the plans were revealed about a year ago now, just over a year. 267 for 4, and we've got Josh DeCaries in, who's actually taken the last 2 wickets to fall. He's off spin, switches ends as well. Dawson gives himself some room.
This is his first bowl from that end.
It is, yeah.
Today.
Goes on to 104. Right, let's start in the far right-hand corner, about 2 o'clock as we look over the Shane Warne stand.
Over it?
Yeah, over it. Right in that corner. And at the moment, there's a very big gravel car park.
Yeah.
And I think even if they maybe cut into the hill a bit, they'll get a bit more. Anyway, there are X amount of apartments and houses going in. And I forget exactly how many they're looking for. Whether they get all those, I don't know.
Oh, goodness me, the traffic flow will be glorious, won't it?
Yeah.
Oh, they'll get bigger roads then, won't they?
So that's the plan up there. As Carey's bowls, Cummins whips that away square on the leg side. He moves on to 90, and it's 269 for 4. Behind the pavilion, I think it's like a wellness centre, or an old people's place, or something like that, around that area. Or maybe the old people or the wellness is just over the Colin Ingle Mackenzie to our left. So there's a couple of buildings going on there.
Yeah, care home or like a retirement flat?
I'm not quite sure. As I say, I can't remember the plans too well at the moment, but he's missed that cut, has Dawson. Behind us, now let's go this way. Behind us, the hotel will have another hotel bolted on.
What?
At right angles.
Oh, nice, yeah, lovely.
Stretching down towards the motorway.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness me. What happens to the golf course?
Well, the golf course is going to slightly change. As there's a reverse sweep from Dawson. It's in the air, but it's safe, and it's going down to 3rd, and that will be 4. 108 Dawson moves on to 273 for 4. And the first hole... I'm not sure about the second, but certainly the first hole is disappearing.
Oh dear.
The lake is disappearing. And that will all be car park.
Oh no, it looks lovely.
Well, but the golf course is moving slightly more to the left as they're building. Well, they're sort of, I'm not sure how far they are with it now, but some extra land that's pushed out on the offside, Dawson. The earth movers have been in there for about 18 months, probably longer. Building a couple of extra fairways and a couple of extra holes over towards our left, right to the far end of the dual carriage, or the single lane motorway that links. That's pushed back to the bowl and no run. The road at the top end down towards the motorway. So the golf course is moving slightly more to the left, or a couple of holes are. And there's a couple of other things there somewhere. But the walk in from the road to our right will be more of a visitor experience. I think there's going to be a high walkway and everything like that. So if it all goes through, will be it'll make a major difference. If they get part of it through, then
makes a bit of difference. Yeah, I like it as it is at the moment, but fair play, they've done a good job to this stage. So anything they're planning to do more, I'm sure they've got it all in hand. Very good. Listening in back at base, Ollie Thorpe says Finlay Bean. This is on our Protein 11, so Bean goes into Protein 11. He's got a century today for Yorkshire. He is, as this ball's defended by Gubbins off Bamber, and there's no run. He scored 114 for Yorkshire against Gloucestershire Headingley today, Finlay Bean. Any Protein players in your side? We've got Lamb, Beefy Botham, Bean. Any salmons or fish you can think of?
And not off the top of my head.
Bamba's in, bowls, and forward goes the left-handed Gubbins. There's no run. Oh, they rattled through them in football. This is how it began. It was a football protein 11. I don't know, we were talking about food, Emily and I, so we got on to protein. Then I said protein cricketers. She was talking about her lunch, wasn't she? Although she seemed to leave the chicken and the whites of the eggs. She ate the egg yolk and the croutons. I probably shouldn't tell her on that. She basically had beans on. She basically had egg on toast. Caesar salad. Not at all. Bamba. 2 slips crouched down. He's got a long leg as well as he's in. Bowls and that seems to have a little bit of shape on it. Came back into Gubbins, who drives to mid-on.
Sorry, I've abandoned my search for records.
I just had a look on the Hampshire website for you and I couldn't find it there either.
No, I'm not sure they do that sort of thing on there, but I could be wrong, so apologies if anybody's knows different. I've looked on a couple of things and I just need to concentrate on that a bit more, but obviously I can't. So
I'm checking Twitter to see that Dave Allen's tuned in.
I'm not sure he is. He normally would have tweeted by now somewhere along the line.
Bamba bowls, forward goes Gubbins, pushing back. Trevor Morris raises a point on Twitter which I think is worth discussion. He says the percentage of Helm's deliveries that would hit the stumps must be very small. They are leaving almost everything. OK economy, little threat, but that's Kookaburra ball cricket though, isn't it? That's, again, it's test length, test line, where you're bowling that little bit more defensive because otherwise batters will happily score off the stumps. That's not to dismiss what Trevor's saying at all, because Hampshire might come out now and put the ball on the stumps and get far more reward, but here's Bamba. Bowls, and this ball is worked. Back to the square on the leg side, and they'll pick up 2. And Gubbins will move to 92. He's within a couple of boundaries of a century now, so 275 for 4. But it's that more attritional test cricket, isn't it? Where you pitch it up outside the off stump and hang it out there for a bit, racking up the 21 dot balls, as I was saying to Emily. That was the old Australian, wasn't it? 21 dot balls buys you a wicket.
That's right, yes.
Well, I guess all of this, you go back to catches win matches. This man was put down on 61, wasn't he, Gubbins, as Bamba's over the wicket, he bowls and clipped to mid-wicket. Watchfully done by Gubbins, and that tells you a little bit about it all as well there. That was on the legs there to be clipped, but Gubbins, perhaps with the score he's on, he's just been a little bit more mindful in the 90s. And also mid-wicket was positioned there exactly for that if he chipped it in the air at all. 275 for 4. Dawson has 108. Gubbins has 92, and we have 3 overs to bowl tonight, so will that be on Gubbins' mind before Stumps creeping towards 3 figures with 3 overs to go?
I almost missed this. Thank you to Tony Mays, who's done my job for me. Thank you so much.
Are you telling me Tony Mays has made it all very clear and straightforward for you?
Yes. Who tweets at Solar Sport. The record 5th wicket partnership is 273, and that was Dawson and Brown against Kent last summer. Remember that?
How many was it? 200?
Canterbury, 273.
Oh, wow.
So there's still a long way to go because these two...
Just coming up to the 200.
Yeah.
And it's not that long.
Still a bit to do.
Against a Kookaburra. Was there any little asterisks against it, though, versus Kookaburra? A bit like the wickets that were taken with the pink ball. Double asterisks taken in the twilight hour.
It's going to be Jacaris from the pavilion end. Dawson drives into the gap between the mid-wicket and the bowler for a single. Dawson moves on to 109. 276 for 4.
Thank you, Trevor, for your tweet, by the way. I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, I know. We're very lucky. There's always somebody out there that look these things up.
Joe, Stuart Broad Bean. There you go, into the protein 11 broad beans. Good one, Joe. Thank you.
Here comes Jacaris again. Gubbins flicks that away on the leg side, and there's no run. I think I've seen another one. Scott Curry.
Hey, has to be a chicken curry, though, doesn't it? Could be a bean curry.
Julian Dean in Miami. Thank you for that. Jacaris again. Quietly back to the bowlers. Gubbins, who's been amazingly disciplined today. 251 balls now. His 92 runs has taken up.
That's been outstanding, isn't it? Just that one chance.
He looks as though he's back for more tomorrow. Here comes De Carey's quicker ball cut away by Gubbins, but only to point. He wants more.
If they bat midway through tomorrow afternoon, what are they going to be? Another 150 on, maybe a bit more than that. 300 in the day today, maybe, just under. For
me, it's got less for the spinners as the days. Oh no, it's the same as that. It's gone past the outside edge. But again, well, okay, that makes sense. You know, another point I was going to make, that we have seen the odd ball do that, but it's only the odd one.
Yeah. There's enough, though, isn't there, for someone like Dawson at the non-striker's end? He'll be leaning his back, licking his lips right now, and not just about our protein 11. He'll be thinking this pitch has got a bit in it.
Yes. Gubbins works it up to mid-on. He's going to take a quick single. Getting easy, actually, as the throw comes into the keeper's end, and that is the over. And the total, with 2 overs to go, is 277 for 4. The last time a wicket was taken in this game was 5 minutes to 2.
There you go. That's why we've drifted a little this afternoon. Derek Payne, talking of food, I'm there tomorrow and desperately hope the curry house under the Ingleby Mackenzie stand is still there.
Sanjers is still there.
Is it open though? The curry house.
It's been open for the T20s. I don't really get to go over there.
Were they the ones that sent us up the free curry that night?
When they first opened up, they were a really good bunch there. And it's top food. The chef there, and they're in Shirley, on Shirley High Street. Other curry houses available, of course, but
they just don't send us free ones.
When the Indians are here, they only want his food. Chef at Sanger.
Very good.
And I think they offered to take him with him around the country.
Really?
When they were last on tour here.
What a beaut. Here's Bamber around the wicket, bowls to Gubbins. Oh, that lifts and pops slightly onto the splice of the bat, doesn't it? Just manages to ride it into the offside. A wide slip. Here's a field that tells you all you need to know about the pace of the pitch, the pace of the pace of the pitch. It's the second new ball. It's only 11 overs old. You know, Bamber, who'd generally bowl 2-3 slips a gully, deep third. We've got a wide slip, a point, a cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, 2 mid-wickets in short. A square leg and a long leg. As Bamber's around the wicket, he bowls, and this is pushed by Gubbins up to mid-off, and there's no run. So we've got, backward point is just fine of the umpire there, isn't he? But basically, 1 slip catcher and a backward point. He wouldn't say he's a catcher at all, but I guess he is in terms of the pace of the pitch. It's going to go, the length they're bowling, it's going to go, if it's going to go in the air, it will go square of the wicket.
Joe's just messaged me. She's on the ground. She says she doesn't think Sanjers will be open for a championship game. Yeah.
Bamber bowls and forward goes. Gubbins pushing away into the offside, and there's no run.
And she's closer to it than I am, so she would know. Just going back to this, I think the real shame. I mean, it's a great idea, the Kookaburras, and in Hampshire, as I say, I think have prepared the pitch accordingly to try and inject something into this, but we've not seen any booming straight drives. That's an idea of a bit more pace in the pitch when you get drives going in between mid-on and mid-off. We've seen nothing like that today, really.
Bamber bowls, and there's another good example of it. Very full ball, which Gubbins can't really push back past the bowler.
There's just no pace.
If there's a pace in the pitch, that's hitting the boundary rope pretty hard right now, isn't it? 277 for 4 it remains. And
it'll be interesting because I will probably get to talk to one of these 2 batters tonight, and it'll be interesting. I will ask that question. When the ball's full and straight, how, what are you doing? What are you thinking? Because there just seems to be, they don't seem to get any real power driving straight.
Bamber bowls, and this is work to the first of the 2 mid wickets. Being devil's advocate on that, are we doing a better job? One of the things about Test cricket at the moment is everybody can play at home, but nobody can play abroad. It was ever thus, really, wasn't it? Touring is difficult. By playing on pitches like this with a Kookaburra, you're preparing your bowlers and your batters better to play overseas.
Well, if you've decided that this is the way you want to go, and we said earlier, not the 2 day-night matches which disappeared as quickly as they came in, then you've got to do this for 15 years. Yeah. It's no good doing this for a few years and saying, well, actually, we're bored with this, we'll do something else now.
Bamber bowls, and forward goes Gubbins, pushing back. They run. Made no from Bamber.
That's then, you've got to wait that long to produce your cricketers that are going to be able to do something on pitches like this?
Well, that was what I was saying about the spinners, really. That, you've got to have years of this to give the spinners the chance to build up that experience and develop their skills on a pitch like this. I mean, that's what's happening, really. You look at the overs that De Carey's and Holman have got today. How often in June, and seasons gone by, we didn't have much. We haven't had much cricket in June, July. Has been the problem, hasn't it? It's usually been 2020 season. How often have they had time to build up over the years their skills and their experience in the middle of a summer? So at least they're getting that. Again, this match will have a fair old idea by Stumps tomorrow, won't we? If Dawson's come on and he's starting to really carry a great deal of threat on this pitch, then Hampshire have batted extremely well. Middlesex haven't got a wealth of experienced spinners to call on. In fact, quite the opposite. They've got a wealth of very inexperienced spinners to call on. But, the opportunity's there for them to take, and De Carey's did that this morning, didn't he?
Yeah, no, he bowled very well. But it just seems to be less and less out there for him. That's worked on the onside into the gap by Dawson, and there is quite a big gap on the leg side to get a single from, and he moves on to 110. But it just feels for the spinners now that there's even less pace in the pitch, and it's just the odd one that is turning, and it's the very odd one, and not even they're getting much out of this. Seamers certainly are. It's been a good day, but in a different context for Hampshire, especially being at 94 for 4. This partnership now worth 184. Gubbins flicks that away. There should be at least 2, and the way the ball's running, and it's going to go for 4. Nice little flick off his leg for Gubbins. Is he going to get his 100 tonight? There are 4 balls left, and Gubbins moves on to 97. Dawson's already there. He's on 110. And at 282, 188 this partnership is worth. Record 5th wicket partnership against Middlesex, which we've already mentioned. And there is a leg slip in now. Well, I think there was a leg slip in before, actually, but that was hit a little too square. So 4 balls in which Gubbins has a chance of reaching 3 figures, otherwise he's going to have to wait until tomorrow morning, assuming he gets it anyway, as De Carey's is round the wicket. Gubbins cuts that away, but there is a fielder out fairly deep at extra cover, so it'll just be the single. So maybe Gubbins will have to wait now and think about it overnight as Dawson comes back to face. De Carey's into his 27th over. My word, he's got through some overs today. 2 for 92 his figures. There's bowls. Dawson quietly pushes that on the leg side where there is a fielder now placed. 2 balls left of the day. Still gone 20 minutes over, nearly 20 minutes over, even with all the spin that we've had. Dawson on the back foot. Plays that out on the onside once more, and we get to the last ball of the day. No slip or gully in for Dawson. Still the 2 fielders out deep on the leg side and 1 out deep on the offside. Carries over the wicket, bowls to Dawson. Dawson flicks it away into the gap, square on the leg side. That's a single. And that will be the end of day 1. It's been a good one for Hampshire in the end. It's been a bit painstaking at times, but they've worked their way into a decent position, having been 94 for 4, just over 15 minutes into the afternoon session. But Liam Dawson with 111 and Nick Gubbins on 98 have pushed Hampshire into a fairly dominant position, where if they come back tomorrow and a little is happening for the bowlers again, then they're set for a decent first innings total.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to that Gubbins drop on 61. The run rate is 3 and over. At that point, I'd suggest it was around 2.8, 2.7, and there was your tipping point in the day. Can you get it from 2.8 down to 2.6 by Stumps with that wicket? Or you don't take the wicket and it's up at 3 runs and over. And even at 3 runs and over, 284, Middlesex will say to himself, look, boys, 2 wickets in the morning. You've got Gubbins, Dawson, then after that, Organ, Fuller, Barker, Abbott. We know they can all bat, but they are lower order batsmen. Get that wicket in the morning, hold that catch when it comes. It's hard yards out there for the bowlers. This is not anything we didn't expect. when we saw that it was going to be a pretty hard and dry track. It was just a case of, well, how much pace and bounce would there be in that as well, but not so much is the answer so far. But there may be an X factor in that from Hampshire with their quicks. They've gone with Fuller, who might just, he's through the air, he's that bit quicker, isn't he? And then you've got Abbott, who might do a little bit more off the surface, off the height, and you've got the skiddier Abbas as well, who will look to create havoc in short, sharp spells, you'd imagine. So good runs on the board. Middlesex will know they missed an opportunity when they didn't take that Gubbins catch. That was a big miss, and it was a natural evolution of the day's play for me, but they didn't take it. They'll have to take what they can in the morning now, because it's certainly Hampshire in control as they hoped at the toss.
Thanks very much, Kev. Kevin Hand and myself, Kevin James, back with you tomorrow for day 2, and we will be joined by Hampshire historian and archivist Dave Allen.